Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green as greener in shrubs and trees.
Let us heal.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Let's welcome Swaroop Khan.
Let us heal our earth together.
हेलो खम्मा घड़ी नमस्कार।
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is green. greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Let us heal our words together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
shrubs and trees. The sky stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds of
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And a global namaste and a welcome again to Sunday to Healing Our Earth with a very special program today, all on the theme of COVID, many different speakers with hero stories and what's been happening around the world with COVID. So those of you who are tuning in right now, it's 2 p.m. UK time, and wherever you are around the world, the first thing we always ask is go and tell people that this is on. Often people don't even know that such programs are happening. So we're live currently on YouTube. Go to healingourearth.com on the website or tune to Facebook and share this program. Even if they come a few minutes late, this program is recorded and you can always join later. As always, we begin by invoking the divine, invoking that spiritual energy that we may have now a beautiful session together. And whoever is watching, wherever you are in the world, we know whether it be in India, in Africa, in Europe, or wherever around the world, people have been suffering, loved ones as well been lost, or you are recovering, but whichever way, may we join in prayer. So with that, we'll start with Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. May all beings be happy, may all beings be healthy. Please join with me. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. Sarve Santu Niramaya. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma kaschit dukha bhag bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be happy. May none suffer. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. So once more, a warm welcome today. We have got some amazing speakers lined up, and it's an action-packed session. Our first speaker is already here, Hanuman Das, and we'll be introducing him very shortly. First, I'm actually going to be just showing you a little bit about who's coming up and what also the upcoming programs are. Healing Our Earth is every Sunday. This is in fact the 77th event. Every Sunday, Healing Our Earth is bringing you projects. So with that, we're just going to share a screen with you. And to bring that up, if we can very quickly, my apologies for just getting it ready for you. I hope you can now see the screen. There we go. So having a look at the screen, you can see actually around, we've got Hanuman Das joining us now at 2 o'clock, Dr. Mayank Shah and his team from BAPS at 2:30. We then go on to Darshana Patel with a vaccine update at 3, the Divya Seva Foundation at 3:15, and carrying on Sanjeev Patel with me at 3:45 as we hand over to other hosts. And we carry on right till 7 o'clock today, UK time. So wherever you are, the next 5 hours, we have a fantastic program ahead. With that, We've already had this program, Pray for India. Today we are praying for the whole world, really, as a global prayer. This was actually hosted by Healing Our Earth a few weeks ago. So do go back to the Healing Our Earth website to say that, to share those ideas and what was on. With that, I know we're running out of time, but before our next speaker comes, but also wanted to share a very powerful prayer with you. Many of us know it, the Mrityunjaya mantra. And again, those who joined our Ayurveda session, we actually had a Greek doctor, Dr. Kostopoulos, chanting this very same prayer as he started, knowing of the medicinal benefits of this. So with that, again, we're just chanting and you can see together. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritaat. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritaat. One last time. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritaat. With that, with this powerful prayer, here's telling you about Healing Our Earth. Please do visit the website, healingourearth.com. Look at all the previous events that have taken place. Healing Our Earth is here to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. This is a platform for the whole community, a chance for anyone to come on, share their ideas, and for you, all of us to learn. And I hope every week people are learning different things. So just a quick pointer to what's happening as, excuse me, as we go ahead. Next week is a Global Parents' Day. The 6th of June is World Environment Day. The 13th of June is a vegan and vegetarian kitchen. And the 20th of June is International Yoga Day. So you can see already the next month's events are lined up and you can see them here. Parents' Day, Environment Day, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, and Yoga Day. I think that's enough probably sharing with you now. And in perfect timing, really a warm welcome to Hanuman Das. Hanuman, a warm welcome to you.
Namaste to all. Namaste, Dr. Milan Shah. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And
good. Yeah, and I want to show you, I want to introduce you a bit more so people know a little bit about you. So with that, now you've seen you, Hanuman's actually going to speak about a particular organization called Go Dharmic, which was founded in 2011 by Hemal Randawala, which is Hanuman Das's other name. He was given the spiritual name Hanuman Das by a former Harvard professor, Ram Das, who introduced him to his beloved guru and saint, Neem Karoli Baba. Go Dharmic is a volunteer-driven charitable organization founded in London with a worldwide community of over 3,000 committed members and a social media reach of over 500,000. Go Dharmic Welfare Foundation India has volunteers throughout the country who communicate digitally and through the GD app to deliver over 15 social action objectives, including sustainable developmental goals, including disaster relief, food poverty alleviation, development of educational facilities, and also the development of toilets and sanitation. Really excited to read about that. Hanuman, welcome to Healing Our Earth. We've got the next sort of 20, 25 minutes together. Do share with us what you'd like to share. What have you got lined up?
Whatever comes out. So I've come into this.
Excellent.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak from the heart, really. So I didn't prepare anything. You know, it's a wonderful platform that you've created with lots of wonderful speakers. I saw all of the various community members involved, and really pleased that you've managed to get such a great group together of people who are doing tremendous work at the moment on the ground. So a lot of praise to both yourself, Nilkamar, and the Healing Earth team for doing that. I just wanted to begin by really giving an introduction to what we understand to be Go Dharmic and why we exist. What is that platform, and I think it will inform a lot of people who potentially volunteering or looking to volunteer or to partner or other organizations as well, to get that understanding of what is this thing, and you know, how has it come about, and how does it express itself in so many different ways? So for that, I guess we'll have to look at the understanding of Dharma, because when we are calling very loudly across the UK and the US, or other places all across India, to go dharmic, there's a call to action, which is quite loud. And if you go to central London, or if you go in Glasgow in George's Square, and you see the volunteers distributing with big signs saying "Go Dharmic" or "Love all, feed all, serve all," and that messaging is quite there. And the number one question we get asked by all people is, "What is Dharma? You're asking me to go Dharmic." And obviously, throughout the history of 5,000 years or 6,000 years of using that word, it's had so many different meanings and connotations, from a philosophical standpoint to an individual to a duty-bound concept. But from the philosophical part, what we understand it to be is the nature of a thing, or to understand it to be like if the dharma of fire is to produce heat and light, then we ask the question of ourselves, what is the dharma of humanity? And we understand through the sacred texts like the Mahabharata, or many of the ancient texts of that have come from Hinduism and India, and many of the world traditions. The dharma of humanity, if we look, is to be humane and to be kind to others. And one of the verses that I really love from the Mahabharata is 3:281:34, and it's Savitri. So Savitri is a wonderful voice from the Mahabharata that kind of speaks for Dharma. She gives a speech to Yamraj in a very beautiful way, and I'll just repeat the Sanskrit, which says, "Adroha sarva bhuteshu karmanama nasagira anugraha cha danam cha satan dharma sanatanaha." And when she's speaking to Yamraj, she says, never displaying malice towards any living being through thoughts, actions, words, or deeds. Acts of kindness, giving in charity. This is the Sanatana Dharma understood by the wise. So when we look to the ancient text, nothing new we're creating with GD or trying to define something. We can find that the core understanding, or the deepest essence of Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way for all, is to be compassionate to others, to care for others, and to spread love in all directions, to be like the sun, spreading equal love to all, not for any particular community or restricting our giving to any particular way, to shine on all like the sun. That is the way of Sanatana Dharma as we kind of understand it. So in that way, we inspired by that kind of thinking, and I was profoundly influenced personally by Neem Karoli Baba, who kind of shared that message of love all, feed all, serve all. And from there, we just started something, but we didn't want it to be restricted to any one particular group or any one particular tradition. It should be borderless or open to anyone. So we can partner with any organization, individual, company, as long as we are serving, as long as we are spreading love, and as long as everybody is equally served, regardless of caste, creed, color, religion, tradition, anything. That's the baseline of it. And we kind of try to bring together some principles. So love, charity, truth, non-harming, service, friendship, compassion, and most importantly, peace, to try and bring people of all different traditions and backgrounds together. So there's so many different areas where that can be delivered and executed. So I don't consider Go Dharmic to be a faith-based organization, to be honest. Like it has the underpinnings from the Hindu tradition. It's born from that, and it's understood from that. But that can feed all. Like the prayers that you mentioned are for all living beings that we chanted to bring this. So I never feel that anybody can be excluded in the work that we do, and such. This is how it's been developing, and some of the main work we do is around helping people in disaster situations. For example, in India, when there's any kind of crisis in particular, then we'll have teams and volunteers on the ground who can reach there, whether it's the cloudburst in Uttarakhand when it just happened just now in the hills, or when there's the Amphan floods in Kolkata and West Bengal, which were devastating last year. We try to mobilize volunteers to go to those places and provide immediate relief to people. Unfortunately, world over, the COVID has been such a the disaster has been for more than a year and a half now. And since it started happening here in the UK, we started to do food distribution and have been doing, that's been part of the organization since the beginning. So it just meant ramping up that and increasing the number of meals that were delivered to beneficiaries who are struggling. And in India, over the last 1 year, more than 3 million meals have been distributed to vulnerable people, to communities when the migrant workers were deeply affected, and delivered across the country. So you have a lot of affected people throughout the country, but we try to find the poorest people we can find and try and serve those communities who might not have the same potential to reach aid or to collect aid from where it's available, or access to banking properly, or communities that are maybe migrant workers trying to find their way home, and then trying to support those people. So a lot of our work has been around food distribution and education. So GD has developed 75 government schools across India, where we've established libraries at all of those centers. But unfortunately, the schooling system has been closed for over a year in India. So we've tried to now, digitize education, and as long as the family has access to a smartphone, try to give those children some access to tools that can help them access education, and as well as the curricular education that they have to follow according to the education system. We're trying to push the education around compassionate, a value-based education, but to try to improve these the knowledge of values such as dharma and such as service, such as prema, love and compassion, karuna. That's the core aspects, and with that comes the importance of the environment and the crucial aspects of that. So when you say healing our earth, I love that name, and I love the idea of it. And for me, healing our earth is actually, that is dharma, that is to restore and to bring back the nature of peace on earth and healing, and that we've done so much to damage. So I think
that's a really good start. I thought it was really helpful to sort of define a little bit about dharma, even quoting sort of, the message of Savitri as well, which was really good. And then you've talked about some of the projects that are happening at the moment, whether it be during COVID in this country, whether you've had to ramp up food distribution, but also of education, particularly in India, or disaster relief, etc. So what has been the need of the hour? How, because you mentioned also late when your introduction about an inspiration to all volunteers. What are the challenges for volunteers? How do your volunteers work? Are they full-time or part-time? How have you been running?
So volunteers are all volunteers. There's no paid volunteers. We have a small administrative team in India that supports the global operation of GoDharmic. There's no paid staff in the UK, all volunteers. And in India specifically, we work with a lot of companies as CSR partners, like Uber, for example. We have a tremendous partnership with Uber across the country that's helping us to mobilize drivers with our volunteers who will then deliver aid or help people in various places. It's about striking partnerships. It's about finding ways to work together with other communities, groups, and our own volunteers. And challenges-wise, look, we try not to change anything. Like whether it's Kal Yuga or Sat Yuga, our work is the same, to spread love and compassion. So we just have to continue doing what we do every day, and we want the volunteers to be ready at all times. So it's not something that we turn on and off. We're just constantly there. It's just that this happens to be the situation. Some of the volunteers have been working, 18, 19 hours a day, every day for probably the last month during this instance, especially around Delhi and Gurgaon, and Delhi NCR region has been particularly affected. And we just try to reach as many people as we can and help them. It's very simple. Whether it's the doctors or the hospitals have specific requirements that we can try to facilitate, or people who can't get into a hospital, and then helping them to get, some aid wherever they're possible. So how we express it is never really the overbearing thing. It's always about, how can we just work together to find the solution to spread that service when it's needed? How can we be of the most help? So, for example, in Calcutta, the requirement was additional bed capacity and additional hospital spaces. So that was what the team there went and did. They tried to establish additional bed space because it was really badly affected. And they said, we need to increase hospital capacity by at least 200 to 300 beds at a particular space. And within our capacity, that's what we tried to call on volunteers to say, hey, in this region, and those guys, literally 48 hours, maybe 2 hours of sleep, they were building beds, and then they put in the cylinders, the oxygen cylinders, and the flow meters, and the beds, and the PPE. And then, in a hockey stadium, they turned it into a hospital. It's a government-run facility, so we don't own anything. GD has zero land, zero property, zero assets. It's all about delivery of where it's most needed. Yeah, so I think it's different according to each space. It shouldn't just be a unique one-for-all model, because different places have different needs and different operational structures. So GD will look different in the UK, and maybe in Mumbai, and Delhi will be different. One may be more focused on food distribution. One might be focused more on assisting hospitals, whereas others, if the hospital capacity is strong, then you've got a lot of people at home who are stuck. So I think just in the last 10 days, for example, without speaking about the overall statistics, there's probably been about 30,000 people that have been positively helped and affected with the help of GD volunteers across India at the moment. Now, many, as you mentioned, have lost their lives. We had a nice event called Miracles of Love a few days ago, where it was very sad. We were bearing witness, actually, to the suffering that has happened, and listening to the stories of, I was with my mother, and we were trying to save her. Yes, we managed to get her oxygen concentrator, but maybe it wasn't enough, to save them. She needed real, hospitalization when there was no space. So, many people have those kind of stories and have lost loved ones, and for us, it's difficult to bear witness to that, but I think it's important that we do, and then also to spread the stories of compassion and love and happiness, where we have managed, like somebody has contacted us here and said, look, my mother is desperately sick, she's alone, can you get her some medication? And with the help of a volunteer, then, who's collected it, and then gone to that home and given the medication to that elderly person who's isolated. For me, there's no greater joy than that, to see that connection of somebody who's then been able to help in that way. And if I just tell you one quick story about a guy called Yogi. Yogi, we met at the beginning of the pandemic here in the UK, in the town Luton. And Yogi was beaten up. He had a very difficult time in the UK, had quite poor English skills. And one of our volunteers, Urshna in Luton, she said, I want to send him back home. He wants to go back home, but he doesn't have any money, and his family is not very wealthy back home, and they can't actually afford to even get him back. Can we get his ticket and send him back? And, I said, look, this is not something ordinarily that we would do as a charity, within our particular thing, because you could get a whole, if that started happening, how many flights could one cover? And then, she said, okay, let's do it personally. So we all, put some money in personally to help him get back to India. And he then, established himself. 2 weeks ago, he lost his sister, 32 years old sister, to COVID in Delhi. And he called me and he said, I'm willing to do anything to help. You guys have helped me in the UK, you brought me back home. I'm safe. I just lost my sister. I want to help people. Today, Yogi, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, has been working throughout the clock, going out, serving people, the cremation grounds, giving PPE to the frontline workers who are at the cremation grounds with no PPE, burning, so many bodies and serving the community in such a way. And I think that just shows that you can pay it forward, that although we helped one person, that becomes contagious. And then other people, he will then go on to help others. And through that, I just wanted to share with everyone that regardless of which name organization you're with or where you are, we would love to connect with everyone and find ways in which we can work together. So we have access to Uber partnership. We would love to, find ways to extend that so that we can actually share that with other people and make use of those cars for the benefit of helping people in the now and right now in the moment while the service is required to do that thing. So I guess I talked too much, Dr. Milan, but
no, it's fantastic. That's why I've not interrupted, because I've really enjoyed listening and really touched, because you've touched on different things. And it sounds like Go Dharmic, it's an army of volunteers who will go in as needed. And as you say, zero assets or zero land, etc. But that's seva. And not only with the distribution of food, but that allowing, it's called Healing Our Earth, but even here, allowing that healing. And it's really important. You mentioned this event, I think it was called Miracles of Love. And I think that's just as much required. Those of us who work in the healthcare field, it's all well good enough giving the oxygen or whatever, which is all that's required at the moment, is what's required. But that chance, if you have lost the chance to grieve, the chance to recover, etc., is huge as well. So that there's so many things to share, and I think we need lots more time now to take each project apart and so on. We're actually coming almost to end of our time together, but let's explore a little bit then about what. So you formed Go Dharmic with a group of people?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is your full-time. A lot of the time you spend doing this now, or
we're full-time. Yeah. We do it full-time, but it's voluntary. So we have to find ways to make ends meet
make ends meet well
in the weekend. But definitely this is something we feel very passionate about. And look, I think we spend so much of our day, all of us, on our own personal income or our immediate small circle, or if we work for 8 hours a day externally. I think the balance is somewhere can be addressed to widen that for others, where there's more time spent on voluntary work or more time spent on charitable endeavors and organizational. So that's something I feel like we can all give a bit more time towards and commit a bit more of a balance for.
Definitely. And also just providing that arena for someone to do. Sometimes people are desperate to volunteer but not quite sure how or when, and giving that platform and re-establishing, as you say, our balance in life, because suddenly we get consumed with the rat race of life and forget actually what our dharma is. As we're going full circle. We start at the beginning, as you said, dharyate iti dharmaha. What is the concept of dharma? That which is the essence of something, or that which is unites, which sustains. So you say dharma has so many meanings, but it's a beautiful definition as well. So with that, we're going to.
Yeah, and just what I would say is that the way we try to do it is in a modern manner which young people can connect with. So that being the app, or like people can download the Go Dharmic app on the Apple Store or Play Store, connect, find a way to serve, find a way to help, lean on support from some celebrities and other organizations that can kind of support as well. And it seems to work pretty well. So thank you. You've shared the website on the screen there.
Yeah, so hopefully you're seeing there, your I think it's godharmic.com.
Godharmic.com, that's correct.
And I can see some oxygen for India and various things, so that's really helpful to see. So with that, Hanuman, it's been great to have you on. And
thank you for the opportunity.
And for a spiritual background, and also your guru, which Neem Karoli Baba. I came across his pictures. I think actually there's a beautiful Hanuman Chalisa on live done by Krishna Das, which has got pictures of Neem Karoli Baba. So
Krishna Das is, just quickly, I'll share that Krishna Das is a very dear friend of mine, and he actually, his Hanuman Chalisa singing is actually the point in life where I could say that, you know, this GD has been born from that. But within the organization, everybody could be different traditions. So, you know, it's completely open, and it's an open platform to anybody, you know. So we have people from all different traditions and backgrounds involved. So that's the way we wanted it to be from the beginning. So.
Which is great, and it's sort of uniting a bit, you know, a bit like this platform as well, Healing Our Earth, where just anyone from any background and can help, and that's connected us. So Hanuman, thanks for being with us. That was
Thank you so much. Thank you.
and Hemal. Namaste to you. Thank you for joining us.
Ram Ram.
So we've kicked off our journey on Healing Our Earth COVID, and that was a fantastic time and conversation with Hemal or Hanuman Das and Go Dharmic, and I got to learn a lot more about this organization as well. So moving on, we've hit 2:30 and we're ready with our next guests who are here with us from the BAPS, and I can see them live here over there. So we're just going to spotlight briefly Dr. Mayank Shah, and then we're going to say a few about, so from one Dr. M. Shah to another Dr. M. Shah, I like it. So actually, could if we could stop the screen share just for a moment, we'd like to see Dr. Mayank's face, so just for a moment. Fantastic. So should we, Dr. Mayank, if we can spotlight you, do you want to say something to us?
Thank you, Dr. Milan Shah, and for your warm welcome, and thank you to the entire Healing Our Earth team for inviting us to this event. Very inspirational to listen to Hanuman Das and all the work that Go Dharmic is doing. We're very familiar with that.
Yeah, it'll be good. And so I think you're here, Dr. Mayank, with your team as well, with Jay and Kushbu as well. So I'm just going to share a few words about you and your team as well. And in fact, you and I we met actually at Neasden Temple. You were doing some work with organ donation. We've met a few times there, but I know you meet a lot of people, and especially when you meet one Dr. M. Shah, you've met another Dr. M. Shah. But anyway, jokes apart, we've got so Dr. Mayank Shah with us, who is actually a senior partner and a GP trainer in an NHS practice. Previously served as a clinical director of a CCG as well, and is a clinical director at Lotus Healthcare, which is an independent sector healthcare provider. Dr. Mayank Shah is a trustee at the BAPS, Swaminarayan Sanstha UK and Europe at the Neasden Temple. And I can see that wonderful background on Zoom of the temple itself, where he has special responsibility for all its outreach activities, including charity partnerships, health awareness programs, and interfaith relationships. So during the COVID pandemic, BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha has been globally really actively involved in helping local communities. And those of you who've come online, you saw when we did Pray for India, we actually were live with Yog Vivek Swami, and we saw some of the work that has been done as well. And this support has now been extended to aid the current India COVID pandemic as well. So BAPS certainly helped a lot in the UK, and I'm sure he's doing a lot in India, which we'll hear about. So he'll be joined by his outreach department members. So Kushbu Miani and Jay Patel are with us as well, and will provide an overview of the COVID support program. So Jay Swaminarayan, and a warm welcome to all three of you. And please tell us what you've got lined up. We've got sort of about 25 minutes together.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Milan. Namaste and Jai Swaminarayan to everyone. So I'm just going to give a brief background on the BAPS outreach activities before we move on to the COVID support. So the BAPS outreach activities recognizes that we do not focus entirely on the spiritual development of an individual, but equally important to support the emotional, the social welfare of an individual, their families, their communities, and society at large, and truly serving the principles of our dharma, which is our duty to serve society. The guidance and inspiration, of course, comes from our spiritual leaders, His Holiness Brahma Swami Maharaj, and currently His Holiness Mahan Swami Maharaj. Our outreach activities fall into different areas. So, Milan, you mentioned about the health event. So, yes, we're very active with our health screening programs, partnering for the past 10 years with the Royal Free, delivering a very successful health screening event. Organ donation, again, raising awareness within the community on the importance of organ donation, bone marrow appeals, online basic life support training, which is very important for people, especially during this COVID-related era. And as we mentioned, the COVID-related activities and videos and health educational events in terms of staying safe during the COVID pandemic, and what individuals can do to look after themselves and their families. Our second area is, of course, the interfaith. We are a faith organization, and it's important to build relationship with other faith groups and communities and improve tolerance and better understanding of each other's views and faiths. We utilize our skills of our professional members to arrange seminars and lectures. And our lectures have covered things like, with speakers such as the Lord Chief Justice of the UK. And the last lecture, Professor Sir Mark Caulfield, who the Chief Scientist at Genomics UK, who talked about genomics and the impact on the NHS and the future of healthcare. We have an active program in terms of supporting our elderly, the pillars of our society, who sacrifice so much to build the mandirs. And of course, we would not be here without their sacrifices. So we have an active program to support our elderly people. And over the past 15, 20 years, we have an active program working with the charities, both local and national, to raise their particular profile, to raise the awareness within the community of their activities, and equally important to raise funds for them. All this would not be possible without the support of our thousands of volunteers across the UK, whose dedicated skills and time help us to achieve our objectives. So I'd like to start off by inviting Khushbu Miani. Khushbu is a vice president at an American bank. She has been in investment banking for the past 6 years. Prior to that, she was at the London School of Economics, attaining a BSc in economics with first-class honors. Khushbu serves as a volunteer in the outreach department at the BAPS Swaminathan Sanstha, looking after community relations, social media coverage, as well as organizing and leading personal development talks and seminars. So Khushbu, please lead us on to the next part of the talk.
Thank you, Rangpai. Jesra and namaste to everyone. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented challenges and unrest across the world. Right from the start of the pandemic, our current spiritual leader, His Holiness Mahant Swami Maharaj, issued a call for all volunteers to act upon their dharma or their moral duty and help in whatever way possible in this time of need. BAPS UK and Europe mobilized over 1,100 volunteers serving in 61 areas around the UK, as well as in neighboring European countries such as Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Portugal, France, and many more. They launched an initiative called Connect and Care, a holistic offering to the community to ensure they are safe, supported, and informed. This multifaceted program includes public announcements and publications, including updates on government guidelines, restrictions, and any other information required to stay safe and protected. Health awareness videos and presentations in English as well as in Gujarati to educate the public on its collective responsibility to stop the spread of this deadly virus, dispel any misinformation on the vaccines, and encourage everyone to get vaccinated, especially within the BAME community. Videos and presentations also emphasize the need for regular exercise, healthy diet, and practical tips on how to look after the physical as well as mental health. Over 20,000 phone calls were made to 12,000 families in the UK to inquire about their welfare and provide any support if needed. This was also extended to the residents of local communities neighbouring all BAPS mandirs in the UK, offering support in this difficult period. Daily, over 900 tiffins were made and distributed to the very vulnerable in London, totaling altogether 50,000 meals prepared. And our youth volunteers reached out to 4,000 elderly and the needy, checking in regularly on them to collect any shopping, drop off medications, or run any essential errands as required. And in this way, over 118 hospitals and all other emergency essential workers, such as police stations, fire brigade, Transport for London staff, essential schools, care homes, local food banks, local councils, were supported by providing food and supplies. Sometimes it was even just a thank you. A letter of acknowledgement and appreciation was delivered for the heroic work in protecting us at the expense of their own lives. BAPS also collaborated with other charitable organizations, delivering 75 tons of fresh fruits and vegetables to the needy in the local community. During Diwali, the Neesan Temple partnered with the Felix Project to facilitate 40,000 meals across London. But besides all of the relief work, in order to boost morale, fulfill the spiritual needs, and to feel connected, BAPS UK also launched many innovative initiatives using technology. One such example is the Timeless Hindu Wisdom, a series of talks by learned saints across the globe, identifying one value at a time from our ancient scriptures and how we can imbibe that today to cope with the current pandemic. Many individuals like myself, for example, found this very, very helpful in dealing with some of the mental challenges of COVID, such as stress, anxiety, and depression. The residing saints at the Nisan Temple also performed special prayers and ceremonies for world peace and harmony. They would lead the Vedic rituals from the temple, and through the medium of live webcasts, thousands of families across the globe followed simultaneously from their homes. This really helped in bringing people together, feeling connected spiritually, and despite the lockdown and social distancing, realizing we're not alone. Together, we can get through this. The Nisan Temple also offered part of its premises at no cost to hold COVID-19 antigen testing since June 2020. And from December onwards, a mobile clinical laboratory was set up to process the test samples. Approximately 18,200 total tests have been performed since June 2020 to April of this year. And to support the NHS in its heroic effort to get the nation vaccinated, the temple also opened a vaccination centre to aid the delivery of COVID-19 vaccines administered by the NHS. Alongside this, BAPS also ran awareness campaigns to address any doubts or myths around the jabs, stressing that it has no questionable ingredients from a religious point of view. Around 71,000 doses have been given to date, and soon there'll be a further rise in the weekly vaccines given to stave off any rise in COVID numbers from the new variants. Our gurus, His Holiness Pramukh Sai Maharaj and Mahant Sai Maharaj, have always inspired us to serve and support as many people as we can in the spirit of global harmony, humanity, compassion, and care. I'd now like to hand it over back to Mangpai to talk us through some of the other relief work done in India.
Thank you, Khushbu, for the overview on the BAPS UK COVID support. Over the past few weeks, we've all been deeply touched by the impact of the COVID pandemic on the community in India. And the press coverage, TV, has really brought home the impact and the severity of this COVID outbreak. BAPS globally have mustered all its resources to support the COVID pandemic relief in India. So in India itself, we've allocated a 500-bed facility in Atladara to look after the COVID patients. In addition, we've also allocated 250 ICU bed facilities across the hospitals in Gujarat to look after the COVID patients. Of course, apart from health, food is very important, and there have been thousands of food items prepared on a regular basis, distributed not only to patients, but also their family members. And we've provided support in terms of hospital facilities, beds, PPE items from India to support all the COVID-related work. Globally, of course, we as a community have felt very connected and touched by the impact of COVID in India, and been supported by fundraising events across all our centers throughout the world, and donation of equipment, oxygen concentrators from East Africa, from Dubai, pulse oximeters, CPAP equipment, PPE items have all been sent from our various centers throughout the world. Specifically in the UK, we've had lots of activities to raise funds and raise support for India. And I'd like to welcome Jay Patel, who's also a member of our team, to talk about the UK-based initiatives. Jay is an entrepreneur with 14 years experience in the waste and recycling sector. He graduated with a business computing degree from Westminster University. And Jay serves as a volunteer in the outreach department at BAPS, looking after community relations and assisting with fundraising events. Jay, please share with us the activities in the UK.
Yes, Swamran and Namaste. Thank you, Mangbai and Pushpaben, for taking us through the various initiatives and activities that BAPS have been carrying out through the pandemic. I'm going to touch upon some of the fundraising activities that have taken place and in particular the recent Cycle to Save Lives campaign. The younger generation have been instrumental in supporting and executing a lot of the activities that BAPS has carried out, from packing the diffins to delivering the diffins. And even today, we still know youngsters delivering diffins on a Saturday morning. And when the escalation of the crisis in India, the emergency BAPS India COVID appeal was launched. There was a real sense of obligation from the younger generation to do something and support the appeal. They were eager to come up with a fundraising activity that would be able to appeal to all generations and get everyone involved. And with this, the Cycle to Save Lives campaign was born. So the idea was to cycle on a static bike as part of a relay, the distance between UK and India, covering 7,600 kilometers over a period of 48 hours without stopping. So the campaign was actually initiated on Sunday, 25th of April, and registration opened a few days later, and the event took place that weekend between Saturday, 1st of May and Monday, 3rd of May, at 3 centres at the BAPS Ramlan Mandir in Neasden, Chigwell and Leicester. With the support of all our volunteers, the event was turned around in a matter of only 5 days. Over the 48 hours, we had a total of 787 participants take their turn to cycle during the day and throughout the night, each doing their bit to raise funds for the tragic situation. To assist and to ensure bikes were regularly sanitized, volunteers were also on hand at all times. We had participants, young, old, all wanting to make a difference and raise money for the relief efforts in India. It was quite an amazing sight to see that even at 2 a.m. in the cold, the bikes were occupied at all locations. Along the way, we had local MPs, local police, doctors, nurses, and even the Mayor of London joined the cyclists to help bring awareness about the dire situation in India and the support that is required. The turnout was overwhelming, and the cyclists managed to actually cover 20,000 kilometers, tripling their initial aim. Next slide. Their collective efforts were sponsored by more than 15,000 donors, raising over £600,000 in a matter of only 6 days. All of these funds were directed towards the life-saving and long-term relief efforts in India, as Mankbai covered. It was heartwarming to see how people from across all communities supported the event and donated. From the funds raised, oxygen concentrators and other medical supplies were swiftly sourced and purchased. And with the help of British Airways, these supplies reached India in a matter of days. And again, a special thank you to Captain Minish Patel and the team at British Airways for all their support. Next slide, please. As what can be achieved in a period of only supplies sourced, flown over to India, and deployed in hospitals and clinics to those in need. When we spoke to some of the participants, there was a genuine heartbroken feeling about the situation in India. And a lot of them could not sit back and not do anything about it. And how they felt was that cycling at 2 a.m. was nothing in comparison to what the brave medics and volunteers were currently doing in India. I think when we look back at this, it's really inspiring on not only how BAPS, but all organizations and all communities have really come together with one common goal, and we can see what can be achieved in a matter of days. Next, we have a small clip of the event.
We're not getting any sound. You may need to share sound on your presentation. Sometimes on Zoom, you just need to reshare with sharing sound. But while we're waiting, that was fantastic. Mayanbai and Khushbu to hear those things. In fact, I had one of the dads in my school was doing the cycling. He said, look, will you sponsor? And even in our own WhatsApp group, that it really did very well. So it was really amazing to see all the cyclists there. And even that infographic of within, I think, 8 days from the cycling, going right across to from British Airways right to India is amazing, the speed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got sound.
Anybody who's seen the images on our TV, watched the news, seen social media, will be heartbroken what we're seeing in India, where our brothers and sisters are catching the virus and some are losing their lives. And I want to pay tribute to BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Neasden for once again stepping up to help those who need our help. It's been amazing to see the congregation cycling to raise awareness and to raise funds for our brothers and sisters in India. I'm not surprised though, because BABS, as long as this mother has been in London, has been leading by example. I'll make this point though. None of us is safe from this virus until all of us are safe.
There is just no ethical, moral way that we can stand by and see COVID rip through India the way it has. The man there has stood up for us in the UK, for everybody, and is standing up for India. So it's been a pleasure to do a few 1,000 miles, I'd say, on the bike to help raise money.
Well, it's obviously a fantastic thing that BAPS and the Swaminarayan Temple are doing to raise money for folk back in India who are facing a desperate state, as we know. Thank you to all the volunteers that have organised this event. Thank you to all the hundreds of volunteers who are coming to ride the bicycles to get us, the 7,600 kilometres from London to New Delhi. I know that BAPS as an organisation will make sure that every penny raised is used in the most appropriate way for the most emergency basis that they can.
Just talking to my constituents, I know, like me, many are shocked at what they're seeing in India. Their heart has gone out to the people of Gujarat in particular, where many of my constituents have family. But looking at across India, we want to make a difference. And it's right that the community come together here at BAPS to support the fundraising effort that's going on, to try to support oxygen and other needs in hospitals in India. It's the right thing to do, but it's also in our national self-interest to help to protect the people of India and stop the further spread of COVID.
The film that's been coming out of India in the last couple of weeks, just devastating, seeing people literally dying on hospital floors, not able to get oxygen, not able to get hospital beds, traveling from one hospital to another, trying to get treatment. And so many instances when they've not been able to get that treatment, have lost their lives. Just the pain, the raw pain, it just has been so traumatic to see other human beings suffering like that. And I think it's natural instinct to want to help. And when I found out about this cycle, it's all I can do to help. So raising money with BAPS.
And when I found out about this initiative, I said, I'm absolutely going to embark on this. I think that if there is any way that I could help an institution, BAPS is, I know where the funds are going. I know that they are opening up their doors in India. Their sabhas, their rooms, their halls are all being opened for extra beds, for oxygen, for medical supplies, for support, everything from emotional support. I mean, we always forget that. Emotional support is extremely important. Being there as human beings for each other. I mean, it was a no-brainer. I had to be here.
I have been to India many times when I was younger. I'm absolutely devastated to see what the crisis that they're in at the moment. I think whatever we can do to help this terrible situation, I think globally we all need to come together. My family are from Gujarat, and it's just heartbreaking some of the things we've seen. And I know that BAPS, every penny people donate will go directly to the cause. So I really urge people, any amount will help. This is the time India really needs you.
Thank you, Jay, for sharing with us the fundraising initiatives in the UK. It just shows what, with the spirit and teamwork, what can be achieved in such a short time. 5 days, all it took to set up the whole logistics, source the bicycles, and get the community to be involved. What a fantastic achievement. As we come to the end of the presentation, I think what the India COVID pandemic, and of course the UK COVID crisis has shown, the gratifying and overwhelming support of the community, whether it's a local community, whether it's people connected with India, unconnected with India, all willing to come forward and support the initiatives in one way or the other. I personally have been very touched by messages I've had from my patients, asking how I'm getting on, if I have any family members in India or affected, if there's anything they can do. My colleagues sending out support messages, and I'm sure all of us have had similar experiences of the widespread support that we've all had. It's also brought forward the cooperation and collaboration between local organizations working in the UK to support the community in India. So I know that Go Dharmic have been very active, Seva International, Art of Living, all been working collaboratively to try and source oxygen concentrators and other items, find the right transport to get them to India, and get them transported within India. It's been a fantastic opportunity to work with our local charity partners as well. So as we come to the end of the presentation, I think what this has really shown and imbibed is a true principle of His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj's ethos. In the joy of others lies our own. It's our principle, guiding principle, and may this continue and last for forever and ever. Thank you very much, Dr. Milan Shah and the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. Do stay online. There's so much to take there. Jay, the video at the end was so inspiring. I think it was really well put together. So even who put the video together, I hope, is that available online? Because I'd love to share that with some people. Is that on YouTube or something?
Yeah, there's a YouTube link for that. So it's available on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
Happy to share it with you guys as well.
Yeah, I'm sure if we just share, BAPS or cycling, because as I was saying while you're looking, I said one of the dads in our school group, he sort of sent it on his group. He said, I'm doing this. And he goes, I'm not sure. I think he was a bit nervous himself, but he said, I'm going. I don't know. I think, do you guys going non-stop overnight, right? 24 hours, 48 hours?
48 hours, yeah.
So, so I think his shift,
cycling constantly.
Yeah, I think his shift was about 2 o'clock in the morning or something. But
so yeah, he was one of the brave ones.
Yeah, but it shows what can happen when communities come together. Khushbu, you mentioned in your presentation, I think also about engaging with local communities, and it's, I think, really important as well that it wasn't just around where the Nisan temple is in Brent. It wasn't just sort of the Indian or even the BAPS members, but anyone who needs help was approached. I think it's really important how we highlight that as well, that it was the entire community that was sort of contacted.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless, it was whoever's in need. We reached out to all our neighbours across the UK in whatever way we could help them and support them. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, and in a moment, I know we're going to have Darshana joining us, also talking about her vaccine campaign. So I can say that BAPS Neasden, I know, was a COVID testing centre, but then, as you say, became a vaccine centre as well, and has been delivering vaccines as well, as well as many things. So while we've still got, I think, a minute or two left, it'd be nice to just look at the emotional background, I guess, for anyone to share what comes up emotionally, what keeps a volunteer driven. I was trying to get that also from our Go Dharmic from Hanuman Das before. If anyone can share what inspires us to share with others. We had that quote, in the joy of others lies our own.
I think that really is the driving principle for all our volunteers. We give up a lot of not only their skills, but also their time. And certainly during the COVID pandemic, going out delivering 50,000 food items has required a big logistic exercise. And this all pure volunteers giving up their day work to be able to come out and deliver the food items, making telephone calls. I think it's the whole principle that we really want to look after our community, not just the community, the BAPS community, but the wider community that we stand in. The Mandir is not just a physical entity. It's actually part of the community. We're there to share good times and the challenging times. And that really is the guiding principle of all our volunteers who serve the BAPS.
And then finally, Jay or Khushbu, how do you share with your other friends or colleagues? Because sometimes, we don't hear about the success stories, or we hear about sort of more negative things, but so many organizations and good things are happening. How have you been sort of sharing the word, or just without one organization maybe promoting itself over others, but just generally just saying this is the positive work that's going on? How have you been sharing that sort of just with your general friends or colleagues?
Social media has been one big thing right now, and I guess the only positive from this pandemic is the technology. It's really brought us all together. So as Jaypai mentioned, the cycle challenge that we did, I had so many of my friends reach out to me because we shared the fundraising on our Instagram pages, LinkedIn pages, Facebook, and my colleagues, my friends, they all, came in asking, how can we chip in? This is great work that you guys are doing. And I know each penny will go to the people in need. So it really just goes to show the power of social media and the number of people you can reach just by spreading positivity.
For sure, and keeping that within ourselves as well. I think keeping ourselves inspired, and you mentioned even the Timeless Wisdom series as well, which was very popular, and I came across that as well. So look, a namaste and a Jai Swaminarayan to all of you. That was Dr. Mayank Shah, Jay Patel, and Khushbu Miani. Thank you for joining us and sharing all those inspiring messages. Namaste to you.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
See you again soon, I'm sure, and everyone keep up the work, and I'm sure that will carry on going. So saying from one Dr. M. Shah to another, it's certainly, our work as well within general practice and primary care, which really moves us very nicely on to our next guest, Darshana, who was on in the past being a primary care pharmacist, and our own passion really in healthcare at the base, which is in primary care. So Darshana, a warm welcome to you.Maybe we can spotlight you, and then I'll just say a few words about you in a moment.
Thank you, Mylan.
Good to see you again. I remember you'd first come on back at that time. So just share a few words about you, but just before that, if I can bring up our screen again, if we can, I don't know what you can see at the moment. Can you see hopefully our Healing Our Earth screen there, Darshana, saying to promote? So just those of you who've joined recently, just to remember that, healingourearth.com, do go online. Do share with your friends and family at the moment. Just go into healingourearth.com, even to the YouTube, or it's on Facebook Live as well. There's very many other channel partners as well. It's reaching out to the entire world to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. And here's some of the upcoming events. The next 4 weeks, we can see next week is Parents Global Day, the week after World Environment Day, the week after a vegan and vegetarian kitchen, and then on Sunday, the 20th of June, to celebrate International Yoga Day. So there are events coming every Sunday. Do log in and do go onto the website to look at previous ones as well. And you can see, so we've got, these are some of the upcoming events. But with that, I should really now introduce our next guest. So Darshana Patel is a vaccine program director for the COVID-19 Vaccination Centre at the Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Kingsbury. The site is run by Harness Care Limited, which is a group of 20 GP practices working together to serve the population of Brent. She's a GP pharmacist, currently clinically deployed from her previous post or substantive post of workforce planning for Health Education England. So Darshana speaks passionately about the power of collaboration and communities coming together and highlighting the true multidisciplinary nature of this centre. And this centre comprises volunteers from various different disciplines. I remember last time you showed me from sort of allied health professionals and even military personnel as well. So Darshana, with that, how have you been? Let's catch up. Last time we spoke, I know the vaccine centre was just kicking off. I know you've come on a few times. What have you got in store for us? We've got sort of 10 minutes for you to catch up with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me back. It's been a whirlwind few months, and since we opened the centre at the end of January, we've managed to give over 36,000 vaccines to the local population and those in the surrounding populations working. So we're based in Brent, but actually we've been able to support, because of our location, those in Barnet, those further out who are struggling to get vaccines as well. And truly it's because of the people who volunteered. So similar to what your previous guest was saying, to the people who volunteered their time and efforts so that we could all find a way out of this together. That's the reason that we've got thousands of people protected. and first doses and second doses protected. And actually very recently, I think it's 2 weekends ago, we managed to vaccinate over 5,600 people in a single weekend. And that for me was, that's the moment that gave me goosebumps, because it was a real tribute and a genuine tribute to the wonderful team of people that we have, and everyone coming together for a single purpose.
Wow, that's what, 5,600 over a weekend. That's pretty impressive. How many vaccinators did you have going at one time, roughly?
18 vaccinators, probably 7 or 9 consenters, because we run a separate consenting model. So actually all of our vaccinators are either non-healthcare workers or non-registered medical professionals, so kind of medical students, nursing associates, that kind of thing, healthcare assistants. So we had this real mixture of people, and actually probably the crux of it is the administrative team and the volunteering team, because that's how you can flow that many people through. But yeah, so with 18 vaccinators, with the waiting time for patients went in end to end of about 30 minutes, 40 minutes max. It was impressive, because it was me going to them and saying, actually, guys, we've got this many doses, can we do this? And everyone I went to said, yes, let's do it. Yes, we're prepared. So I said, go and have a good lunch, go and get something to drink, we're going to go, and it's going to be hard and fast in a little bit. And everyone went, and they did. And it was the real, I just really remember the feeling of everyone coming together going, actually, you know what, we need to do this. This is how we're going to help everyone get through the pandemic. And this is how we can get through the numbers quickly, because we can. And it's this kind of putting others before self, this society before self, which is the ethos that is inspired by the spiritual leader of the Kingsbury Mandir, His Holiness Acharya Swamiji Maharaj. And that's the feeling that I really got in the centre that day. And it didn't matter whether you were registered, whether you were non-registered, whether you were NHS staff, whether you were just a volunteer. It really didn't matter. It was just everyone coming together and pulling together to do this. And actually, on that note, whilst the numbers are wonderful, that's not the only thing that this is about. Kind of speaking to what we've just heard as well, it's really about it's about people. And actually, if we look deeper into the impact of COVID, on reflection, what I've started to think, actually what it's teaching us is that we need to look after each other, and that's irrespective of race, of status, of wealth, of background, because actually fundamentally none of us are protected unless we protect everyone. And so I think this is why we've tried to, one of the things, whilst we at the centre we can do numbers, one of the things we've also tried to prioritise is those who are most vulnerable. How do we prioritize them? How do we make sure they are protected? And in the past, I've spoken about how we've managed to vaccinate hundreds of asylum seekers, knowing that otherwise those are the people that are going to fall between the cracks. They have got poorer living conditions, and actually it's really easy to forget about how vulnerable they are, because they aren't on the clinically extremely vulnerable shielding list per se. So it was things like that we've tried to really work to as a centre, and things like that I can look back on and actually say, actually, I'm really proud that we've been able to do that and been able to support those that are most vulnerable. And on that happy note, this weekend, we're looking to run another special clinic for those who are, again, more vulnerable. So if you're homeless or without a fixed abode, or haven't got a GP or haven't got an NHS number, actually we're wanting to invite people who are otherwise struggling to get vaccine, who are eligible, to come forward and take their vaccine. And
how are you getting this information out to these? Because I mean, it's fantastic, as you say. I mean, there's so much to unpick there, but the key things are, yes, the administrative skills required in running a vaccine centre far outweigh. I think actually giving the vaccines, I think, is the easy part. I think the vaccinators are quite happy to sit there and give that. Knowing myself, having worked there, actually, that's not too difficult, as long as you've got it right. And it sounds like you've got people who are also non-medical giving the vaccines, or when it's non-medical, maybe not doctors. And I think that seems to have been fully accepted. I remember when we first started, they said, oh, I only want a doctor to give me the vaccine. But actually, it seems very clearly afterwards that actually, as long as you're well trained, and it's such a simple process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what gives trust and reassurance is that there is clinical oversight by myself and my colleague, Dr. Sachin Patel, and we work to support all of our team, whether you're a vaccinator, whether you're an administrator, whether you're a volunteer. If you've got clinical queries, if you've got operational queries, actually we're there for support. So I think that's the thing, you're not there alone. In a centre this size, you can't feel alone. If something goes wrong, if you're worried, if you've got questions, the wonderful thing is that you're part of a team. It's a bit like a mini hospital when you've always got kind of colleagues to bounce things off. And you're right, actually, patients have just been generally really accepting of anyone who's giving them their vaccine, because they're reassured, they're confident, they've had a conversation with a clinician beforehand, and I think that provides some level of reassurance. And any questions, they see us, they visibly see us around and about, able to support them and support our colleagues who are running the centre.
Yeah, for sure. And I think generally most vaccine centres have been areas of very positive camaraderie, even as a public, as you say, you mentioned that, what you've picked up is that we need to all look after each other, etc. And sometimes even now in this COVID time, we feel like society is becoming a little bit narrowed at times. But I think certainly in a vaccine centre, you find people, yes, they're nervous. Some people have come for the first time, certainly, a few months ago, after being at home for many, many months, and their first trip out necessarily was probably to get their vaccine.
Yeah.
So to provide that sense of safety for them. But to go into a question, you said you're going to be reaching out to homeless asylum seekers as well. So how do you do that? How do you actually get the message out to these groups?
It's a mixture of things. So we've kind of reached out to our networks, so Crisis and Mind, and kind of some of the charities that we know that are working with the homeless, the local council working with looked after children, for example, with those without NHS numbers. Often it's word of mouth. It's to say this is a safe space, this is a space that you can come to, and we would like, and I'm doing it learning from colleagues who've done it across the country. So it's not to say that we're reinventing the wheel here, but there are other areas that have vaccinated the most vulnerable and reached out in that way, and actually was inspired by how they've been able to do it in terms of how we might work out our logistics. So we're still working through some of it, but a lot of it is working with our local networks, working with the local communities, trying to get the message out there. And what if anything we've learned through COVID is fake news travels fast. So actually let's spread good news just as fast by spreading it through the networks and the social networks in the same way. It's word of mouth. A lot of it is, people hear and people experience for themselves, and actually that then spurs on, as well as using the kind of traditional social media channels that are available. I think, it's what we've managed to create over these few months is this real, I said it before and I'll say it again, a real primary care network that is not just healthcare run, but it is run by the community for the community. And so why not make the most of that? Because that's what this is for. This is going to be the lasting legacy once we've, bored of giving vaccines and everyone's vaccinated and everyone's protected and we've moved on to the next thing. Actually, this is the foundation for how we deliver healthcare going forward, how we support communities to be healthier going forward.
Yeah, I think those relationships gained, those connections now are real positives there as well. And who knows, booster vaccines or things, so maybe this vaccine is still coming to be with us. But you're right, those connections felt, and we're coming almost, actually, we've got probably the last 2 minutes of our time together, 2 or 3 minutes together. So I'm not sure if there's any other messages you wanted to share at this point. And where are you up, for example, where are you up to in the UK? I know people are watching around the world, and I know some relatives who may be in other countries are queuing for hours for their vaccine. I know certainly in the UK it's generally very good, it's very efficiently run. It's obviously different in each country, but where are you up to? I know we're up to sort of maybe 37-year-olds, 35-year-olds. What are you doing at the moment?
Yeah, so we're probably at the over 30s, and probably very shortly, I think, moving to the over 18s. You can see there's a real push, particularly across Northwest London, to get people vaccinated and get second doses done quickly as well. And actually that's been the real privilege of being in a centre like this, when actually you can make a real effort, and you've got a team of people who are able to support that to make those efforts meaningful and worthwhile for our local population. So I think it's moving fast from what we've seen over the past few months. I'm not sure if you feel the same.
No,
in terms of the
going down the
categories
age
dropping.
groups. And as you said, I think we'll get some more updates. This is obviously for UK viewers who are knowing, but your second vaccine generally was at 12 weeks. It's now been accelerated maybe to 8 weeks. There have been a few changes in terms of the type of vaccine you get given. Without getting too technical, what do you? I presume you offer the Pfizer and the AZ or the Moderna as well, or?
At the moment, we've got Pfizer and AstraZeneca. We haven't had any Moderna deliveries in, but I think there's a lot of Pfizer around in the system. And actually, this is probably a little bit technical, but they've extended the shelf life of Pfizer, which makes it logistically a lot easier to use. And I think lots of centres are breathing a sigh of relief, because it does mean that you're able to plan your clinics a bit more in advance and give people notice, because everyone's got to take time off work to come and get a jab and things like that as well. So it's nice to kind of have a little bit of breathing room. So I think actually we're as a country in a better place in terms of being able to offer that, given the news we've had around the extended shelf life.
Yeah, no, it'd be really, it's been really good news actually that the Pfizer's going to be given longer. So we're coming to the end of our time. I'm going to ask sort of maybe a parting message from you, but also to ask, how many vaccines have you given now at your centre? Do you know roughly what your numbers are in total?
So we've done over 36,000. I'm probably looking actually to do a booster week, hopefully in the next week or so, and see if we can try and up those numbers, just because we need it. We need to do this, and we can do it. So I think it boils down to that message of none of us are protected unless we protect everyone. So how do we do this, and how do we do it for everyone, and how do we do it fairly and equitably?
Yeah, I think so. That fairness, equity, I think there's some real positive values that have come through from this vaccine program. I remember when we first spoke a few months ago, when it was just kicking off, I remember it was really quite nervous times as well, how this was going to work. And I think I can see on your face, you look very relaxed. So it was, but to run a vaccine program, I know not within my practice as well, the people who are really involved, it takes a lot of inner strength and sometimes quite stressful. So, but on saying that, those of you who are watching, please do come forward if you're eligible, learn about the vaccine, have it done, have your second dose as well. And what we're hoping we'll learn later on in today's show as well, the levels of protection and what can happen as well. Darshana, any parting message? I know we've got to go on to our next guest now.
I think just very quickly to reiterate that message that, if you do have questions, come and ask, have a conversation. I think that's what we're here for. It's confusing times, things are changing, the news is changing, the evidence is changing, and we're keeping on top of it as best as we can, but actually having these conversations with each other is how I think we'll best be able to understand some of the things that are less clear.
Fantastic. Namaste to you, Darshana. Thanks again for joining. I'm sure we'll see you again. Good luck with your next round and reaching.
Thank you very much.
The vulnerable, and take care. Namaste and see you soon.
Namaste. Thank you.
Good. And thanks for coming on Healing Our Earth. Again, a global platform, wherever you are. I know we had a couple of UK-based speakers today. And if you do look at our previous sessions as well, you'll see people from around the world, whether it be the Far East, America. In fact, we will be going to America soon to our next speakers in an hour's time. So do stay tuned as we go around the world. So with that, let's carry on. Really excited to have our next guest, which is Bharti-Ben Kantaria, who I already know very well, so it's very nice to have you on. So namaste and Jai Shri Krishna to you, Bharti-Ben. You want to just unmute yourself. Excellent. You just, hopefully, that's okay. You can just hopefully unmute yourself. But as Bharti-Ben is just organizing, I want to just, let me try and unmute you if I can. If you can just try and unmute yourself, that would be great. Try once more. Fantastic, you're unmuted. Okay. Namaste to you.
Namaste, Jai Shri Ram. This shows very clearly that I'm no good with social media. which is
fine, but you're very good at what you do, which is sharing love, positivity, and devotion to the divine. That I know for sure, having known your three amazing children as well, who are all friends of mine. So those who are watching, I'm going to just share a few words about Bharti-Ben and also the Divya Seva Foundation. And then we're actually going to show a little bit about her father, Ram Bappa, and he's now 101. But let's just say a few words about Divya Seva Foundation. So in 2005, Bharatiben Kantaria formed the Divya Seva Foundation, DSF, after being moved by the plight of a young disabled girl called Lakshmi, who she'll tell us a bit about, who couldn't get to school due to the lack of a wheelchair or adaptive learning tools. And DSF is a UK registered charity for which she's the founder, trustee and president, whose motto is "Towards a Brighter Future." DSF has developed projects in the areas of education, vocational training, medical treatment, and community building, and the empowerment of women and girls. In addition, Bharatiben mobilised a team to donate over 10,000 meals to the NHS and key workers during the UK national lockdowns, and is now helping tackle the COVID crisis in India. She's managed to source oxygen cylinders and concentrators, and sponsored, an emergency COVID crisis hospital, and procured patient vehicles as well. She's a mother of 3 and believes we all have the power to make a difference in quick to respond to any humanitarian disasters. And her latest project is in sourcing housing for those affected by the Gujarat cyclone. And the website is divyaseva.org, which we'll find out a bit more in the future. So welcome, Bharatiben, and namaste. We've got the next 20 minutes together for you to share a little bit about Divya Seva Foundation. But maybe just before, I think we wanted to share a little bit about Ram Baba, and maybe you could just share us 1 or 2 words, and I think we're going to show a video about him or of him chanting the Hanuman Chalisa in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Milan Shah, for such kind words, and I think you summed up the Divya Foundation very, very nicely. Pujya Ram Baba is my father, and also my guru, because he is the one who's inspired me on this path, and he is 101 now, and yet he's so active. And whenever anybody asks him, how come you manage this, what diet or yogic exercises you're following, his one sentence is, learn to give, learn to serve, and you will have the best of health, and you will experience bliss here on earth. That's his message. Yes. And inspired by that, I formed the Divya Foundation.
Yes, fantastic. Learn to share and give, and here is Ram Baba, your father. And so I think on behalf of Healing Our Earth, celebrate a 101 and going strong, and is really well known to the community at large for donating and giving so many things. We now have a video for the next 5 minutes to share with you. Please do tell us that you can hear the sound, because I'm going to be showing the video. This is Ram Baba at the House of Commons a few years ago, when obviously people could still not have to socially distance. I think if we're doing this again, we'd all be wearing masks and be a bit more distanced. But who knows, we can do this again. And this is Ram Baba chanting the Hanuman Chalisa. Yes. Those of you at home who do know the Hanuman Chalisa, please do join in. And there we can see Bharatiben, you in the back as well, in your pink sari there.
भगवान राम ने वक्त कसम खाई है, हनुमान जी तुम मेरे पास नहीं आओ, तुम रह जाओ संसार में। क्यों? तुम्हारा भजन करने से जीवात्मा का कल्याण होगा। तुम्हारा वो भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म को दुख बिसरावे। मेरा भजन करने से मुक्ति नहीं मिलेगी, तुम्हारा भजन करने से मुक्ति मिलेगी। हनुमान, ये मैं तुम्हें वचन देता हूँ। इसीलिए तुम्हारा प्रागट होना, तुम्हारा रहना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। कवन सो काज कठिन जग माही, ताज को पाप नहीं होई। भगवान का नाम लेने से, हनुमान जी का नाम लेने से कोई दुनिया में ऐसा कार्य नहीं है जो कल्याण ना हो, ना हो, ना हो। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर वरनो रघुवर मन जो दाय फल जाय ओ दीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार परम विद्या देवा हम कलेश विकार सियावर रामचंद्र की जय शरण। जय हनुमान सागर जय कपीस तिहुँ लोक उजागर रामदूत रक्षक बलधामा जय पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन वरण विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र सदा विराजे कांधे पूज जनेऊ काजे कंकर सोपन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महादेव
नन विद्यावान बने अति चातुर राम काज करते तो बहादुर प्रभु चरित सुनु में को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया तो समरूप जल सिए दिखावा विकट रूप धरि भीम रूप धरि रामचंद्र लाय सजे वन लखन जियाए श्री रघुवीर रघुपति के लिए सात बदन तुम्हारो यश गावे अस गए थे पति कंठन गावे छंदादिक ब्रह्माद मुनीषा नारद सारद सहित अहिंसा गोविंद कह सके कहाते राम मिलाए तुम्हारो मंत्र माना संके सर्वय सब जग जाना राम द्वारे तुम्हारे रोचन आज्ञा तुम्हारी शरणा तुम रक्षक तीनों लोग हाथ के नाते नाथे रोग हरे सब पीरा निरंतर हनुमत पीरा संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा इनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवारे राम लागे अष्ट सिद्धि के दाता अकबर की जानी माता राम साए तुम्हारे पास सदा रहो रघुपति के दाता तुम्हारो भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के सुख सदारे अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाए जहाँ जन्म है भक्त कहाए और देवता चित्तन धरिए हनुमत से ही सर्व सुख करिए संकट हरे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुनिए हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई जो सदबार पाठ कर बोले छूटे बंदी महासुख होए ये गोया पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होय से दिशा की दौड़ीसा तुलसी दास सदा हरि तेरा कीजे नाथ जय मेरा पवन जय संकट हरना मंगल मूर्ति गो राम लखन सीता सहित रूप सियावर रामचंद्र की जय पवन सुत हनुमान की जय उमापति महादेव की जय बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय राम 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 राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय पार्वती पते हर हर
महादेव। Fantastic. I can imagine the atmosphere there being totally electric. And as you say, so Ram Baba being your sort of inspiration really for then starting DSF. So we, on behalf of Healing Our Earth and the whole team, many of us know Bujya Ram Baba and his devotion to Hanuman, his devotion to righteousness and truth. So it was lovely to share that video, and do tell us then your inspiration and moving forward. I know we've got some slides to share as well, but maybe just before we stay the slides, if you've got anything else to share.
Yes, global namaste to each one of you. Actually, I truly feel humbled today to be invited to this amazing Healing Our Earth family initiative started by our dearest and most regarded Neil Kumar. I truly congratulate him for starting this initiative, because it is something which is so close to my heart. When I started the BST Foundation, I always wanted a symbol by which, without even saying much, I wanted to represent, to light a diya wherever there is darkness. So the healing the earth, it's very similar. The essence of that very similar to the Divya Foundation. So I'm truly, truly humbled to be part of this, and I'm grateful to Neil Kumar and for such a kind introduction by Dr. Milan Shah, who is like a son to me, just like Anand.
Yes, definitely. We've got our connection there as well. So there, hopefully you can see the screen and we can see yourself with Ram Baba. So maybe I'm going to move now to the slide, because we've got now a next sort of about 10-15 minutes together to maybe talk a bit about actually the work that's going. So hopefully you can see the slide in front of you there.
Yes. So Divya Foundation, inspired by obviously my father Ram Baba, who's given his life to the service to humanity. I formed the Divya Foundation. It was registered formed in 2005, registered in 2008. And in one of my visits to Gujarat, I saw this girl Lakshmi who was in a school on the ground, doing her lessons by her toe, but yet the happiness on her face was unbelievable. She was so determined, so engrossed, and so I took interest in her and found out that she wants to come to school but doesn't have any means. So we bought her a wheelchair, and then I told the parents that they said we don't have the funds. So I said from now on, Divya Foundation will fund her throughout her life's education. So that was the inspiration, and from that, then we supported 5 schools in the Anand area of Gujarat, and the Divya Foundation also formed a medical center and a small Gaushala, from where the treatment to all the nearby villages have been going on since then. Besides that, an orphanage where I used to spend a lot of time during my visits to Gujarat. I think we have slides of.
We've got that as well. So just going back to the first slide. So this is the picture of. So this is the picture of Lakshmi. I can imagine.
The Lakshmi was the first one.
Yes, and we can see her there with
Lakshmi. So if we now. Yeah, she's the one who had no limbs, but she was writing with her toe.
With her toe.
She was
yes.
the first, and
so yeah, so talk us
that
through
inspired me to
and these pictures here. So I can see, look, with the top left, you've got sort of a mother and baby survival kit.
The mother and baby. Yeah, because then we found out that the mortality rate, especially in the Adivasi areas. I don't have facts and figures here because, as I told you, I'm a very hands-on person like Baba, but I was given all the facts and figures by my children that, Mom, this is where the seva is required. So I went for that project to the mother and baby kit, and we distributed thousands of kits in the Adivasi jungles, actually. My doctor's team, who has joined hands with us since last 15 years, who belongs to the animal world. So that's why they could go into the jungles, and they were able to distribute the kits and also the solar lights, because there was no light there. So 2 slides are showing that one giving the solar lights and the other mother and baby kit.
Yes.
And the third one is Freedom for Girls project on the far right. Can you see the Freedom for Girls?
Yes, there's Freedom for Girls. And they're holding up these white packages. What's inside those?
Yeah, that packages were the sanitary pad packages with the underclothes and no, this is for here. This slide is for the UK.
Yes.
Pandemic. Yeah. So
fantastic, yeah.
These are all the projects Divya Seva Foundation has been doing until now. in Gujarat and in Adivasi areas.
Fantastic. So, yeah, really good. I'll go on to the next slide then. So this was, as you say, I think this looks like a UK slide. So this is COVID programs in the UK.
Yeah, so going on to the COVID program in UK, the first slide, if you can please show that. So, so the since the pandemic started here in the UK, the USAID Foundation started to provide hot meals, bottled water to most of the hospitals, wherever there was need. Basically, you know, we had one group where we were always told that this is the hospital where the food is not reaching, so can you please supply to them? And so all that was organized by us here. So many hospitals, we received lots and lots of thank you letters and videos, but haven't put it on here. But yes, we were so privileged to give our service to lots of UK, central London and outer London areas, all the hospitals, and lots of care homes. Also food banks, we provided them with a lot of groceries and nuts and whatever basically was what the need of at that time. We tried to provide all that. And
fantastic. Yeah, no, it's really, I'm sure the hospitals would have been very grateful for that as well, and even the food.
Yeah, we have plenty of appreciation letters. They were truly, because especially I think the first wave was okay, but the second wave, they literally used to call us, and especially the ICU departments of the hospitals, because unfortunately we lost quite a few of our loved ones during that time from our families and from the Jignasu Mandal. And in the ICU, the families could never visit them, and they couldn't take any food. So, but when we spoke to the doctors, they said we ourselves don't have a minute to stop and to have forget about the hot meal, sometimes even drink water. So I took that opportunity and started to make sure all the ICUs all over were provided with hot meals, bottled water and snacks and nuts, so that if they were on the go and they didn't have time to stop and eat, they could at least have some snacks or some nuts to keep them going. So,
yeah, for sure. No, it's really, really important.
We continued throughout the pandemic period here. And we still wish to continue doing the seva as long as it's needed, because we just never know, you know, when this pandemic is going to stop. So that was UK. So now then, as we are all aware,
even just going back to UK,
India is really going through.
Yeah, just going back to UK briefly, because I think it, you know, it is important, I think, that to know, you know, the nurses and doctors and all of us have been there, where you just don't even have time to take a break, and so just any easy food to eat just keeps people going. So how did you do this, just out of interest? Because I can see a whole line of sort of rice and curry there lined up. Did you have volunteers yourself? Did you outsource this? How did you actually get this to happen?
Yeah, so we outsource it from different kitchens. We work with few different kitchens, and then we sponsored all those meals, and then I basically organized where to reach when with our own drivers and on people whoever offered this seva was sent to do this, and they were all so happy to be part of for the service to the hospitals, because everybody knew that these NHS heroes were our life saviors. And as you said rightfully, they didn't have time to stop to have a meal, but because we provided the protein, the nuts, you know, the cashews and the almonds and the pistachios, and which they could just have it on the go. So we made packets, small packets, hundreds and hundreds of them, and sent it to different hospitals, and lots of dry snacks which they could snack on, you know, when they had a moment. and they could take them take them home and have it even later. Things like kakra and all the healthy snacks. We
Yes.
source them and then we serve them. Yeah.
Brilliant. Good.
I think you're going on to India now. So,
India, yes, yes.
if you,
Yes, we'll tell us a bit about India
any
now.
questions you'd like to ask about?
No, I think it'd be good to hear about India now, because that's obviously what is currently happening. And
It is the need of the hour is in India now, as we are all fully aware. It's been truly, really heartbreaking, the news we see and we hear. So many families have lost their loved ones, their lives. Doctors have lost their own family members, and it's really a sad situation. So anyway, as soon as we found out about the situation there, our doctors team, who had been working with us since last 15 years, contacted me and said that this is the situation, how can you help us? So immediately I said, where are you and where do you want to, can we start something? They said, lots of other places, as we heard before, lot of people are doing lots of great work in India. But they said in Gir jungles, there's nobody there. And that's where one of the doctor's wives passed away. So he said it would be we'll be grateful if you can start something for us here. So immediately I agreed, and then they acquired a place called Arogyatham and started an emergency COVID crisis hospital in Gir Badrana, which is on the borderline of the Gir jungles, where sometimes even the lions come to say hello.
Right. Okay. So this is really deep in a very secluded area.
Where very secluded, very interior, where I mean, generally people don't even go up to that area. So that's where it was desperately needed. So we agreed that okay, fine, just start something there. So we started with 25 beds, and then now it's gone up to 150 beds with an isolation center nearby. There was an empty school where they started an isolation center, which was very much needed. And so we provided them with 111 roughly to start off with jumbo oxygen cylinders, and then about 1,000 oximeters and flow meters and all the medical facilities, because we started from scratch, which was required, was provided. Everything basically funded by the BST Foundation with no other cost at all, because it's a family-run charity, as you're aware, and there are no paid workers anywhere. All these doctors who are working on the ground, they all have offered their seva. None of them are paid. And so each pound, and they're accountable for each pound we send them. So that's the reason why I give them an open, whatever help is required, we try and just provide them with that. So that has been running smoothly, and we have had lots and lots of letters saying, and the videos thanking the BST Foundation for supporting and saving lives. But to add, and then we provide, and they said, but to move the COVID patients from all these nearby villages to the hospital was very difficult. So then they said, if you can provide them with private ambulances. So we bought 2 private ambulances, just like the normal ambulance, but this was mainly for the COVID patients, which picked up the patients from nearby villages and brought them to the hospital. And then once they were better, they were sent back to their homes.
Fantastic.
So that seva has been going on for the last 1 month.
So you've had the hospital as well as the ambulances as well. And I'm just, in the interest of time, as I know we're almost coming to the end, I wanted to show this slide. You've mentioned the cyclone as well.
Yeah, so anyway, to add to the the crisis there. Unfortunately, the cyclone, as we are all aware, hit Gujarat really, really badly. And people were made homeless overnight. So then they came back and then they were all put in one community center or school. So the COVID was spreading again. So then they said, okay, could we please have your support in restoring or reinstating their homes? So the BST Foundation took on that challenge as well to restore their homes, as many as possible in the Gujarat area and Gilgatra, basically.
Fantastic. So I can see that there's some
And
rebuilding going on here.
So that's a project which is at the moment going on. Sorry.
Yeah, I can see some
You can see the
rebuilding.
photograph.
Yes.
Rebuilding. It's really devastating what they are going through, and this doesn't help the COVID at all, right? So you would just kindly request everybody globally to support in whichever way they can. Every pound matters, and it's all accountable. So yes, and we are all working together to help all the communities all around.
For sure. Thank you. So I can see on the screen now is the website divyaseva.org, and there's also a gofundme.com page. I'm sure if you just go to divyaseva.org, and I'm sure the fantastic work you're doing can be supported even more. So those who have been inspired by this, please do join. So Bharatiben, we've been on a journey. We started the House of Commons singing Hanuman Chalisa, and we've gone to UK and all the food parcels that you were involved in delivering, as well as to the hospitals and to food banks, and then the work in India as well. We're almost coming to the end. I guess as we've been asking everyone today, we've been hearing stories of people volunteering during COVID. What has been your inspiration? What has kept you going? What can you share with the viewers today?
Oh, I think just my heart goes for all who are, as I said, the main tagline of the BST Foundation is towards a brighter future. So wherever there is darkness, the BST Foundation would like to go and reach out and light a small diya, because I feel that even that small diya will make a big difference in people's lives. So with that prayer, and also I would like to take one moment to say that before we end here, that this Healing Our Earth program is touched me so much. And it's also, I think I would like you, globally, everybody to take a moment to just go within ourselves and see that the very fact that this pandemic has started is because the Mother Earth has been, I feel that we have sown the seeds of what we are actually seeing as a result now. So I think we all need to sit in prayers, do the Hanuman Chalisa or whichever prayer, like we believe that Sankat Hare Mite Sab Pira Jo Sumere Hanumant Balbira. So I've been constantly since the pandemic here and in India, I have been just chanting 108 Hanuman Chalisa every single day to heal the earth and to pray globally for everyone's peace.
Namaste. Thank you so much for being with us. And for those viewers who've been watching and been inspired by your work of the Divya Seva Foundation, thanks for coming on. I know you were nervous with technology and to come online, but you've done it, and now you're always welcome to come on again. I know for those who are watching, you may have had a bit of a crackling sound or so on, so we apologize if that came through, but hopefully you got the gist of the presentation. So Bharatiben, a global namaste, and see you again soon.
Namaste. Thank you so much. You made it so much easier, for me. I'm truly grateful.
You're doing the seva. It's humbling for us to all these different people. So namaste. We move on because we have got still so many speakers to come with us. So those of you who are still watching, we still have another 3 hours worth of content and speakers, and really exciting speakers ahead. And our next speaker is here, who's Sanjeev Patel. So namaste to you, Sanjeev.
Global namaste to all of you, Dr. Millen, to all of the team at Healing Our Earth. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, and I'm honored to be part of your program today.
No, it's good. It's good to have you on. I'm going to just share a few words about you in a very touching introduction, really, and what you've got shared lined up for us. So those who are watching, do not move anywhere because I think it's going to be a very exciting thing. So I'm just going to read a little bit about you. So Sanjeev, bear with me, I'm just finding it. Here we are. Is actually going to be talking about beating long COVID, and we'll talk a little bit about what long COVID is. Sanjeev is an award-winning entrepreneur and leader with years of experience across industries and NGOs, and is a thought leader on servant leadership. And his awards include a core award by the Warwick Business School for his contribution in 2019. He got a most influential British Indian Leader Award in 2017, and was a British Hindu hero as a COVID-19 survivor. So we certainly want to hear about your experiences of COVID, who went the extra mile despite personal challenges to help anyone in need and make their recovery from COVID-19 easier by sharing his learning and experience. He cycled 246 kilometers in 48 hours and raised almost £20,000 towards supplying much needed oxygen supplies for the recent India COVID-19 relief effort. Sanjeev is known as the mindful leader and will share how he battled the mental, physical and spiritual battles of long COVID over the past year, with insights how to cut out the noise and went back to the basics of taking control, listening to your gut, reframing self-talk and how that's worked wonders. And how we're capable of so much more than we can believe, even in this toughest of times. So Sanjeev, with that, Sanjeev speak to us. So really, namaste, welcome, and really glad to have you back on, and really looking forward to interacting with you. We've got sort of the next sort of 20 minutes or so together.
Wonderful, thank you very much. First of all, a little bit of a background and context as to why people have heard me over the last year on platforms like this, speaking to the media, etc. I was, along with my family, one of the early victims of COVID back in March 2020. And it was at a time when there was little known about it, not only from the medical profession, but from society at large. So experiencing that firsthand unfolding, the only trajectory that was available or visible to the general public was, if you end up in hospital, there's a shortage of beds, there's a shortage of ventilators, and the prognosis off the back of that is scary, to say the least. Now, people perhaps ask, why do I talk about it? Well, there's a number of reasons, but I'd like to give you some insight. When we were battling this in the early days, as it got harder and harder and tougher, I, along with my family, were looking for insight, looking for some clues as to how we can get through this, and not knowing if we would. But there were things that I picked up along that journey. I thankfully, and I was pretty ill. I had a CRP level of 287. You as a medic know what that means in terms of inflammation in the lungs. I got from a position of research in the long term leading up to it, where I was trying to find out and plan. But as the inevitable unfolded, I found myself cutting out the noise, as I call it. You know, I've been coaching and mentoring for 15, 20 years. And I found myself talking to myself in the way I talk to other people. You know, discard what's unhelpful at the time. Accept what you can't control and do what you can. So as I got more and more ill, as I got more and more exhausted, I started focusing more and more. And there's certain, if you like, learnings I got through that journey. One of which is my faith that I'd been brought up with, regular going to the Samana Mandir in Leicester, blessings of my Guru Brahma Sai Maharaj and Man Sai Maharaj. I never quite understood how powerful that would become in my life. We're talking about healing our earth and all of us being connected. The power of prayer. I was getting wishes from people which really did give me a boost at the most crucial times. I'm speaking on behalf of not just myself, but all of those people who have suffered from COVID, who will relate to what I'm talking about, who don't have a voice but can't explain to others what it feels like, because I've spoken to a lot of people like that the past year. And I'd like to give some hope as well to those who are facing the aftermath. And long COVID is something that only those who are suffering it really understand. And so I'd like to share some insights along that path, if I may. With your permission, I'd like to screen share. I've prepared a couple of slides. And as I said, this is as much about the other people who have suffered this and those around them to help them understand and support. So if I may take that opportunity.
Please do. I think you'll be able to screen share.
Sure. So you can see my slide?
Yeah, we can. You're in, if you want to, yeah, perfect. You're maximized now. We can see your slide.
So,
lovely.
So I've tried to list out some of the symptoms, and I'll give you some insight into what that means. So people talk about feeling wiped out with COVID. So people who've suffered COVID talk about it coming in waves. So you feel you may have made progress, and then you get a setback. You feel you may have made progress, and then you get a setback. Now, wiped out means wiped out. Your base heart rate. In the early days, I really didn't know if I was going to end up in hospital again. Let me give you some insight. When I left hospital, I was warned by the medical staff that quite often people end up back in the ward within 3 or 4 days. There was a bed shortage, and they were letting people out on a relatively low level of oxygen saturation, so 88, that kind of level. So they said, take it easy, but get in touch if there's a problem. Now, what they don't prepare you for, and what I had to learn, was that you can actually feel your heart pounding constantly. So imagine you've been for a jog, and the way you can feel your heart pounding in your chest. Now, having experienced getting into COVID and how that builds up and gets worse and worse, this takes you back there. So the worry is this where it's going again? And trying to stay calm in that moment, trying to center yourself, was a big challenge for me. I learned whilst I was in hospital that the crucial battleground was the lungs. And I was on this channel early on talking about this fight being in the lungs. But you know, and I know, and I knew at the time, that COVID can spread. It can break up and damage your heart, it can damage your kidneys, it can damage your brain. But at the time, I was just focused on dealing with the first part of that battle. But having your heart rate pounding like that and not being able to do anything, there's no solution to it, is quite a challenge, especially when it lasts for days. Let me give you a feel for what those numbers look like. Most people, fit and healthy, base heart rate's about 70 or so. Post coming out of hospital, I'd start up in the morning, mid-80s, and quite soon it'd rise up to about 100, 110. And it would stay at that level, and I wasn't doing any exercise. I was literally just sitting there. And the only thing I could do is try and stay calm, try and stay centered, and breathe. You breathe yourself back to wellness through COVID. So learning how to do belly breathing from my stomach was something I started to get my head around while staying awake through the hospital at night because I was drowning. And I knew that I had to get some oxygen in my lower lungs. So I picked up a basic technique, which then I was determined to share. So I thought to myself, when I come out of here, I'm going to put something up. The first chance I get, I'll put something up on my social media, on my Facebook. Now, this is a challenge. These people don't understand. They saw this video, which I put up probably about a week afterwards. But it took me days of trying to start to write something to then stop again, because you get COVID brain. You can't think clearly. Now, this is somebody who, as a living, is a communicator, who lectures, who speaks, and suddenly finding yourself reading something and it not making sense, or writing something and it's gobbledygook. Now, I thought that was just me, but it's clearly something that a lot of people experience, COVID brain. So it took me days to finally compose something which I thought, okay, this makes sense. It gets the message across. And I got my son to candidly video me sitting on the chair, speaking about this breathing technique and what people can expect. And that technique is what I've used consistently to help bring my lungs back to life. And I've shared that one-on-one with many families since. And whether they're young or old, it seems to have worked. You have to stick at it. So, as I said, the challenge is how bad it gets. I had booked when I came out to be on a COVID webinar about 4.5, 5 weeks after I came out of hospital. It was a forward planning thing. And I got a message from Warwick Business School, we're thinking of doing this webinar, would you mind sitting in for 10 minutes? I said, yeah, sure. Now imagine this in your head, when you're ill normally, you think you'd be fine. You come out of hospital, you're on the recovery path and it will take 2, 3, 4 weeks. You'll be fine, that's what's in your head. However, I remember sitting there at 12 noon, at the start of the panel, my heart was pounding. I knew I was getting into that state. And within 10 minutes, my Apple Watch was screaming at me saying, what's going on? You're sitting still, but your heart's racing. It was 148. And I spent the rest of that day trying all I could to rest, to lie down, to focus, to try and bring that heart rate down again. I'd already had 4 weeks of that, 5 weeks of that. And I'd had the emergency number sitting next to me in my bed upstairs by myself, just in case. I was ready. I determined if I couldn't get it down by the time of bedtime, I'd have to call them. Thankfully, about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the evening, it got to about 110 and I thought, okay, at least I'm in a relatively safe zone. That's scary. And for the next week, I was wiped out, as this says, fatigue. And then you feel better again. So what I'm trying to explain is people who are going through this, you don't have to be fearful of it. You're going to have days when you absolutely feel like this has taken over you. You're going to feel days when your chest is pounding. I used to keep a pulse oximeter with me all the time. Every few hours, I checked my oxygen level. To be honest, in the first few weeks, it was every hour or two, just to see how am I doing. And cutting out the noise and staying focused was really helpful. What sort of other things? Well, muscle loss and emotional fragility, I think, are key things for people. Somebody who's normally calm, all of the people listening, if you're a normally calm person, imagine yourself getting emotional over little things, getting tearful. And you're kind of wondering why. And people around you don't understand. So you hold it together and you get through. Now, when people have seen me speak in public, you don't see that part of it. My message has always been for the past year, how to stay positive, how to focus. Why? Because I think that's the best way to get through the initial battle. But I also think you have to accept that long COVID brings with it these challenges. And so I'm planning going forward now to talk more about this and the sorts of things that people can do. Speaking of the things that people can do, I'd like to share some of the techniques I'm talking about. So firstly, in a concept, you have to be kind to yourself. What I mean by is, whatever you've been through in life, this is different. This is more challenging. And if you become frail, you become weak, you become emotional, be kind to yourself. This is COVID, this is not you. This is an illness. Secondly, listen to your body. We all talk about nature and being connected. Start from inside. Listen to the signals that tell you you need to rest. I used to plan my days around the mornings because I knew I'd have maybe an hour or 2 hours where I'm relatively stable and focused. And I'd cram in whatever work or anything I don't want to do in that time. And I'd just accept it. The rest of the day would be just trying to rest. For me, long COVID lasted for months. So I came out of hospital in April. At the end of August, when I went for checkups, they said my heart was still inflamed, my lungs were still there. And I was warned beforehand. Well, I had a brilliant medic, my brother, Dr. Shashi Patel in Australia, who'd been with me from beforehand and throughout it. And a rehabilitation nurse, Anne-Marie, who was saying to me, you have to take it easy. You have to make sure you don't strain that heart. My base heart rate was 65%, 70% sitting still of my maximum capacity. But when it came to August and The medication was what I was being prescribed. I was told that I can face the future. I put on 12, 14 kgs, by the way. The treatment for COVID is steroids and antibiotics. And that's right. That's the right thing to do because that helps the inflammation in your lungs and gets you past COVID. But the after effects are in your gut. The after effects is your body then reacts in a certain way. And I was putting on weight without doing anything. And that's a frustration. And it was a one-directional trajectory because I wasn't allowed to exercise. My system, my gut was terrible. I was putting on weight. And so it was making my heart strain even more. So I remember a turning point being taking a private consultation with a renowned heart cardiologist. And I said, look, I need to be given a second chance to deal with this myself. And so from September, the middle of September last year, I set myself a rigid regime to push myself. So what I did was little things like, okay, I'm going to go for a walk, whatever distance I can, but I'm going to push it as long as I can. I have a heart rate monitor on me, and I'll keep that within a certain band. Sounds simple, but it's exhausting. But I kept pushing that and pushing that and pushing that. And some days I'll get home and I'd be literally flat. But that was building up in my mind, in my clarity, that was building up my heart capacity, my lung capacity. The fear you have to put on one side. Clearly you have to be in touch with medical professionals who are looking after you. But I decided that 5 months was a long enough period for me to now push. And I pushed my heart rate to 90, 95% over a long period of time. And gradually that turned the corner. And so what sort of tips? Walking, fine. With your brain fog, people know about brain gym, or maybe they don't. Simple puzzles. You know, if you're talking to somebody and you lose track of your conversation, you think of old people, geriatrics, right? I was in that position. I was thinking my father who had Parkinson's, remembering what it was like for him, forgetting what he's saying. I was in that position post-COVID. People who trust me as somebody who can speak eloquently, I was struggling to remember simple words in a sentence. But you have to battle through and you have to practice. And people around you have to learn to be kind to you. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this for everybody around you, not just you who is suffering this at the moment. And over a period of time, you can beat this. Push-ups, an exercise I learned as a young kid, you know, like this. You don't need to go to the gym. You don't need to do a full push-up. Get on your knees. My muscles wasted so much, and they still are. But I've lost so much of that weight. Now my focus will be on muscle building. But doing push-ups is not just good for your muscles, it's good for your heart and your brain. It helps with your mood. There's research coming out that shows that. The same sort of thing for squats. Just standing in one position and sitting on a chair or just above a chair and back up again. Sitting on a chair and back up again. And little things like that. You think, well, what difference is it going to make? But those little things build up, but you need to keep pushing. And expect to feel exhausted afterward. That's okay. But you need to keep pushing that and building that up. When I talk about the mind, I talk about feeding the brain. So feed yourself with positivity. You know, we are what we think of. Our reality becomes what we think of. So if we think about the worst case scenarios, that's where our energies will go. Healing our earth as much as anybody else on this planet understands that. That's why we're doing this kind of thing. And I urge people, whatever makes you feel positive, whichever positive people are around you, surround yourself with that. Feed yourself that in a routine way. So in the morning when I do my prayers, I meditate. I cut out everything else and I connect with God. I offer my prayers and I give thanks for what I actually have got and ask for support each day. So the last thing I want to lead on to here is your gut bacteria. I mentioned this. People are saying, well, this supplement, that supplement. If you understand that these medications damage your gut bacteria and you need to replenish that, then you can get digestive enzymes. You can buy them over the counter. You can have things like apple cider vinegar or even ginger. I've made that a routine. Every meal I have apple cider vinegar and ginger. It helps balance your system. So I'm going to stop sharing here. I just wanted to give you some of those. I mean, it's a short time, but I wanted to give those highlights and pointers. Do you have any questions, Milan, from what I've said?
Where do we start? There's lots of questions. That was really, really touching presentation and story you've told us from this journey of long COVID. And I'm really glad you've shared that. Even I know you would have had that brain fog earlier on. I'm glad to say that you don't have it now, because you so eloquently shared that. And I think it's really important, because us as medics, I'm seeing so many patients like this, and being a GP and a primary care doctor particularly, where you've got that ongoing relationship. I've got plenty of young people who are literally describing every single symptom you mentioned, maybe not have all of them, but certainly a good 80% of them, whether it be the brain fog, the fatigue. And I think the important thing is that you feel, oh, I've taken one step forward and now I've gone backwards.
Exactly.
And the tearfulness I'll get. And I think what we offered as medic, I'd call these patients in. I'd say, it's no good talking to you on the phone for a bit. It's just nice to have that face-to-face contact. But and then later on, I've got so much to share with you, but I just let's think through those tips you mentioned. Gut bacteria you mentioned, exercise regime. Let's just touch a bit, because I know we're a bit short of time, so we've probably got about 5 minutes left before our next speaker. But do you want to just tell us a bit about the breathing, and maybe have you shared this online somewhere? So is it on YouTube or somewhere?
So I have shared it online. So if you look for Sanjeev Speak, you'll see it. But let me give you a simplistic view.
Please do.
I've really dumbed it down. So people who do yoga will say, they call it different things, yogic breathing, etc. But for me as a lay person, I wanted to get this out for lay people. The bottom line is you need your chest to stay still and your belly to come in and out. Yeah. So if I tip the camera slightly down, hopefully you'll see this. You'll see it from the side. Yeah?
Yeah,
so
that's it.
When you breathe in, the bottom should come out. That's in a nutshell very quickly. When you're congested, you can't do that level. So what I say to people, this is how I started, it's very simple. Even though that little movement helps, because it starts tackling it where it needs to be tackled down there. And as you get stronger, you start controlling it. So you breathe in for 4. So I'll go, and then hold for 6. And breathe out again. For 8. So 4, 6, 8. Breathe in for 4, hold for 6, and then breathe out for 8. Now you build up to this in little chunks. So whatever level of congestion you have, you can do 2, 4, 6. Or you can just go 2, 2. It doesn't matter, but you need to breathe from the belly. If you see your upper hand moving, that's why I left the hand here, then you're doing it wrong. Yeah? And I was sitting in a hospital bed trying to figure this out, desperate when I was so ill, I couldn't turn around to move a pillow without coughing. And so, but I knew this is where I had to deal with it. And I know it works. And like I said, I've spoken to people, done video calls with people across the world in a simplistic way, talking them through this. And even I'm amazed at how many people have just turned around within a week or 2.
Fantastic. That's a real great seva you're doing. So from learning from this experience, but I can see that's in your inner nature to learn and help others. And I think to now explore, even in the short 1 or 2 minutes, the mental health side of things. I think we've talked about the physical. You shared of, gaining weight, feeling this brain fog, emotional fragility. And, for the best of us, it can really bring you down. You've used your faith particularly, but just explore for the who is watching, how do you get through this? Everyone will have their unique journey, but what tips or what can you share?
I think what I'd say to people is find a meaning to your life. If you find a meaning or a purpose, and one of the things I did was I got involved in something called Connect and Care through the BAPS charities. And I spoke to people, helped people. For me, helping others helps me. Simple. That doesn't have to be your cause, but it's an easy, free thing to do, right? Sometimes you can find somebody you're close to and that's your support you can share with. I've always been the leader of my household and I've been the strong person. So I've remained that person. I've been thankful that all the learnings I've had over the years have helped me deal with it. So when I've had my fragile moments, I've been quiet and I've been able to take time out and recenter. I've gone for walks. If the people around you don't understand, that's okay. There are so many help groups now around on social media. You can connect with those. And being kind to yourself. Remember, this doesn't define you. You haven't suddenly become somebody who's frail. You haven't suddenly become somebody who's never going to be able to speak again in a fluent way or who's lost their memory. So having that hope, having that clarity, and as I said, you said I went on this cycle challenge, 246 kilometers. My wife told me the night before, "You're bonkers. Are you sure you know what you're doing?" But I threw myself at that because I saw a cause of the COVID in India. And I'm passionate about, look, whatever we can do, in whatever way we can do it, we've got to do it. And lots of people joined. So, there are hundreds of people then took part in the cycle challenge, but I wanted to make sure I gave it everything. And I think, if anything, you'll use this as a starting point for a new phase of your life. So don't think of it as a downward trajectory. Think of it as a place from which you're going to build from and you're going to learn from. So find somebody who can help, learn to reset. You will have days when you're depressed. You will have days when you're teary for no reason. And you'll have times when people don't understand. Accept that this is part of long COVID. Accept that there'll be thousands of people like you out there, and share it where you can. But be clear that you can beat this. Feed yourself with good thoughts, listen to good music, listen to people who inspire you, and cut out the negativity. Stop listening to all the doom and gloom, because for every doom and gloom, there are hundreds and thousands who beat it. You need to be one of those.
Fantastic. And just by you sharing your story, and people, because people can watch again and again this video, they'll be, be inspired as well. And as you say, coping with the physical symptoms are those that inner challenge as well. You're looking good. You've got through it, and really wishing you health over this coming year. You said yourself that maybe your cardiac capacity is better, and now you want to increase your muscle strength and your gut. You shared some ideas with ginger, and do go back, Sanjeev, if you haven't seen our Ayurvedic day, there were some really good Ayurvedic speakers who spoke about ginger and many other things. So definitely, we're wishing you, on behalf of all of us, really well. You've come on before, and it's been really inspirational. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So namaste and Jai Saranam to you.
Yes,
Thanks so much. So I really enjoyed that session. But it was also touching. So those of you who are watching, you may not even come across this theme of long COVID, but I think everyone now it's called post-COVID syndrome or long COVID. Different people are trying to understand it. But I think Sanjeev, in that very short 15, 20 minutes, summarized a lot of the key features, which I would certainly concur with. So being a medic and seeing patients with that. But what I liked was the second slide. So do go back to YouTube or wherever and see those little tips that he gave, from singing, breathing, walking, push-ups, keeping your brain active. And he mentioned his own father before, and doing all those things. So I was and the mental health, the emotional well-being, the meditation, seeking our meaning in life, which I thought was a really good message. Sanjeev, thanks again. I could see, and we'll do look at your video as well. So with that, I've had a great time. I'm introducing our next host. It's time, as we said before, we had a lot of UK speakers. So now we have to dot across the Atlantic, where it's still morning now, for Sheila. Sheila Dobby, how are you? Namaste.
Namaste, good morning. Yes, it is still morning, nice and early here, but what a wonderful way to spend the morning is with you guys, and getting a chance to educate myself and hopefully help my patients. This has been, that last talk with Sanjeev was so great, because I think it really gives a lot of people hope out there that even if you do catch it, unfortunately, but there is going to be light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you so much, Sanjeev, for sharing such words of wisdom out there.
Yeah,
and how have you been, Dr. Miller?
Yeah, I've been well, and I think that's also the variability of COVID, isn't it? You see, then some people say, "Oh, I had COVID and I'm fine now," and for whatever reason, some susceptibility, and you can get this long COVID as well. And it can be really, and there's no rhyme or reason at times, but it's good. I'm well as well as I can be. We've got our monthly catch up, I think I think we had the Ayurvedic session. I don't know if you were on it about 2 weeks ago, and we had Dr. Kostopoulos, and he said to me, Dr. Shah, you're looking burnt out. Come to Greece and have some time with me. And he gave me some tips. So I think I had a bit of a consultation with him, and he said just relax at times. But things are hard. I think particularly being a primary care doctor at the moment, I'm sort of working good 12, 13 hours a day at times. It's been intense, but yeah, it's been nice to come on to Healing Our Earth, and we've had a good. So I know it's 8 o'clock or 8:15 at your time, but we've had a great 2 or 3 hours. We started off with Hanuman Das talking about Go Dharmic. We had the BAPS talking about their work, the Vaccine Center. We had the Divya Seva Foundation. So we've had some really good ones. So it's good. Excellent. So with that in mind, I'm going to now just hand over to you. But just before we do that, I'm just going to share again, and I'm sure you're going to be announcing again some of the slots that are coming up. Bear with me. Let's have a look and just see where we can go. If you can see the screen very briefly. I don't know. It's not letting me. Maybe I'll come off this. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, it's very exciting. There's a lot of really good slots coming up.
Yeah, definitely.
Going to teach me how to cook on Sunday, the 13th of June. I'm excited to learn how to cook some good dishes.
You have to be on it, and you have to give a dental viewpoint. You say, look, is that good for your teeth or not as well? So definitely. So yeah,
like a good idea.
Leave you with this. So yeah, next week, Parents Global Day. So all the parent, I'm sure there's a lot of tips for parents, kids as well. The week after will be World Environment Day. 3 weeks time is, as you say, the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen. And in a month's time, International Yoga Day. So with that, and here's some of the flyers as well. So parents, environment, vegan kitchen, and International Yoga Day. So it's time for me to sign off. And always I like to share a project that I'm very passionate about, which is called the Chinmaya Vishwa Vidyapeeth, or the Chinmaya University. And imagine, which is really happening, a center where you can learn the traditional Indian knowledge systems combined with modern education. So this is a project that's happening now, and do Google or search Chinmaya University, where we're fundraising for a brand new state-of-the-art campus. Imagine studying management, but also learning the Bhagavad Gita, imagining doing online analytics, but also learning Sanskrit. So this is something that I've also been involved in helping fundraising for. So we may have COVID, but we have to look for our future as well. And this looks to me like a very unique future university. So Sheila, over to you. Those who don't know Sheila Dobby was actually, obviously you can tell from the accent, is from England, but now in USA, is a whole health dentist in the Bay Area, and is doing some very good work. We're still with hashtag Kind20 as well. And I just want to bring up something else. I had something really interesting about you as well. That's right. You're the past president and dental health chair of the SACDS Dental Society, and takes a special interest in helping the undeserved children and women in her local community, and your website being yourcaringdentist.com. Sheila, over to you. Please tell us what we've got coming up. I can see Dr. Rajiv is already there with us.
We have some amazing speakers coming up, Dr. Milan. We're going to be Dr. Rajiv Gupta. We've got Dr. Chirag, who's a lung specialist in Stanford. Then we have we've also got Dr. Krista, who's a functional medicine, teaching us how to be healthy, build up immunity, deal with any anxiety that we're going to be going through. And also at the end, we've got Dr. Bharat Pankhania, who's the worldwide COVID expert. So a lot of questions for vaccines and all the things that we're kind of concerned about. We're going to be having a good chat with him. So got a really good lineup, super excited. My next thing, before I introduce my next guest, let me say thank you, Dr. Milan Shah. I know you have to head off, and thank you for all the hard work that you're putting into your patients and the community and helping here at Healing Our Earth. We really appreciate having you around, and it's always so great to see you. So have a wonderful day.
Thank you, and you take care. Handing over to you now.
Thank you. This brings me to our next guest, who is Dr. Rajiv Gupta. And Dr. Rajiv Gupta is a medically qualified consultant in the NHS for 18 years and is the chairman of the Central Specialist Advisory Committee of the Royal College in London. He's also the chairman of Regional Council BMA for 5 years and is currently the chairman of Regional Consultant Committee for Yorkshire. He's an active researcher and he's received many awards, including Clinical Excellence Awards and Glory of India Award. He has an active interest in yoga and has been tasked by the Swami Ramdevji to lead medical advisory committee and actively help integrating yoga into medical practice. And since then, he's been integrating yoga and teaching that to the doctors so that the doctors can bring yoga to the patients. So today he's going to be sharing the health benefits of yoga and a lot of other health tips. Hi, Dr. Rajiv, how are you?
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Sheila. I'm so grateful to have that opportunity to be part of Healing the Earth. And Nil Kumar and Milin have been doing a fantastic task for a long. I have come here before, and I cannot just say how delighted I am to hear a great galaxy of speakers telling wisdom, sharing it with all of us. So thank you once again. It was incidental that yesterday we had another big meeting on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on behalf of the National Forum Health and Well-being. And we had Galaxy including Ken Semple and Professor Maggie Ray, and they just shared along with them some of the patients who told their story, how like Piyush Patel was intensive care for 1.5 months and 2.5 months in hospital suffering from COVID, people who had COVID negative tests but COVID symptoms, loss of taste, loss of smell, and then also some have dealt with it in different aspects, including the long. So it's a very right thing. One of the things that is coming through across is that how it affects the life. And life is a balance, and we are all struggling to juggle around in order to get the load, and the stress is very, very common. And we are now running group for the health workers, both within UK and in India because of the rising COVID stress. So stress management has been a very big theme. So I thought that will be appropriate topic to talk today. So can I share my slides?
Absolutely. I think you're going to be covering a really important topic that so many people are dealing with right now. They're saying there's been like 80% of the population are feeling some kind of anxiety and stress. So we're really excited to hear about your talk. Go ahead, Dr. Rajiv.
Fantastic. So as you mentioned, 80% people are facing stress, working long hours, having difficulties to talk to colleagues, too much of the work, divorce, loss of job, getting married is a problem, studying is a problem, not getting the right admission, university is a problem, chronic illness, emotional problems, all kind of variety of problems. And I have just touched on few. One of the basic thing is fear of uncertainty, the fear of getting the control, fear of getting the coming to the other side. And I do a lot of work on intelligence, and listening and understanding that is the most important part. I kind of help people understanding where the stress is coming from, and I think that we share today. So I don't know, can you see it all well? There is a little strip here. Let me move it.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Is in oh, fantastic. So it's this is my own definition. It's a dynamic process. So stress is never certain and never lasting forever. Stress change up and down. So it's a dynamic interaction, and therefore the stress is also a dynamic disturbance or disruption of the balance between the emotional demands and the coping mechanisms. So if you think about it, the demands continue to increase and the mechanisms continue to shrink, and that causes distress or that. And that's much more vital during this pandemic. And that imbalance actually causes you try to expand, and it comes a time you think I can't do much more, as a result of which you have all the symptoms that tell, and this is currently the biggest problem, doctors, nurses, as we mentioned, but it is applicable to all people because our own family members have suffered, or distant friends, or anybody has suffered, or business has suffered because of pandemic, lockdown, rest of the stuff. These are lots of symptoms which come across, and I'm not going to go through this all. It could manifest in terms of the physical manifestation of migraine pain, chronic illness, or stress due to loss of confidence, depression, hopelessness, or the simple ones, loss of appetite, and insomnia, not able to sleep, etc. happen, or people just worry, they don't know what to do. Now, if I break down into the basic two things, there is a circle of concern that we all have, and there is a circle of influence that we have. The circle of influence is also called the zone of comfort. Now, this circle of concern and circle of influence is roughly 1:2 in normal life. And we expand circle of influence if we are much more free, and circle of concern we try and reduce by coping. Now, if there is decrease in the circle of influence for some reason, or the living that there is an unuseful law has come, or boss has said that, oh, we are going to downsize the firm, or there is not enough income, now you don't have much of the influence at that time. So that causes stress. Or the circle of concern has increased. You have taken a new mortgage, or new baby is born in the family and you don't have enough sleep, or there are a variety of other reasons that can happen. And that all is where the disturbance happen. And if we can expand a little bit more and we turn to cope that, but if it goes more than 1:16, that causes stress. Small stress is good, large stress is bad. So in order to try and expand the circle of influence and reducing the circle of concern, we start gradually sinking, and majority of us don't even know that we are sinking. And there comes a time where it gets into depression, anxiety, or even worse, come needing a support. So I think the best way to explain, and I think I'll try and explain that, is that stress bucket. So all of us have a stress bucket. So imagine there is a tap and there are multiple taps. All these taps are pouring water. Water is equal to stress if we think in this metaphor. There is more and more water is being poured. It could be work related problems, the relationship problems, the financial problem, the house related problem, personal health problem, health of the relatives, whatever, or even the external stimuli like pollution, pandemic, stupid law introduced new, and whatever. So all these stressors continue to come into play. They go up or down, but these happen on a regular basis. So they keep putting water into your bucket. Now, all of us also have some inbuilt taps, and these are our coping skills. Now, talking to the friends, writing diary, people do swimming, people go walking, people have like groups, people watch television to distress themselves. So all these are different coping mechanisms which continue. Now, if there is more stress, we need to have more coping mechanisms. So we need to keep more taps in order to keep the stress level low. And people start doing painting, dancing, music, whatever. And taps continue to increase, and that is one of the coping mechanisms. People try and put more and more taps so that the bucket remain half empty, and therefore there is not a problem. Now, if that happens at that point in time and we continue to go, then we use buffer mechanisms. Now, it could be in form of yoga, meditation, acupressure, self-coaching, emotional freedom techniques, and whatever. And these are helpful buffer zones to cope with that before the water of stress filling out or stripping out. Now, there are some unhelpful coping mechanisms: alcohol, drugs, extramarital, whatever. I'm not suggesting do anything that, but happens in real life. So the circle of concern is increasing through these continuously, or at times you try and cope, and one, but the other thing goes up. So first thing to, can you prevent or minimize or control any of these stressors? That's the first thing. Or can you increase the coping mechanism? Put at times you try and delegate your work. Work, you can always have work colleagues. Delegate to your secretary to take the phone call or type the letters, whatever. At home as well, it's very difficult. My wife says, can you wash utensils? She's cooking. I need to wash utensil, I need to do my, or doing something, putting a bin out or whatever. These are the things. So you can always delegate your work to that, or to tell a child, can you do or vacuum today? So you can try and do that, or take no more. I'm not taking any more work because more work is more stress. That works is screen-free time. People are too addicted to these computer, phone, mobile, WhatsApp. I don't know how many. I've got like 1,600 messages on WhatsApp. There are so many groups. I can't read them. I completely just mute myself. I'm not going into WhatsApp at all for a period of time. Have a self-talk time. We don't even talk to ourselves. We are talking to other people. How much we reflect on ourselves, how much quiet time we have. What is just now, it was fantastic when Sanjeev said, what is your purpose in life? An attitude of gratitude is one of the best things you can do. If you are grateful to the universe, to the other people, a great thing happens. And hugging and cuddle, people don't believe, is a fantastic stress reliever. Hug your wife, children, or even a stranger in family. Those who have attended Tony Robbins seminars, he asked them to order. I have attended the whole life mastery and date with destiny and unpower within, which all three of them, he just encouraged them. So I'm just trying to say is that it's important, try and work out, because it will be individual to you which ones of these are actually stressors for you, which ones are not. And try and open more and more taps so that the water continues to go down before you come to this stage where you have the anxiety, depression, or overcome personality problems. So the other thing that is, you can change your focus, and I will just give you an example. You change your focus, as mentioned about Tony Robbins. He talk about change your focus, change your physiology, and change the language you speak. Because what you speak get imprinted in your mind, and if you speak the language of depression or inability to cope or difficulty or problem, the problem will continue to occur. On the other hand, try and go the other side. Okay, how can I solve the problem? Oh, it is unfair to me. Instead of telling that, okay, fine, how can I go around this unfairness in order to prove my worth, my effect, or whatever? So, first is changing the gear. Just give you an example. You can hopefully see some pink dots rotating around. So keep looking at the red dots or pink dots, and you see it rotating around. However, at some point in time, try and change your focus and start looking at the black in the middle, and keep looking at it, keep looking at it. Find that the pink dots have converted into green dot. And if you keep looking even more, you might find that there is single green dot. And you try and relax, you'll find it's rotating. So keep looking at pink dots again, and when you focus onto the black plus, you'll find the green dot. So this is just a power of focus, and this is just simple example. And same is, if you focus on problems, you will get into problems, and that problems. If you focus on solutions, talk to people, think about, that will be beneficial. In view of the limitation of time, the other thing that works well is having time for yourself and breathing. We eat around 1.5 kilo of food a day, and we do around 10,000 breaths a day, which is equal to, 10,000 liters of breath, which is 20,000 breaths a day. And if we have depression, stress, breathing is very slow. So if we increase the breath, that would help. So it's just simple exam. It's called deep breathing or Brahmari. So I would your top finger as it is there on here and here. Keep your mouth shut. Put your tongue into the palate, and we'll do deep breathing, and we will do that. So this is Brahmari. So what you need to do is that you put your tongue. Those people who are happy to pronounce Om without opening the mouth, and those people who don't want to pronounce Om can call trombone, and that is exactly the same feeling. We have no release thing, and we'll do it a few times, maybe 10 times, and then we will try and see if it gives us. So let's put that here. Take it out. Put your top finger on brow, second finger on the eye, third finger onto the top of your lips, and the fourth one on the bottom of the lips. Put the thumb on the cartilage in the ear to shut it. Now you should not be able to hear anything apart from your own sound, and we put it and think, when was the best time for you? Think of what has given you happiness in the life. What were you doing at that time? Who was around you? And how were you feeling? When you're ready, open your eyes. I think in view of time, I might just pause it here and hand over back to Sheila.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv. I'm sure we could have you on for hours and hours talking about these amazing techniques. I really love that diagram that you had where you were showing the buckets, because it was a good overview of the stress in everybody's life. I feel like we should all take a photograph of it and kind of go back and just remind ourselves of things that we need to do. You have some amazing techniques in there. One of my favorite techniques is the gratitude technique. And studies are showing that if you're daily practicing gratitude, it actually rewires your brain so that you're thinking more positive. So that's something that we have to kind of do more of, is just really be coming from a grateful space, because it's so easy to be always thinking all the negatives that are happening with COVID around, but there are some positives out there. Dr. Rajiv, which is your favorite technique that when you're really stressed out, like, when that anxiety kind of hits, what technique do you use to kind of immediately calm yourself down?
You're absolutely right. There are lots of these. My favorite is I go out, sit under a tree. I connect myself to nature and completely cut off myself from the environment for a period of half an hour and possible, and I need to go back into myself, because all of us are born in this earth for a purpose, and you try and discover the purpose. When we discover the purpose of life and reconnect it, it just relaxes you. So one of my favorite is going there, and I tend to do this primary sitting there. And when you put your ear completely plugged with your thumb and your eyes gone, so there is no external stimulus coming. You don't see, you don't hear anything apart from your own self. And when you connect to universe, you are one. Once you are one, your all worries, tensions are given to universe, and universe is helping you in that major journey. That helps.
Wow, that's so great. And some people they don't have a lot of greenery around. They don't have parks, or they don't have space. So what do you suggest for those people that really don't have that luxury?
Now it's easier. You can bring the plants and put on your table around screen, and
That's a
I think
great
that
idea.
helps in my view. My wife has brought
That's a
lots
really
of
good
these.
idea.
She puts lots of green plants in on the round table.
That's so true. It's like bring the nature inside the house, right?
Absolutely. And look, don't hesitate. Connect. Physical connection is very, very powerful. Your spouse, your children, your parents, whosoever is there, just don't hesitate. Touch, feel good. How are you feeling? Just ask that question. How are you feeling? And they will pour a lot of things to you. They will ask you, they will look after you, you look after them. The whole thing is building the bridges. So all your problems, only your problems, it will become problems of all people, and they will help you taking the journey.
Thank you. Finally, I
You are
know
not
in the
alone.
essence of time, I have one other question. Now you're helping a lot of doctors with yoga. So yoga is very, very important for people because it can help them at any stage, even someone that's not very flexible or somebody that is just having health issues. Anybody can do yoga. What's the best way that you suggest that people can start that journey?
So you're a teacher, and we do a lot of this work as you mentioned. And I have found simple way to start you doing these breathing exercise. So one of is Anulom Vilom, which is alternate nostrils. A second is Kapalbhati, and I teach my patients in my clinical practice when I'm sitting clinic, particularly with the weight management clinic. He has done miracles. It does very, very fat loss. Brahmri, the one which you have done is very, very good. And then simple asana, lifting the legs for a period of 30 seconds, doing Mandukasana, which is like bending to get as near to your knees is extremely good. Then you have Adho Mukhasana Swanasana, which means half dog pose, is extremely good. So these 3 or 4 are extremely good. You can do wherever you are, even sitting on the chair, you can do all these breathing exercises of arms. And then these simple ones, I even did my office at times, they're connected to me and they says, can you teach how to do it? And I said, fine, come out of the chair, carpet, just lie down, do it. Bending. The whole idea is bending the body. More bend body, more flexibility, better it is. So I think these are simple ones which you can do wherever you are. More you do,
Thank you,
better
Dr.
you
Rajiv. I
feel.
know in our
More you
past
feel,
sessions
better
on
other people.
Thank you. On Healing Our Earth, we've got a lot of past yoga sessions where we've had whole sessions on yoga. So feel free to go online and look at the past sessions on www.healingourearth.com, where all our sessions, including this session with Dr. Rajiv, is recorded. Go back, take a nice photograph of that bucket thing and just look daily and remind yourself all the things that you have to do, like your checklist. So I know our time has come to an end, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you for joining us. I hope you'll be able to join us for future sessions and teach us some of these great techniques. One of the techniques I saw was EFT, which is something I'm very familiar with. And hopefully in future sessions, we can teach our viewers about EFT and the other modalities that you mentioned. So thank you so much. And namaste. I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Bye for now.
So this brings us to a dear friend of mine and an amazing guest that we have now is Dr. Krista Kosterman. She is going to be talking about the connection between immunity systems, microbiome, and anxiety. Dr. Krista, she approaches health and well-being in very novel ways, and she believes that health is the source not only of care of our body, but it's also the care of one's mind and one's spirit. And laughter is really important to health, just as important as diet and exercise. So now she's going to be talking to us about all of these great, exciting things in a holistic approach. And she is a naturopathic medicine. She does functional medicine. And she has also done 15 years of additional training in meditation and yoga. How are you, Dr. Krista? Nice to see you.
I'm lovely. It's so good to see you today, Doctor. How are you doing?
I'm good, I'm good. I always love kind of communicating with you and I always learn so much. So we're so honored to have you here on Healing Our Earth, where you're going to be sharing a lot of your great nuggets to help us kind of get healthy. first, before we start, can you just tell us what is functional
medicine? So functional medicine is an approach to healthcare that asks the question, what's really going on? What's actually wrong? And that's not to imply that other healthcare practitioners don't ask that question. It's just that question really founds how we go about approaching things. So if someone comes to me and says, I have a headache, their headache isn't because they have a deficiency in Tylenol or Advil. The headache has a different reason. And so we ask the question, what is that? Is it a muscle tension thing? Is it because your neck muscles are too tight and that's causing this? Is it because you have hypertension and there's too much pressure building in within your head? Is it a question of too much stress in the environment? And really, it's more a psychosocial contributor that's creating this headache. We ask the question of what exactly is the problem. And then we go about treating the root cause to try and fix things, to try and make you better, to take that headache away.
I think that's really important because it's a very common thing now. If you do have a headache, you just take a painkiller.
Yes,
same thing
absolutely.
if you have anxiety, you just take anti-anxiety meds, and that's one of the big prescribed things now, right? Anti-anxiety, depression medication.
Yeah. And I think there's an important note here, like that all of these modalities, Tylenol, anti-anxiety medications, have their place. But the question is, where exactly is their place? And have you investigated other things? Because that Tylenol, if your headache is caused due to hypertension, Tylenol does not fix that. And you're not going to fix your headache if you're always going back to Tylenol. Just like you're not necessarily going to fix your anxiety if the only solution you have is just that pill. There needs to be more. There needs to be understanding of what's causing the anxiety, the headache, the light, so that can be fixed for. And then maybe the anti-anxiety or the Tylenol medication comes in every once in a while, but it's not the foundation of what you're doing to support your health and your well-being. Yeah.
Speaking of anxiety, that's something that we've been talking about in past sessions. I'd love to see your approach as a functional medicine doctor. How do you handle anxiety and how do you help treat that?
Well, I think going back to that example of the headache, it's really a question of what exactly is the source of that anxiety. And so there's I think when I meet with patients, when I meet with other clinicians and talk about cases, the question is, what is going on in that person's life? And really approaching it from three perspectives. So first intake, and the very obvious and needed intake, is what's going on in the body. So asking the questions of, let's establish history of health. Are there conditions that would contribute to anxiety? So for example, diabetes, an incredible correlation there just based on blood sugar dysregulation. So understanding history of diabetes, understanding a history of things like hypertension, understanding histories of poor immune function, all of these sorts of things at a body level can contribute. The next question, and this still sits a little bit with body, is what is your diet and lifestyle like? Again, just touching on the food side of things. If body isn't properly nourished, and I think about nourishment from, too much of things, so too much junk food, too many sugars, too many things like that, too much alcohol, too much caffeine, all of this can contribute to anxiety. And then we also have to have the question of, what do you have too little of? Do you have too little of your vitamins? Do you have too little of your minerals? Do you have too little of your fruits and vegetables and fibers? Things of that nature. We have to ask about those questions of, is body being properly fed? Because again, that will contribute to anxiety. We also have to ask, is body being properly moved and exercised? I loved hearing Dr. Gupta talk about, the fact that there's so many different buckets and there's so many different ways that you can lend into this. And movement of body, in particular, when you think of things like yoga, can really enable better flow and enable just a release of stagnation, along with just a general movement and use of body, which I think, especially as we've navigated COVID, you've been told, stay at home. People are just sitting in front of their computers, and the best movement they have is through their fingers and maybe their neck as they shift to and from a screen. So asking about movement within body, asking about any tension patterns within body. And then lastly, from like a psychosocial, spiritual perspective, asking what's going on from a stressful perspective. Like we've endured an incredible, and are enduring, present tense, an incredible shift in the world, an incredible change in the experience with community and environment. And that is an incredible stressor and shouldn't be something that's discounted. I think my practice over the past year, very understandably, has exploded from a mental health perspective, and people seeking support for anxiety, as well as worsening of other conditions. They might have had some stomach issues before, and now the stomach issues are so much worse because things like that external stress, their anxiety, are further contributing to it. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. There was so much in there. I was like taking notes frantically. I was like, wow, I've got to remember to do this and this and this. When it comes to diet, you mentioned there's the bad diet. What are the common things that, and you mentioned the caffeine, the sugars, and what I notice with my patients, the amount of hidden sugars that are out there in the diet that people don't even know about. I have patients coming in and they're saying, yeah, my diet's really healthy. I said, what do you eat? And then they like cereal in the morning. And then I look at the cereal content. It's like the ingredients is like sugar. It's like wheat. It's all this inflammation. So these things, can you explain why sugar is bad? Why are these processed foods so bad for our body?
Yeah. So I'll tackle sugar, and then I'll kind of tackle the question of processed foods, because I think they're one and the same, but processed foods is a larger thought. So when we talk about sugar, especially more from an ancestral perspective, sugar was something, would come through fruit and would come through some grain products and things like that, but not necessarily things that we had incredible access to. It's really only been within the past 200-ish years where we as a collective population have had incredible access to a lot of sugars. Okay, so from that perspective, body is not well trained, because 200 years is barely a blink in the relative lifespan of the human species. But we haven't had a lot of experience and training, really, frankly, in dealing with a lot of access to sugar. And so when you take in sugar, a few things happen. Body has to first digest it. And not all people are apt and strong in digestion of sugar. And this can lend to two problems. The first problem is it can shift some of the gut biome. It can shift the bacteria within the gut. And the gut really dictates a lot of what goes on in the rest of the body. I think we'll get to that in a few questions. So I'll just allow that to be a little bit of a tease. But it shifts the gut biome, as well as depending on how it goes through the gut barrier and gets into the body. Ideally, that's something you want to be smooth and slow and, a gradual thing, but especially, people who have poor gut biome or people who are ingesting an incredible amount of sugar, that tends to be much more of a spike. It kind of tends to come in a blast as opposed to that smooth thing that we would like. And that blast, the body really interprets as a stress. In the sense that it's like, oh, great, I have all the sugar and I need to do something with it. It's not common that I see sugar. So it's frantically rushing, trying to figure out what to do with all the sugar. And it really shifts the body out of something called homeostasis. Homeostasis is this happy balance that the body likes to be in. And so the body's frantically trying to compensate and get us back into homeostasis. And that effort is really a stress. And that's a huge source for some people of anxiety. As the body interprets and receives this signaling, there's a lot of sugar, now I must do something to balance it. The brain interprets that to an extent as a stress, which makes it a sense of something that really can contribute to anxiety, especially as we go from no sugar to a lot of sugar to no sugar. Body interprets that as a stress and can create anxiety within people. And then to the larger question of processed foods, companies who create food and process food and sell food, they understand that the human tongue and brain and gut have a huge affinity and desire in seeking for foods that are high in sugars, salts, and fats. And they're not stupid. They're like, cool, we want to sell more. And so they put all these delicious, and I acknowledge they're delicious. Let's not pretend like there's no reason we don't like them. But they put these sorts of things into the food really to attract us there. And we don't have brain supports. We don't have neurochemical understandings or biophysiologic understandings of, this isn't real food. This is engineered for me to kind of want to come keeping back to it. And so there's almost like an addiction to an extent mechanism at play. And it's also shifting and taking things again like sugar, fat, and salt out of their native context. Usually if you were getting fat before, it would be in the context of a lot of protein, certain minerals, and it would be in smaller portions. And it's not necessarily in the abstract way we're seeing it now. And so body doesn't fully understand, what do I do with these like standalone abstracted macro or micronutrients? So I think there's a bit of a shift in the body's awareness and understanding of what to do with it all. Yeah.
I was reading an article the other day, and it was talking about how these companies are putting they put like diodes and things on the brain so they can actually see what sparks up when you're eating certain foods. And they do tests and they kind of modify the ingredients to see, okay, this is causing a reaction to the brain. So that's what they put more of, these chemicals. So it's almost like we're being manipulated to eat these kind of foods.
Absolutely. I think, I forget if it's Cheetos or Cheesies. I don't want to call it a specific one because I sincerely don't remember it, but Cheetos or Cheesies or one of those like cheesy little poppy things. They have been biochemically engineered that when you eat them, your stomach and your gut actually don't register that you've eaten food. So there is no signaling from your gut to your brain to say, hey, we've gotten food, we can chill out. You don't need appetite right now. And so you literally can continue eating those in spite of all, like there's no signaling that your body now is aware you've actually had food, which to me is the nerd in me. I'm like, that's really cool that we know ourselves well enough. But then like the doctor in me is like, that's horrible. Like, you're setting
and then the human in me realizes that's why when you open a pack of chips, you're just eating, right?
Of course. How do you sell more, right? People want them, and then all of a sudden they're gone. They have to go buy another pack.
and I think that brings us to a point where we have to remember a lot of these foods that are modified not only are really unhealthy for us, but they are addictive. They're just empty calories. And it's a vicious cycle, right, Dr. Krista? Because what's happening is we're stressed out, and then you eat unhealthy food. It makes you feel better, and then you keep eating, and then you're in this cycle. Then you gain weight, then you feel unhappy about yourself because you're increased weight, not feeling healthy, and then increased weight comes with all these other health effects, and then it's this cycle that goes on. And
it's vicious. It's vicious, and two, again, it's the question of, what are you having too much of, but also what are you not having enough of? And when you think of processed foods, they don't have the daily needs of vitamins and minerals and things that your body needs. So not only are you getting, to your point, the weight gain, the inflammation, and kind of that, poor excessive calorie profile, you're not getting things that your body needs in order to be happy and to support a good immune system, to support good mental health, to support good microbiome. Yeah, no, that's such a beautiful call out, sound summary.
It is hard, especially also for parents out there. I mean, they've got their kids running around, and often it's easier just to, hey, eat something, and it's often unhealthy. I mean, how many kids are like, hey, they go to the fridge in the middle of the night to get some blueberries or strawberries, right? That's not gonna happen. So and do you have any advice for those parents out there, for the people out there that are struggling with this cycle, this sugar cycle? Like, how do you shift that so that, because it is an addiction. There are studies that show that if you have mice and you have cocaine and you have sugar, they'll actually go towards the sugar. So how do we get out of this cycle? I personally gave up sugar a couple of years ago. I did it by kind of weaning off and eating more. When I wanted a craving, I would eat something like dates, but that's still high in sugar. But getting my sweetness rather than from a date, as opposed to chocolate, which is the full of the sugar in the ads. Like, do you have any tips on like how do you get wean off of that sugar? Yeah.
So my first thought, and this is an odd one to start off, but I think it's really important. You have to lead kind of an endeavoring like this with a lot of compassion. And the reason I say that, studies that look at people, who jump onto diets, there's this very consistent behavior of the person's like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to be on this diet and that's all I'm going to do. And it'll last for a few weeks, or maybe just a week usually. And then they'll fall up. Sorry?
I said, usually it's the day I'll start next Monday.
It's always in the future. I'll always start tomorrow. It'll never be today. Today's the wrong day. But people will fall off, they'll have a treat or something. And then because they've really set themselves up of, I'm going to be perfect, they fall right off the bandwagon. So they'll do 7 days, whatever it is of work, and then they'll have one mistake. And instead of coming at themselves from a place of compassion of, Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. I was stressed. I needed something. I have all this learned behavior. I should be gentle on myself. They're like, oh, I'm horrible. I can't do this. I'm just going to give up now and go back to the old way I was eating. So foundationally, approach it with a lot of self-compassion. Approach it with this awareness of, I'm going to make mistakes. That's okay. I'm going to continue. There really has to be a sense of perseverance and resilience and compassion for self. Now, when we talk about the actual hard work of giving up sugar, which, oh, I'm so sorry. It's such a tricky, and I admire your journey of giving it up, because it's such a difficult undertaking, because it's everywhere and in everything. A few thoughts there. The first thought is the taste buds in your tongue turn over approximately every 3 weeks. So when you go into something where you're making dramatic shifts to your diet, tell yourself, I am going to do this for at least 4 weeks. And the reason behind that is it takes approximately 3 weeks for your taste buds to turn over, and therefore approximately 3 weeks for them to go accustomed to new tastes and to taste new things. When you're consistently bringing in high amounts of sugar, of fat, of salt, your taste buds are expecting those tastes. And the moment you take them away, your mouth is saying, you're not feeding me food anymore. I can't taste anything. So you have to kind of commit to at least, a 4-week period, so that from like a cellular perspective, things have turned over and you can taste foods new again. Okay. And as to how you actually go about doing it, especially I think to parents with children, I tell parents, if you're trying to make a change in your child's diet, I see a lot of parents who are like, oh, my child has depression or anxiety, or they can't focus. What do I do? And we talk a lot about food changes that have to happen for that child. I actually, instead of working with that child at first, again, depending on the age, but usually younger children, I say, we're not going to work on the child's diet. We're going to work on your diet, because your child sees you and they're just mirroring what you do. And so, if you're reaching for a candy bar, but then you tell your child, no, you can't have that candy bar, the child's like, that doesn't make sense. I want to be like you. If you get it, that means I should have it. So if you're trying, especially for your children's diet, shift your diet first, okay? Because children love to do what mommy and daddy are doing. Children love to do what mommy and mommy are doing, or what daddy and daddy are doing. Children love that. And I think also when we talk about just giving up sugar, just from like more of a, what can you do in the moment? Really examine other sources of calories that you're getting, right? Because sugar has a lot of calories, and we want to send satiety signals, or fullness, I am full and fed and safe signals to the body. And where that can come from is really good fats. I don't know what prats are, but really good fats. I'm thinking plant-based fats. So I'm thinking nuts and seeds and avocados and coconuts. Really good protein. Okay, so that can either be an animal sourcing of protein, or if you're vegan, vegetarian, a whole grain mixed with a lentil or a legume. Okay, that makes a whole vegetarian protein. As well as some really good complex carbs and fibers. Again, so we're trying to re-educate the body of this is what is nutrition, because the body is just confused. And so as you're kind of undertaking this, taking away sugar, look at what you're introducing, because that's usually more the important part that can help you stay that course. Yeah.
Wow, that was really useful. Going back to the processed foods, something that I wanted to add was really recognize what's a processed food. If you get a packet or a box and you look at the ingredients and you don't recognize some of those words in there, it's not like kale or apple or something, that's a processed food. So it's really important to actually pick up your ingredients, whatever you're putting in your mouth, just look at it, look at the packet and look at the ingredients. And one thing a lot of people don't realize is when you are looking at an ingredients list on a box, it's put in an order. The thing with the highest quantity is actually the first thing on the top, with the least quantity at the bottom. So sometimes they'll say, hey, this packet lots of blueberries or whatever in cereal. And you'll look at it. It contains the blueberries, but you look on the top and it's wheat, sugar, and then the blueberries all the way at the bottom, which means that it's the item that's the least thing that's found in there. And the bulk of the products, the unhealthy stuff, and full of other things that we've never heard of, which are the preservatives. And all of these things are damaging for the health and damaging for the brain, and just causing more inflammation, which is making the anxiety worse. So staying away from processed foods is really important. The other thing is also, as a dentist, I realized that people just don't realize there's so much sugar in so many products, because there's about 160 different names of sugar. high fructose corn syrup, and all labeled under different things. So, and I know we don't have too much time to go through all these the sugars.
This is important. This is important.
Absolutely, because people just don't realize how much sugar is everywhere. So it's important to look at the names of you can easily Google names of sugar and be aware of the different names that sugar presents itself. And then when you see that in an item that you're trying to eat, you're like, oh, that has sugar in it, and then cut down on it, because there's nothing worse than thinking that you have this great diet or you've cut sugar out, but you have so much sugar in there.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think, it's so tempting. And I love the practicality and the down to earthness you're bringing to this conversation, because I think it's really easy for me as a doctor to sit here and be like, just cut out sugar and just, eat whole foods, just go to the produce section, buy all your stuff from there, and you're going to be good. And that's not practical or achievable for a lot of people. So I love your rules of thumb there, in the sense of, if you can't pronounce it, chances are you probably shouldn't be eating it. And another rule of thumb too, especially as we look at packaged goods, the packaged goods with the fewer amount of ingredients, usually on the better side, not always, but it's a good rule of thumb. And I love your advice there of sincerely reading the ingredients as opposed to the advertisement claims on the label. Again, and I find a lot of health food companies, they position something as like, here's a healthy protein bar, here's a, here's something healthy because it comes from a health food thing. And most of the time they're not. You look at things like Kind bars, and again, I don't mean to call things out specifically, it's just a convenient example, but they say, oh, it's really great, it has all of these nuts in it, but what they don't tell you is, I think the first or second ingredient is sugar to coat the nuts to make them stick together. so it's to your point, not believing advertising, reading ingredients, and if you can't pronounce it, you probably shouldn't be eating it.
I think that's a good rule of thumb. Dr. Krista, can you talk about immune boosting and functional medicine in the diet? Because obviously there's a lot of people either that had COVID or at some point will get it, or there's different variants coming out. Like, how do we support our body so that we're just stronger and we've got a fighting chance?
And again, from a functional medicine perspective, the answer is really multifactorial. It's taking into consider several different sources and things. I'll start on body and then kind of end on the mind side of things. From the body perspective, to support the immune system, we're really looking at, I hate to say it, but basic things. And I don't mean to belittle it as that. It's just, I have so many people coming to me, oh, you do really fancy medicine. Like, what's a fancy thing I can do? And my first question is like, well, how are you sleeping? Are you eating fiber in a full food diet? Like, are you eating a real diet? And so these really questions have to be foundational to how you support your immune system. Okay. So from a whole food diet perspective, looking at getting a good variety of whole foods, as whole foods being from the ground, from a tree, from an animal, into your body, because these tend to have the things like magnesium, zinc, selenium, all of the nutrition that your immune system at a cellular level needs to function. They also have the good balances of, when you get your carbohydrates, when you get your sugars, it's coupled with fibers so that it's a steady stream as opposed to those spikes that we talked about before. It has really good sources of protein really being the building blocks, the Lego blocks of the body. And especially with the immune system, there's so much effort and energy that it puts in. It's always turning over. So you always need to be replenishing and supporting that with amino acids or proteins, with minerals, with vitamins, things of that nature. So that would be my first thought, looking at your diet. My second thought is looking at vitamins and minerals that very specifically contribute to the immune system. My number one thing, especially within the Southeast Asian community, is serum levels of vitamin D. Okay. So talking to your doctor, getting blood work done to understand where your levels are, and supplementing accordingly. Vitamin D is, there's been so much research specific to COVID, but I'd like to extend the conversation larger to just the immune system. Incredible correlations between deficiencies and increased or poor immune function, increased frequency of getting sick. It's something, it's called a vitamin, but it's more a hormone. And it's something that intimately engages with the body, engages with the immune system, and how cells are created, how cells are made, and how that functions. So really talking to your doctor, getting that understanding of where your levels are and how to appropriately supplement. And then I think the last thing, just because I mentioned we talk on the body side of things, is looking and evaluating sources of stress in your life. So the brain does not have executive control or dictation over the immune system, in the sense that, you know, the brain doesn't say to the immune system, do this, do that, do. But there is conversation and connection between the two. Namely, when the brain is stressed, when the mind and spirit are stressed, they send signals out to the body to say, I am stressed. And what these kind of do is they suppress immune activity. It suppresses certain bodily functions. Namely because, you know, if the brain is stressed, if the heart is stressed, it's under a state of what's going to happen next. I better understand what's going to happen next. And so it's really trying to recruit all of its resources to be prepared for whatever it thinks is going to come. That is anxiety to an extent, right? An incredible vigilance and agitation within the body so that you're ready. And unfortunately, when you're under stress, and again, historically, this would have been more like, I see a lion on the savannah and I need to run. Great time that you shouldn't be increasing and supporting your immune system. You should be focusing on running. But, you know, we don't live in a space anymore where there's a lot of lions. And so becoming aware of when you're stressed, when your sympathetic nervous system is engaged, and learning tools and techniques to calm that down so that the body releases that suppression of the immune system, and the immune system can fully work and do its job and support. Yeah.
And it's a difficult thing because, you know, we talk about stress, but it's so hard to not be stressed because people are stressed about catching COVID, and then they're stressed about their family, and then, you know, stress makes your immune system worse. And then you're like, well, crap, I shouldn't stress. And then you're stressing about not stressing, right?
Yeah. It's a self-fulfilling cycle, right?
Yeah. So we've got to just, and that's why, you know, as a community here, we're trying to build awareness of different techniques to build resilience. Because I think that's the core, right? Is to, you're going to get stressed out, but how do you handle it? Do you sit there and dwell for hours and just get yourself in a frazzled state? Or do you start learning breathing exercises like all these doctors before had mentioned, techniques, breathing, meditation, yoga, EFT. There's so many things out there, and we just have to figure out what works for us, right?
And I think that's a beautiful, like, I mean, never before, at least in modern society, have we all been told to stay inside, but we've also never before in society had so much access to information. And I think that's a beautiful, important point that you're raising, is that there are many different techniques, and it's a matter not only of finding one, you know, I think there's something to be said for having a search and trying out different things, but then also sincerely building a practice around that. You know, I think unfortunately one thing that the internet can leave people with is like that, oh, I'm always looking for something new, I'm always doing something new. So there's a lot of breadth, but there's never depth into one. And I love the idea of, yes, educate yourself, understand, especially you talked about your archives, you know, go through those archives, understand different breathing techniques, different tapping techniques, different exercise regimes, different food regimes, all the things, learn about them, and then pick one and try it on for a while. Try it on for a few weeks. See, does it fit? Does it work? The analogy I love to use with meditation is that, you know, if a doctor was to you and says, you know, you need to exercise, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go for a run, and you go for a run and you absolutely hate running. It's a statement. It's not a statement of you hate exercise. The statement is I hate running. And the same thing is applied to meditation. Just because you do not like one form of breath work or meditation doesn't mean you hate meditation and breath work. It means you hate that specific one. There's many different types of exercise. There's many different types of meditation. So if you try a form of meditation or breath work on for a few weeks and you're like, ugh, hate it. Cool, good, don't like it. Try something else. Play around with that for a few weeks. And then, you know, eventually you're going to find your sweet spot. I think in this world of self-care and in this world of, you know, do all the things to take care of yourself, there's almost a missing of that really important point that you bring home. Find something that resonates with you, that is not work to you, and then do that, run with that, go with that. Because there's so many things that you can meaningfully shift your body into a better state of health and a better place where your immune system can work optimally.
Well, thank you. That, I think everyone needs to hear that. Is just find that thing that you love, because starting with something is better than doing nothing, right?
Yeah. And you don't want to, the thing that you bring in to support your health needs to sincerely support your health. There's interesting studies that look at, people have been told to eat healthier, and they do, and the body can shift the way it absorbs certain things based on the enjoyment of it. So yes, broccoli is a wonderful vegetable, and yes, it confers a lot of health benefit, but if it's something you sincerely don't like, you're not necessarily going to get the full health benefit from it. So there's something to be said of, you can't use that categorically against all vegetables, but listen to your body, understand what your body wants and needs, and enjoy what you're doing. There's something to be said for that sincere enjoyment, because it then is no longer a to do. Oh, I have to do this because I have to be healthy. It's more of a, oh yes, it's my meditation now. I get to do my meditation, or whatever that might be.
And speaking of food, you're talking about broccoli and these foods.
Mm-hmm.
We have an international audience from many, many countries that watch this show. And is there a particular diet or certain foods a diet lifestyle that you recommend? And I some people are like Mediterranean, this, and I know you do a lot of genetic work where you look at people's DNA, and you've seen that certain people eat better based on their genetics. But is there an overall diet that is good for most people?
Yeah. I think that the easy difficult answer to that is to say something that is a whole food diet, and that's not very specific. So whole food in the sense of things that have not been processed, looking at, is it from the ground, is it from a plant or a tree, or is it from an animal? I think that's one statement that can universally be made. The next statement that can be universally made is a good balance of fats, proteins, and carbs. What that balance is really is going to be a little bit more patient specific and to an extent ancestral specific. I find that there is no universal diet, right? And there's always exceptions to the rules, but looking at ancestrally where you're from can be helpful, okay? Because we find, so for example, in Canada, we have a large First Nations population, and especially if you go up north, their diet ancestrally was incredibly high in protein, very, very high in fat, very low in fiber, very low in other vegetables. And, categorically we think, oh, that's horrible. But you think about the environment they were living in, that's the way they evolved. That's how their bodies adapted to the space. And as things like sugars and like whatnot have been brought into this population, it's completely derailing them. So something, rarely would I ever suggest to someone, go have a diet that's exclusively fat and protein, but for that population, it works. And so understanding from an ancestral cultural perspective where you're coming from, Southeast Asian people tend to resonate really, really well with the vegetarian diet. Whereas if you were to offer that to someone in Canada's First Nations up north, it would not work very well. So understanding where it comes from, and then really putting sincere, gentle attention to how your body responds to certain foods is going to be important. If you're able to slow yourself and to calm yourself a little bit, to say, I had this meal and, a few hours later, I felt this way, or the next day I felt this way, listen to that communication from your body, because maybe within that meal, there was a type of food that your body didn't like. And it means you should either, have less of it or take it out completely. Those are my thoughts and advice, especially as we talk about this larger world, because it's difficult to give advice, especially when you speak to genes. Populations that evolve together tend to have, from a genetic perspective, similar-ish ways of eating and what their body most likes, and it's difficult to extend that to a global audience.
So you're talking about foods that your body might like and not like. How do we know when our body doesn't like something?
So the example I'll offer is dairy. Most people have a bittersweet relationship with it in the sense that it is delicious and they love it, but then their body does not like it. And here's the tricky thing, and I think this actually kind of goes back to some of that bucket analogy. When you talk about body, there's two ways a body cannot like food. The first way is a very frank allergy, right? You have the food and right away body's like, not, nope, nope, nope. And it gives you very obvious signs. There's swelling, there's puffing, there's, whatever it might be. That's an allergy. The other category is a sensitivity. And I think this is more what you're speaking to of, foods that, especially if you eat a lot of them frequently, the body doesn't like, but because you're doing that so consistently, that frequently consuming them, it's really hard to hear that signal from the body. So what I suggest to people is if they think there's a food that their body doesn't like, and we'll take dairy as this example, commit to taking it out for 3 weeks. Commit to taking that food completely out of your diet in every manifestation of it, right? So you're talking cheese, you're talking butter, you're talking ghee, you're talking yogurts, you're talking milks, and milk byproducts. To your point of sugar being hidden in everything, milk byproducts are hidden in absolutely everything. So out of everything, make a sincere effort for 3 weeks, you take it out. The end of that 3 weeks, try to very gently reintroduce it. So usually I say, over the course of 2 days, have 2 servings of it, and then take it out for at least another week again and hear your body, hear within those first few days, is there a response from the body? That's an indicator, that wasn't a great food for you, as well as a few days later, because some foods take a little while for the body to mount that I didn't like it response. Yeah, and I see people, interestingly, with gluten usually more so, people take it out, and then when they bring it back in, they're like, oh, I didn't feel anything at first, but you know what, that week I was really depressed, or that week I was really anxious, and it's not an obvious quick correlation. It's something that you have to spend that week of, because foods have that long-standing impact, right? Let food be thy medicine. There's a lot of intelligence to that. Foods just don't work in the moment. They have long-standing impact.
Yeah, I feel like the 3 items that cause the most inflammation is the sugar, the dairy, and the gluten. Would you agree on that?
I think so. I think the 4th category there is kind of food additives, be it colorings, preservatives. But in the overarching categories, yes, I agree. That and trans fats.
And the gluten, it's not the same, like bread wasn't the same bread that the ancestors used to eat. The issue is with the gluten, gluten's found a lot in breads, and that's what's causing a lot of the inflammation is the gluten, because it's been genetically modified, and now our bodies process it, right?
Yeah. So gluten, when you think about, to contextualize what gluten is, when you have bread and it's that delicious chewy feeling, that's the gluten. So gluten's a protein. It's really the fluffy protein. It's why when you have gluten-free products, they tend to be, deflated almost. That's what gluten does. And again, speaking back to companies bioengineering food for us to like them, that once they recognize what gluten was in the sense that it makes things fluffy and delicious, they're like, cool, we're going to add it to everything. And so it is in everything that is processed, because it's a great preserver, it's a great fluffy, and it's straight up delicious. But they then said, okay, well, how do we increase the amount of gluten in things so we can increase this beautiful, fluffy, delicious presentation? So I don't know, as of a few years ago, if you were to compare wheat from about 100 years ago to a few years ago, I think the gluten content was approximately 150 to 170% more than what it was, 100 years ago. Alongside the way that we create our breads and whatnot has changed a lot. So back in the day, you would have, you kneaded your bread and then left it out for a while to rise. Part of that rising process is bacteria eating the gluten and breaking it down and shifting some of its shape. Whereas now we don't necessarily have those processes, right? It's all quickly made things. There may not be that engagement of bacteria and other processes that, kind of pre-digest the food for us. So gluten, I apologize, I lost my train of thought. I don't remember where we started with the gluten, but it's in everything. And it's something I highly recommend people, at least, for 4 weeks, testing out, is it something their body's sensitive to?
So the gluten could actually also be causing some of the anxiety, right? Because if you're causing the inflammation in the body.
Yes. So yeah. So gluten has 2 pathways within the body. One's a very quick pathway. So they're both inflammatory pathways. One's a very quick pathway that, especially if you're sensitive, you'll notice right away. The other one is an interesting pathway in the sense that it's dose independent. So if you have a crumb of gluten versus like a whole glob of gluten, the same impact has, because you kind of just have to press the button. Doesn't matter how much is pressing the button. And it's an inflammatory impact that the half-life, as in, if you were to start off, if you created this much inflammation, how long does it take to get to half of that inflammation? Is about 8 weeks. Gluten for some people is an incredible inflammatory aggravator or creator within the body, because there's so many different pathways, and some of its immune correlates are even shown to cross the blood-brain barrier, which for some people, again, it's very biophysiologically dependent, is very person-to-person dependent, but for some people who are sensitive to gluten, they have that meal, it crosses into the brain, and it causes inflammation, it causes stress, and then that cascades down into the rest of the body. Yeah, so gluten, wow. If you're able to, it's a tall order, it's a huge order asking someone to take it out, because like sugar and milk byproducts, and it's in everything. But if you're struggling with anxiety, depression, and again, low grade, seek help if it's a more incredible struggle for you. But it's something worth investigating. It's something worth understanding. Is this part of the cause? Rarely will it ever be the only cause, but is it part of the cause? And I think it's something to be investigated. Yeah.
Wow, Dr. Krista, I could probably speak to you for hours and hours and hours. There's just so many things to cover. So I'm hoping that we're going to have you back for some more future sessions. But there are a few questions that have come in from our audience. And one of the questions was about the oils. When you're eating these healthy fruits and vegetables, a lot of people are kind of really putting a lot of oil in cooking or deep frying these foods. Can you talk a little bit about the oils that people are using?
So oils that people are using, it's tricky, right? Because I think oil, there's various different qualities of oil that we're getting. A lot of people are like, oh, if it's vegetable oil, it's a-okay. And vegetable oils are kind of like hot dogs. You know how with hot dogs, people say, whatever's left over goes into the hot dog? From a vegetable perspective, whatever oils are left over go into vegetable oils. So you have no idea what you're actually getting, and they tend to be very inflammatory oils. So I would say, when you're looking at cooking and using oils for cooking, look at plant oils that have a higher smoke point. Usually that tends to be the coconut or the avocado. When it comes to deep frying, there's really no way to make that healthy. And so from that perspective,
I was hoping you were going to give us some good news.
I know. I'm sorry. I wish I could. There's really no way. And here's my balance when we talk about things like deep fried foods, right? There's an incredible sense of community that can be built around deep fried foods. There's an incredible sense of, this is the way my mother cooked, and it imparts a really good, happy, lovely feeling. And so I don't know if the advice per se is to say completely cut it out, but be incredibly mindful of how often you're doing it, and ensure when you do it, it's something you're fully invested in, you're fully enjoying. Don't let it be something you're passively, I'm passively having chips as I watch a movie. Have it be, this is my mother's recipe. I made this and I'm really enjoying it. Or, oh, I get together with my friend, once a year, and every year we go for burger and fries because that's what we used to always do. Really invest and enjoy it, because unfortunately, I love fried foods. They're my Achilles heel. There's really no way around making them healthy or justifying them outside of the occasional social, cultural experience. When we do talk to just the other oils, especially the health benefits they can confer, olive oil is so extensively studied for, shifting blood lipids, shifting cholesterol and LDL and HDL profiles in very beautiful ways. Make sure you get a really good quality olive oil. There's a lot of adulteration, as in, people are trying to make it cheap and they'll add in other things. So get a quality one. Always keep it in a dark, cool space, and use it raw on things. Olive oil in particular, especially based on the smoke point, not something that you should cook with. Use your avocados and your coconut oils for cooking. And potentially even your ghee to an extent, just being mindful. Again, we have to be careful. So sorry about the fast foods and the fried foods. I wish I could justify that. I'm still looking for that justification. I haven't found it yet.
Unfortunately, I look at it, if it's good for you, it might not taste that good. But if it's something, there's unhealthy foods, it always tastes so good, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of unhealthy foods that don't taste good either. So keep it in mind. Keep it absolutely in mind.
That's true. But you know what you said about the palate changing. When I gave up sugar and I started, I felt like I could taste fruits and vegetables so much. Like it tasted good, because before I was like, this kind of all tastes the same. Like Brussels sprouts and broccoli, they always used to taste the same. But now you can actually, fruits and vegetables can actually taste pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Like they evolved. Like, I mean, it's a way that plants can transmit some of their information, move seeds about around, and they've evolved. They've adapted to be delicious. It's just when you compare, a pear or a grape or a pomegranate to something that's been manufactured to send this blinding signal to the body of, oh, this is sweet. They just can't compare. So once you've taken out that sugar, once you've allowed that turnover of taste buds in the mouth, you're going, to your point, appreciate some of the nuance and the deliciousness that can exist in nature.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Krista. And hopefully, oh, wait a second, we have one other question. Someone's asking a question on rapeseed oil. Is that a good oil?
Oh, goodness. The evidence there is conflicting. I don't know how to answer that one. I found like universally the good evidence sits with the avocados and the coconut oils for cooking. I haven't done my research on that one is about 5 years old, and I remember it was mixed 5 years ago. So I don't want to lie. Integrity is important to me. My answer is I don't know. So that's unfortunately I don't have an answer for that one.
And then we have another question that we have quite a few questions, but I'm just picking the ones that might be relevant to
of course
our viewers right now. The question is, someone's tested in South Africa, tested positive for COVID and diabetic. What do you suggest diet-wise?
Goodness. So diabetic, really, it's a difficult thing to answer because I don't know what medications and the like you're on, but really, really evaluating the sources of sugars that you're having, in particular, the non-complex, so the processed or the simple sugars, because just from an immune perspective, independent even of the COVID diagnosis, just from an immune perspective, you want that flow of sugar to be steady and consistent as opposed to spike-like. Okay. And so really evaluating sources of sugar, evaluating things like zinc and selenium and vitamin C that you're getting in your diet that really will support body, not only in the immune system in that recovery process, but also in rebalancing how body engages with insulin. And I'd really encourage you to talk with your doctor, either a functional medicine doctor or the like, because there's a lot of interesting things you can do with timing of food, in particular when you have your carbohydrates, when you're eating, things like that, that can really shift how the body navigates both the immune system and the sugar response.
Thank you. So Dr. Krista, we shouldn't be eating past a certain time in the evening, right? If you just want to mention that too.
Yeah. Largely that is true. So largely I would say ideally, you have your dinner and allow that to be the last meal of the day. Really fortify that meal with some really good plant fats and some good proteins and some good fiber so that body doesn't feel hungry. Body has nutrition for the evening. So on the whole, usually I say yes, dinner should be the last meal and you don't go beyond that. There are a group of people though that tend to, especially if they struggle with blood sugar regulation, almost need a little bit of a snack before they go to bed so that blood sugars can be stable and so that they can get through the night. Some people will wake up in the middle of the night and it's secondary to a drop in blood sugars. Okay, so for some people who find that that's why they're waking up, a handful of something like pumpkin seeds are great bedtime snacks. So when I say, you can eat before bed, it's not permission to go have ice cream or something like that. It's really being strategic about it. Having a handful of pumpkin seeds, which has zinc, it has protein, it has carbs, it has all these great things to help you kind of get through the night. And again, a handful, we're not talking about a meal.
Well, thank you so much for that. I think you've answered those great questions. Do you have any final tips that you'd like to share with our wonderful audience out there?
My final thought would be, I think when people talk about improving health and they talk about, here's all the things that you can do, people get very overwhelmed and, they might start off and try and do it all at once and then they trip and then it all is gone to loss. My thought would be, especially about the things that we've talked about today, between shifting diet, becoming aware of sensitivities, taking, managing, monitoring stress, pick one thing that you want to focus on Pick one thing and really fully invest in that for three to 4 weeks. Say, my thing is going to be, I'm going to take out sugars. I'm going to eliminate all the processed sugars from my diet, and make that your thing for 4 weeks. With awareness, you're going to make mistakes. With awareness, you're not going to be perfect, because you're not going to understand that sugar was in this thing that you were eating, and that you were eating it still not knowing sugar was there. Pick one thing and work at that. And then once you've perfected that and kind of that's become second nature, you can add in a second thing. Don't feel like you have to boil the ocean. Start one foot in front of the other. That would be my last, I think, my thought for how you take some of the takeaways and the beautiful things that people have been saying here today.
Wow, thank you so much. That was so informative. I think I'm going to go back and listen to things and write everything down and start implementing some of the great
You
advice.
had incredible questions. No, thank you for the guidance, and thank you for the questions. I appreciate you humanized it, and I value that, because I sometimes get lost in the clouds. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm so excited we'll be having you back again so you can share some more wonderful thoughts. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys too. Bye.
Bye. Now, this brings us down to our next guest, who we've had a few times on our show, Dr. Chirag Pandya. He is an expert when it comes to lungs. He's a board-certified pulmonologist and critical care medicine specialist. Dr. Chirag is currently serving as the medical director in critical care and respiratory therapy at Stanford Healthcare in Pleasanton, California. And he's also certified in sleep medicine and interventional pulmonology. How are you doing, Dr. Chirag? It's good to have you back again. How are you?
Hey, Sheila, how are you? Thanks for having me.
It's always so great to see you and catch up and find out what's the latest things that are happening out there, especially you're so involved in Stanford University and you're up with the latest techniques and everything. So how have you been? How is it out there in California? Well, I'm in California, but how is it out here in California?
First and foremost, I think I'm gonna order pumpkin seeds, tonight after the show is done. I'm just gonna order them and store them up. I think that was very, very useful. I think it was a nice discussion there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was so much to learn about, and trying to boost up our immune systems and
my goodness,
how to stay healthy.
So much out there, so much that we think we know, but there is a lot that we don't know. So very useful. No, things are going well here in California. Fortunately, we, as just like you, enjoying the nice weather. I think we are in terms of statewide, overall compared to the rest of the states in the country, California is leading in terms of, prevention measures and overall COVID care. So we have the least number of cases in the country in the US. And you might be already aware, but starting June 15th, it looks like we are going to get rid of the mask mandate and all the restrictions. So that's going to be interesting to see. I can't imagine yet that everybody will be out without masks and we'll be out and doing things like we used to. That's going to be a completely different feeling. But at this point, it looks like COVID is very well controlled in California. We haven't seen many cases since February. We have seen some cases from international travelers, but overall local cases we haven't seen. Vaccination is going very well. Again, compared to other states, California is leading the path with people being more and more amenable to getting vaccines. And we started vaccinating kids starting age 12 and onward. So both of my kids actually just got their first dose of vaccine on Friday. So that's really exciting to see the kids going now, covering that end, especially summer coming, everybody traveling, schools ending. So yeah, things are looking very good in California, and hopefully will stay this way. We still have to be careful going from summer into fall and see how things play out. But as of now, things are looking very good in terms of COVID for California. Yeah, fortunately.
Do you have any concerns with us opening up June 15th? And the reason, I know this is something that's just happening here in America, but at some point, a lot of the numbers are going to go down around the world, and then things are going to start opening up. And here we've decided we're not going to wear masks, and we're just going to go out and start socializing and back just opening up? Do you feel like we're getting to the end of the finish line and then we're just starting to walk there?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how things play out. I think two things we have to keep in mind is that we have a large number of population that is open to getting vaccine. Fortunately, we have access to a lot of vaccine here in US compared to the rest of the world. However, we still have significant number of people and population which is not necessarily open to getting vaccines for a number of reasons. There are patients and there are people who I constantly get asked almost every day, are the vaccines still safe? How are the side effects doing? What will happen 15 years from now? What will happen next year if I take vaccine? So there is a lot of anxiety out there among a lot of folks, and they have not taken the vaccine, even though they are 65 and older or younger. So we still have a large number of population which is not open to getting vaccine, and I don't think that is going to change as we move forward. So that's going to be interesting as things open up. I think for folks and patients who are already vaccinated, I think they have a pretty good coverage in terms of not wearing masks, going out, interacting with other people. But the folks who have not gotten vaccinated, they should continue to take extra precautions. They should still wear masks. They should still, maintain social distancing, because we have clearly seen that vaccination is effective. We have seen hospitalizations, emergency room visits, or patients getting sick in general going down significantly since we started doing mass vaccination. It has been like day and night. November and December, we used to have patients waiting for beds, and almost every bed in ICU taken up by a COVID patient. And now we have no patients in ICU who is sick with COVID. We have had a couple international travelers, but nothing locally because the vaccination has been so effective. So that's going to be very interesting. But I know that that there is a lot of pressure in terms of opening up businesses, opening up the economy, and I think we are at a stage we can definitely open up. But I think it's going to be individual responsibility for folks who are not vaccinated. They should still be very, very careful going out there. They should keep taking all the precautions, and they should avoid unnecessary travel, unnecessary gatherings until they get vaccinated, until they have had the second dose of vaccine. And a couple of weeks after the second dose of vaccine, they can be out there with the rest of the people who are vaccinated to interact and just be free socially in terms of not wearing masks. Folks who are vaccinated, definitely, I think it's safe for them to not wear the mask unless they are having some symptoms, having fever, having cough. They can be out there without masks. They can socialize. They can travel. And I think so we'll see how things go. I think we will continue to monitor these things. But as long as people maintain this responsibility, I don't think we'll have another wave unless we get hit by a variant which is not covered by vaccine. And that remains a possibility probably in fall and later part of the fall, and then we go into the winter. But until the later part of the fall, I think we are pretty much covered and we should be okay based on everything we have seen so far. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. After this interview, we're going to be chatting with Dr. Bharat Pankania, who's an expert on vaccines. So it'd be really good to see what the latest advancements are with vaccines and what his perspective is with the variant coming. Obviously, some concerns with the variant from India. So I'm looking forward to kind of having that interaction. And please do stay around so that you can ask him any questions also.
Sure.
So obviously, there's still going to be COVID around. Let's have a quick recap on signs and symptoms and when to get help. I just want to kind of go through that with the audience again so that, yes, when things open up, we can't still just think, hey, everything's okay. Let's just do a quick recap on the signs and symptoms, when to seek help.
Absolutely. No, I think it's very important for us to continuously remind ourselves and spread it to others that we still keep awareness in terms of what COVID does and how it can affect people, because as we open up, as we interact more, transmission can go back and it can increase. And even people who are vaccinated, if they get infected, they might have some symptoms. So we have recapped and discussed it many times, but again, it's very important to know that signs and symptoms of COVID is very interesting in terms of it can be as mild as something having like a body ache, just feeling weak or tired, or having a low grade fever, which a lot of times people might think it's just allergies, it's just having a minor cold. And sometimes hours go by, days go by. We have seen patients who have suffered this for 3, 4, 5 days, having low grade fever, having body ache, and just not reporting, just staying at home, sometimes continuing to be out there, doing their routine, treating this as allergies, maybe just a common viral cold. However, it could be related to COVID infection. So the key is to realize that if this is a symptom in terms of having low grade fever, a new cough, a new body ache, a new fatigue, which you never felt before, and you have waited for about 24 hours, 48 hours, you've done management like taking simple anti-fever tablets like Tylenol or ibuprofen, which is out there, and it's still not getting better, then it's time to contact your physician right away. It's very important that we continue to encourage people to recognize these signs and continue to communicate with their doctors and then get tested. Fortunately, testing has been accessible all over the world now compared to what we were last year in March, and it's very easy to get testing done. So just reach out to your primary care provider or your doctor if you notice these symptoms, even though it's as simple as having low grade fever, cough that's nagging, not going away. You're feeling a little bit more short of breath. You feel like your breathing is not as normal as it usually is. Just walking within the house, just going out for a walk, or you're going from one place to another. You notice that you just have to take a deeper breath. You're feeling a little tired and you're having fever. If it's ongoing for a day or two, you've got to get tested, because it could be the earliest stages of COVID. And that's where we have learned compared to last year that we have treatments available, which we can offer early on and prevent the progression. See, we are on the other side of the spectrum now. Last year around this time, we were seeing the end stage and severe disease consequences. We're seeing patients coming sicker in the emergency room. We were so busy with so many sick people, we hardly had time to set up things in terms of doing treatment for early on or initial stages of COVID, because the healthcare system was just completely devastated, completely overloaded. Now we have taken a step back. We can take a look at the entire perspective, and we have treatments like antibodies, which we can infuse in the emergency room, or we have outpatient infusion centers where somebody has fever, somebody 65 and older, has diabetes, but they're having fever for a couple of days. They get tested, they're positive for COVID. If this is something happens within 5 days of onset of symptoms, and they have some risk factors like they're 65 and older, they're diabetic, they have some other chronic lung or heart issues, then we bring them in right away, give them a dose of antibodies, infuse it over 2 to 3 hours, watch them for half an hour, and we will learn that these patients have very high chance, 70% or higher chance of not getting sicker. And this is the population that once they get sick, we have seen them staying in the hospital for weeks and weeks, sometimes ending on the ventilator. So this intervention has made a huge difference. And this has been set very well by multiple hospitals now. It's widely available. So key is to recognize these signs, contact your doctor, and don't be afraid of reporting. Don't be afraid of getting tested. Testing has become so easy. There are tests which you can do at your home in a mail-in order kit, or you can just do a drive-through kit. So you hardly have to park, walk outside, go to doctor's office, wait. Those days are gone. Everything has become mail-in remote. You can schedule with the app on the phone with a lot of health systems, or you just call one phone number and it can be scheduled. So it's very easily done. So early stages is important to recognize these signs and understand there is value to the early onset symptoms. Even though you feel like, okay, it's going to go away, I'm not going to get any treatment anyway, I can just sit home. No, early onset, we have options available now. If you report it early, we can treat you and avoid the progression until you get really, really, really sick. Similarly, on the other side, unfortunately, some patients, the progression happens faster and there is no time for the symptoms to be at the early stage and progress slowly. So a lot of patients will start having high grade fever right away, will get really, really short of breath, and within a matter of hours or days, the breathing will deteriorate very fast. So those patients, they need to contact emergency services right away, get into the hospital or emergency room right away, because there are a lot of things we can do early on to prevent the progression. And simple things like once you have these symptoms, just starting to sleep on your chest or your stomach at home rather than sleeping on your back for 8 to 10 hours or as much as you can. A very simple intervention while you are waiting for help or while you are waiting for guidance from your doctor. All you do is just turn yourself upside down in your bed, sleep on your chest or your stomach instead of sleeping on your back as much as possible, 8, 10, 12 hours with 8 breaks in between. This intervention can make a huge, huge difference. We have learned that on thousands of patients, because when you sleep on your chest or your stomach compared to sleeping on your back, your lungs right where on the back side of your body, your backside of your chest will get a lot more rest because they are not getting pulled by gravity when you're sleeping on your back. So these kind of simple interventions can make a big difference, even in patients who are admitted in the hospital. We are doing this routinely for about 12 to 16 hours. Even the patients who are on the ventilator, we are doing this as much as possible when their oxygenation is affected. So the key is to realize that yes, things are opening up. Vaccines are, be out there. Everybody's getting vaccinated. Mask mandates are going away, or at least loosening up. However, we have to be continuously aware about these early on symptoms, because these symptoms are again very important. Again, that population where they are not vaccinated or they are not going to get vaccine, that population is out there who is likely to get sicker again as things open up, and they are going to be more sicker than patients or people who are vaccinated. So these symptoms are important to be recognized, to spread the word, and just be vigilant about this to intervene early. And then time will tell that how things go. But I think if we are vigilant, we are careful, and just continuously spreading the word, I think we'll be still okay, and we should be able to avoid another wave of COVID we had unfortunately last year. So yeah, we just need to be careful about that. Fully agree.
Are you seeing that age range of people that are having more severe reactions? Is it a specific age range, a specific medical situation that they're in, or is it just kind of affecting anybody and everybody?
That's very interesting, and this is something has been area of debate. And again, now is the time compared to last year. Now we are able to step back and look at the entire year and how the epidemiology kind of evolved. So I think last year we're seeing patients who are 65 and older, patients who were with pre-existing conditions like diabetes, severe asthma, severe lung disease, or chronic heart disease, or some sort of immune compromised condition, people with transplant, or those who are on medications that compromise the immune system. We're seeing these patients getting sicker, and a large number of patients coming to the hospital where within this group. I think over time, what we have seen is, given the fact that we started vaccination in this population early, which was the right thing to do, and majority of the patients have been vaccinated, at least here in US and California especially, have done a great job getting the vaccination done. So we are seeing less and less patients within this age group getting sicker, whether they are coming in sick at the office or calling the hospital or coming to emergency room or getting admitted. However, on the same side, we are seeing younger folks who are otherwise healthy, but have chosen not to get vaccinated for a number of reasons. I think access is no longer an issue. Access is available, vaccines are available. However, a lot of the younger folks still feel that there is no need for vaccine. The disease is very mild, which is true. A lot of these younger folks will have and we're talking about age groups somewhere from 18 to 30 or 18 to 14, 80 to 18 to 40 years age group. However, a lot of these patients who are not vaccinated are getting sicker because they are out there. They are having social events. They are at work environment. They are not necessarily maintaining the mask mandates, and because of the fact that they are not vaccinated, we are seeing some disease in these patients. Fortunately, overall number of cases are still down, but this is the age group that we are seeing coming in the hospital still. Sporadically, maybe we are seeing 1 or 2 cases every couple of weeks coming in like this. So number of cases definitely down, but that's the age group that we are seeing mostly right now. We have not seen, fortunately, a lot of kids here in US. In California, I know India, we are unfortunately seeing a lot of cases coming out with the variant. Fortunately, here in US, we haven't seen kids getting affected or getting sicker. And now we are starting to vaccinate 12 years and older at a large level. So I think we'll be seeing even less and less unless we see a variant coming. So fortunately, not much disease among the kids, but younger population, we are seeing some cases still coming. Yeah. And that's the group to watch for. Absolutely.
Thank you. And what are you seeing as far as long-term COVID effects?
That's really, I think, one of the areas that we are dealing a lot, especially in my specialty, pulmonology. We are seeing consequences of a lot of patients affected by COVID-19 last year, and throughout the part of the year, presenting with a number of issues. And it's really unfortunate to see that some of the patients still having symptoms which are almost on daily basis. Most of them are affected with their lung health, unfortunately, because if you look at the overall how the COVID-19 or how the virus affects the lung, it really goes to the core of the lung structure, which is the alveoli. So I think I have a few slides. I can just pull it up for you and see if I can share my screen here. Okay. Because I think if we can pull a picture here to understand will really help. Let me go and put it out there. There we go. See if I can.
We can see the screen.
See it now? Oh, great. Awesome. Thank you. So I think if you go back to the normal structure of the lung, if you look at it in this picture, you can see the trachea, the main windpipe in the middle, dividing into right and left. And as you can see, it continues to divide into smaller and smaller branches, which we call as bronchioles or bronchi. And as they divide, they go from primary to secondary to tertiary bronchi. And if you look at the picture on the right side, this is the picture of the tertiary bronchi, which is the smallest branch of the bronchioles, or the airway or the windpipe, whichever way you call it. And you can see at the end of the bronchi, there are these small balloon-like, what we call them as air sacs, which we use the medical term as alveoli. So this is the most important physiologic part of the lung, where all the oxygen that we breathe in goes into our blood vessels, and the carbon dioxide that is generated in the body kind of comes out from there, and we exhale or breathe out. So that's the very important and most important structure. And if you look at the next slide here, which I'm trying to change, here we go. So a little bit of a complex slide. Sorry if it's a little bit overwhelming, but I just want to focus on just a couple parts here. If you look at the top left slide there, you can see the nice pink color there, which says alveolus. And that's the inside of this air sac that I was just sharing. and you can see the word, other area called capillary, where you can see a couple red cells which are floating around the blood vessels, the red blood cells, which actually carry the oxygen. So you are breathing the oxygen in, it goes to the smallest part, which is the alveoli, and that oxygen that crosses that line and goes into those red blood cells, and the red blood cells carry the oxygen all over the body. And if you look at the pictures down below, one of them says ARDS, or which is we call as adult respiratory distress syndrome. This is where that structure that we have, the lining, if you can look at this, you can see these green linings and kind of getting thick there. What it shows is that when somebody is affected by COVID-19 or the coronavirus, this is the structure that gets damaged. And as the structure gets damaged, it becomes more thick, more inflamed, and you can see that thick pink lining, which makes it really thick. So all the oxygen that we are breathing in, it's going to be very hard for that oxygen to go across that lining and go inside the blood vessels where the red blood cells will carry the oxygen. So what happens eventually is, if you look at this chest x-ray, you look at the images on the far top left is sort of like a normal chest x-ray. And you look at the image, which is D, you can see how hazy, and look at all those white shadows you see, which shows that the structure of the lung is damaged. And that's the inflammation or the injury that it takes place. And if you look at the CT scan on this patient, which is like a high definition TV, if you compare the x-ray to more like a black and white TV, you can see the image D compared to the top left image, which is image A. You can see how much white shadow and the damage you are seeing. So basically what I'm trying to say is that you can see that the normal structure of the lung, which you see on the top left image, which is looking mostly black, which is all air, and that's the way it should be. The lung should be filled with air, and as much as possible air should be in there, compared to the structure on, if you look at the image D, where you are seeing all these white shadows, where the structure of the lung has been damaged and there is no room left for air to further go in or go into the blood vessels. So when you're looking at these things, I'm going to stop the share now. I think hopefully, so it was helpful. So basically, that's the damage that happens to the basic structure of the lung. And what we have seen in COVID-19 is that over time, compared to a simple pneumonia or other virus like influenza or flu, the healing takes place a lot more faster. With SARS-CoV or COVID-19, the healing takes weeks and sometimes months, and then leads to something called as a scar. Just like you got a cut on your skin and you're left with a scar, that's the scar that kind of is left when COVID-19 has healed. Now that scarring leads to ongoing lung issues that we are unfortunately still dealing with. We are seeing patients who have this cough, which is constantly ongoing. They have this shortness of breath when they take few steps, 5 to 10 to 15 steps, and they're still getting short of breath, and they are struggling. They are not able to get back to their normal health or normal routine. The process is, the healing process has become too long. So we are able to treat, some of them and see the improvement. Steroids have been helpful. They're giving different medications like inhalers. By giving steroid medication, they can inhale, and that will eventually help them heal. Sometimes they're giving steroid tablets if needed as well. However, there are parts of lung which are turned into a scar, and that replacement, unfortunately, will not be possible. So some of the patients have this ongoing breathing and cough issues, which we are still dealing with. Unfortunately, few of them will continue to have their problem. Rest of them are recovering. But I think over time, we'll have to see how much regeneration and recovery happens. But we are going to be seeing a large group of these patients struggling with that, unfortunately, yeah. At this point.
Well, thank you for sharing all that information with us. The concern I have, obviously, is with these new variants coming out, even though the vaccinated populations are safe. So we need to start really working on building up our health and our immunity as a general population. Do you have any advice that you can share with our audience as far as like lung health? How do we build strong lungs? How do we build up a strong immune system so that in the future we're kind of ready?
Yeah, I think one thing I think, what COVID-19 has done is overall, it definitely struck us hard and gave us an opportunity to prepare and do whatever we can to improve our lung health, because this has opened a huge area for research for scientists as well in terms of strengthening lung health and how to even help in terms of preventing this and even help healing down the line. But I think when it comes to lung health, there are a lot of things that can be done. And this is something that I constantly get asked by my patients. I constantly continue to research for my patients, especially those with chronic lung disease, because they have very little reserve, and whatever normal lung function they have left, I try to encourage them to do as much as possible to strengthen the lung function so they can be ready if they are affected, and we can hopefully avoid severe disease among these patients. So, simple things. I think end of the day, it goes down to doing what lungs do, which is breathing. And I think more we use our lung, more we push our lungs, and that comes down to more exercise, stronger they are going to be. So you just go down to the basic function of the lungs is to do breathing. And that's something, I encourage all my patients, everybody, all their healthy populations, daily exercise, whether it's walking, whether it's running, whether it's treadmill, whether it's deep breathing, yoga, pranayam. There are so many things out there. And if you see all of them, eventually what they do is they increase our respiratory rate. We breathe faster than we normally do compared to when we are sitting or just doing our normal things. And breathing faster is going to add exercise to your lungs. And this is something we have learned by looking at the scientific data on our patients with chronic lung disease, emphysema, COPD. We put them through an intense rehab program called pulmonary rehab. And these patients go for weeks and weeks of training, and we track their lung function by measuring the numbers and see improvement over weeks. So if we can see improvement patients with chronic lung disease doing that, you can only imagine people when we have healthier lungs, but we are not used to exercising, it will always add in terms of improving our lung health. So daily exercise is the key as much as possible, depending upon, other health functions. I highly encourage all patients to add that regimen, to go out there, walk, exercise, do deep breathing, very important. Diet plays another key factor. A lot of data coming out in terms of antioxidants. And I think more research has gone into this in terms of how antioxidants and diet affect lung health than ever since the beginning of pandemic. And I think we have had so much research out there for decades and decades. We just haven't had a chance to recognize that and look into this until we got struck with lung disease and lung injury with COVID. So there's a lot of research out there with antioxidants, like if you're looking at more fruit and vegetables compared to other diet, huge antioxidants. A big research out there in terms of this. So encourage all the patients, everybody, to as much as possible add more fruit and vegetables in their diet, has a huge antioxidant value. Some data available for green tea as well compared to coffee and other drinks out there. Green tea has some data out there and literature that shows the antioxidant activity. Vitamin C has some research that has been published as an antioxidant for patients, again, with chronic lung disease, emphysema, as well as pulmonary fibrosis, taking up to 1 gram of vitamin C every day, and showing improvement in terms of their lung function over time. And similarly, trials are done for patients who are sick that we deal with in ICU with lung infection, pneumonia, and sepsis, and vitamin C showing improvement with their healing and lung health down the line if we measure their lung function tests. So vitamin C can be something that you can use and consider. Other things to keep in mind is avoiding pollution and exposure. Obviously, people are very vigilant about, these days about avoiding smoking as much as possible. So cigarette smoking is a big one, or pollution is a big one. I think even though mask mandate goes away, we will see that people are going to be more aware wearing masks when they see pollution rates are high, keeping an eye on the particles in the environment they are in. So things that you can be easily be aware of. But similarly, other things to keep in mind is things that you are not aware within your home environment that can be pollutants. So I see international travelers coming to US, and a lot of time I see a lot of folks in different parts of the world being exposed to things they are working in their home, and one of the big one is cooking. I see a lot of a lot of women, a lot of people cooking in India as well as other parts of the country where they are exposed to a lot of fumes, a lot of smoke very closely, right within 1 feet or 2 feet distance, and they have signs of chronic lung disease, which are very similar to somebody with COPD or emphysema that we see. So things like that, they're within your day-to-day environment, whether you are cooking or whether you are in a work environment where you have exposure to some smoke or dust. We are working in an office where you come to know that the ventilation system or the filtration system has not been checked for years or replaced. I see patients throughout the year where they have chronic lung disease and asthma developing because of the desks is right under the ventilation where they're getting air conditioning or heating. And we have a number of folks getting sicker over the years, and something that has older building has not been addressed. So things like this, where you are in a work environment, ask those questions that, hey, is this being checked routinely? Are we changing filters? How is the space around where I'm working, where I'm living? Are there any leaks? Are there any smokes coming? So basically, surroundings that we normally won't pay attention, but could be out there. These things can play a role, especially if you are being exposed to these things for years and years. But still, a lot of work needs to be done. At the same time, cigarette smoking, there's still a lot of secondhand smoking out there, especially among kids. I do see patients in their 30s and 40s coming with chronic lung disease, where they have been around their parents who have been smoking while they were growing up, or their friends or other relatives. So awareness about secondhand smoking, very important as well at the same time. But I think there is more awareness out there, and by spreading these things around, we can definitely strengthen lung function. And I think we'll see more research in terms of antioxidants coming over the years with better trials in terms of whether it's vitamin C or diet to see where it can make a difference to strengthen our lung health. Yeah.
So thank you for that. That was so informative. There's always so much, a wealth of knowledge every time you share with us. It's so much great data. As far as yoga and deep breathing exercises, has any of that been known to kind of help with lung function?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of data out there for yoga, and we still have, I think, some more scientific studies to be done in terms of doing head-to-head comparison, in terms of whether you're comparing somebody who goes to gym every day and spends 40 minutes on a treadmill versus doing yoga 5 times a week, and see how that affects their long-term lung health or health. We do have a lot of evidence and studies out there for individual studies that people who are doing treadmill or running, and you're comparing their lung health in their area compared to somebody who's not doing any exercise at all. And similarly, somebody who's doing yoga or pranayama and not doing studies and not doing any exercise at all. So we know that all of these things help. Again, when it comes down to which one is better, how many days a week, how many hours, that remains a challenge when people ask me that questions. I tell them, there is no scientific data, but that's something is hard to generalize because a lot depends on, number one, access, who has access to gym, who has time to go to gym and do those exercise, and number two, capabilities. There are patients who have chronic lung issues or weight issues where they cannot necessarily get on the treadmill and do that every day, or walk longer hours. So for them, doing things like pranayama or yoga or deep breathing, it's an easy solution, or a better option compared to doing running or jogging every day, because it does make a difference. A lot depends on what access they have, how applicable these things are, but we do have data individually looking at yoga, pranayama, showing that it improves lung health, including in patients with chronic lung disease, as well with COPD as well as pulmonary fibrosis. We have data for yoga and deep breathing, which we include in our pulmonary rehab program. We have an instructor who comes in, give instructions to all the patients who go there for the rehab after dealing with a chronic lung disease, and they get the lesson about their and education about that, because there's scientific data, it makes a big difference on that. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, that's so great to see that that's actually now in Western medicine, because that wasn't around a few years ago.
Yep.
And we have a couple of questions. One question that we have is, what is the correlation to asthma and COVID? Any tips?
That's a very good question. And a lot of correlation in terms of the spectrum. We learned early on that patients with chronic lung disease were at higher risk of getting sicker once they contract COVID-19. And then looking at the data from the Italian studies as well as the New York data that came out, we learned that patients within chronic lung disease, patients with severe asthma or asthma which has been ongoing for years and years and is uncontrolled within the chronic lung disease spectrum, patients with severe asthma were even at higher risk of getting sicker and having harder time to recover once they contract COVID-19. And one of the reasons we have learned that is because patients with asthma have something we call as hyperinflation. They have lungs which are filled with air for years and years because their small bronchioles, their airways are very tight, so they cannot exhale or breathe out the air. Now, these patients, when the air is filled inside their lungs for years and years, will do damage to the structure of the lungs. So when they are affected by COVID-19, they already have damage to their basic structure of the lungs because of air filled in for years and years. Further damage with COVID-19 will make them even more sicker, and the recovery becomes very hard for them. So definitely, patients with severe asthma are at higher risk of getting sicker once they get COVID-19 in terms of higher risk of getting to ICU, higher risk of getting on the ventilator, and a longer time to recover once they get to that stage. Second thing, unfortunately, we are seeing is the recovery after they have recovered from COVID. So patients with severe asthma are having a longer time to recover because their asthma sort of stayed in what we call as exacerbation, or more like a flared up mode. So compared to usual week or two of flare-up, patients with asthma have once or twice a year. They are going through this flare-up lasting for weeks or months after they have gone through COVID-19. So they're requiring steroids longer, they're requiring medicines longer, and keeping them on steroids for a longer amount of time has again more side effects and consequences, with the risk of their blood sugar being affected, their bones being affected, and then them losing muscle mass, which eventually affects breathing. So recovery is harder for these patients as well. What we are focusing right now is to make sure that patients who have asthma, we want to make sure that asthma stays under control, and we do everything we can to make sure that the asthma is under control. Because if the asthma is not controlled, and if they contract COVID-19 or other virus or any other lung infection, their recovery is going to be harder compared to somebody without asthma. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And I know our time has come to an end, and thank you for all the great work that you do, and continually coming on and giving us this great advice. So do you have any last tips before you leave us, Dr. Chirag?
Thank you. Last tips I will leave is, this is an exciting time. We are finally seeing the, light at the end of the tunnel. We are seeing that things are opening up. We are having opportunity to, be with our loved ones, with or without masks, and with vaccines, even without masks. Here in the US, we are starting, and so far going well. So it's an exciting time. Nice to see that, positive outlook coming, and especially with summer approaching. But at the same time, we have to be continually careful about being aware and vigilant that there are people out there who are not vaccinated. And if you know anyone like that, please encourage them to get vaccinated, starting kids age 12 and onwards. Anybody who's out there, unless they have a real reason to have prior history of allergy or hypersensitivity, I will encourage them to do that. That's one thing we can all do on our part to encourage someone else who is not vaccinated to get that done, because eventually that's what we will need to get over this. And if you know someone who is having signs and symptoms that we discussed, please encourage them to reach out to their doctors and just be in the best health possible, eat healthy, exercise healthy, every day, and prepare yourself to be in the best health possible. Thank you so much.
Wow, that's a wonderful ending there. Thank you so much, Dr. Chirag, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Always the pleasure. Thank you.
And now we have our final guest of the day, and we have Dr. Bharat Punkhania. And many of you have probably seen him on CNN, BBC, and Sky News. He is a global COVID expert. I'm so honored to have you again on our show, Dr. Bharat. How are you doing?
Namaste, namaste, Sheila, namaste, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Pandya. That was a lovely, informative talk. I appreciated it as well. Thank you. Namaste, everyone.
How are you? How have you been?
I'm fine. Busy as ever, Sheila. Whilst we heard about the good news around the corner, there's always a lot of stress in the system with respect to vaccines, variants, and the way forward. And the current storm in the United Kingdom is variants from India. We've had some good news confirmed. I always felt that that's the way it would be, but it's nice to have it confirmed that the vaccines that we are using, the Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna, are effective against variants. The sad bit is the world is such a shallow place. So they look at it as, oh, the vaccines work against the Indian variants. Happy days. What they should really be working on is how can we prevent variants from other parts of the world emerging and blowing us out of the water. That's what the conversation should be. Nobody wants to have that conversation.
Well, we can have the conversation.
Yes. Indeed, indeed. That was a good plant she adopted.
The concern I have, obviously, over here too in the US is, we're opening up June 15th. Planes and planes of people have come in from India. We haven't necessarily been COVID testing or having these people isolate. So it's just a matter of time that variant is going to be out here. Now, what are your concerns? Because obviously we're now saying, hey, don't wear your mask. A lot of people are vaccinated, and then there's a lot of portion of the population that aren't vaccinated. And the issue there is some people are going to feel bad about wearing a mask, and some people are not going to want to wear a mask. And there's a lot of controversy around that. So what are your concerns about that?
So this is basic science, really, and you don't need to be a top grade scientist to work it out. So when we have relaxation of restrictions and movement of people equals interactions with people, and interactions with people equals more and more cases, especially if you are not immunized. So in terms of what I expect to see is, if you're not immunized and there is a lot of movement of people back and forth, then case numbers whichever country you are in will go up, especially amongst the not immunized. And then the second lot will be immunized but not properly immune. So it would be partially immunized. And then finally, I also expect about 10% of people who are fully immunized to also get infected, because no vaccine is 100% proof. So what would I advise? Well, advice number one is be careful how wide you open the gate with respect to people from other countries coming into your country. So that's the gate. If you open the gate wide and have no controls, then you expect the case numbers to shoot up very, very quickly. If you have a gate that is tightly controlled and only open partially, and you have control measures like quarantine and tests and checking and quarantine and checking, then your case numbers will go up, but they will go up slowly and gradually and imperceptibly. Therefore, you may remain in control. As you open the gate, the case numbers are going up, but on the other hand, you are controlling it with testing, tracing, isolate, etc. And finally, I come onto the subject of masks and variants. So unfortunately, the mutation in the virus, and it's only a small change of amino acid, and it's a very small change. And with that small change in the amino acid, so mutation equals a change in which amino acid fits into that place, equals a change in what the structure looks like. Mutation, change of amino acid, change in what the structure looks like. So if I can display to you, if this is the structure, and then with a change of one amino acid, the structure might look a little bit different. So that change in the structure from being like this to like this, little change makes a big difference. So the big difference is with the Indian variant, it's much more infectious, easy to get infected by. So because it is easy to get infected by, you need to have a shield, a protection. So wearing a glass shield in front of you is pointless, unless, of course, like yourself, Dr. Sheila Dobie, you are operating on your patients, in which case you wear a good, high quality mask, properly fitting, as well as the visor, which you do in your place of work. But for ordinary members of the public, I would say, wear your mask, wear it properly, wear a high specification mask, wear it so that it really fits tight and close. That way you're buying yourself time from not being infected.
Well, thank you for reminding us that the mask is important, the
Yes.
good quality mask, covering the nose, covering the mouth. I know we talk about that many times, but people tend to forget. You still see people have the mask like down their nostril. You mentioned just now about the level of immunity, right? So you've got a bunch of people that are all taking the vaccine, being whatever it is, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson, AstraZeneca, but we don't know the level of immunity that these people have, right? Because we're not testing antibodies. So there could be a lot of people out there that think they're immune, that they're out and about, no masks, feeling comfortable. What are your concerns about these people?
So the concerns are twofold. One, about 10% of them will not be immune. And what I mean by that is they have no protection, and if they encounter the virus, they will get infected and they could get seriously infected. So 10% is still a large number, but that is inevitable. That will happen. Then the other bit, I don't want to be so miserable, but it's a fact. So the other bit is when we are fully immunized, 90% of us are fully protected, okay? And 10% will never be protected because for whatever reason. Then that 90% figure, as the journey goes, will slowly, slowly, slowly come down. So as the journey goes from the moment you were fully immunized to 6, 9, 12, 1 year, 1.5 year, 2 year period. So from that 90%, we may start to drop to 80, 70, 65, 50, that sort of thing. So going forward, I also expect a greater and greater proportion of the population to tip into the vulnerable status. We've got ways around it. So for example, in the United Kingdom, we are going to re-immunize. It's not re-immunize. We're going to give you a booster dose in the autumn to see your immunity is dropping, we give you the booster, we put your immunity up again. So we're going to give booster doses, but it is impossible to immunize everyone in one go. So we've got to remain careful, a little bit careful, especially long term. We've got to remain careful.
Is there any way of telling if someone's been has immunity with the vaccines that they've taken?
It's a yes and no answer. So if I were to do very specific tests, and these are very specific, this is not generally looking for general IgG antibodies. This is looking for SARS-CoV-2 specific antibodies. It can be done. I might find them, but that only tells me that at this point in time today, right now, I have found them, but that doesn't mean they're there 3 months later. So it is in a way a false promise. Furthermore, I may never find the antibodies, but you can still be immune. And the reason is you've made immune memory. So that immune memory is like your safe deposit account. You know, it's locked away somewhere. You don't see the word of cash anywhere. But if needed, the safe opens very, very quickly, and your safe deposit, i.e. your immune memory, is there, and it very, very quickly makes antibodies and immediately starts to protect you. So whilst you are properly immune and you've got immune memory, you may not have detectable immune memory, because we haven't got tests which test for have you got immune memory. So that's another reason why I would ask people not to waste your money going to laboratories, having tests which are, number one, inaccurate, number two, not very specific, number three, not very informative, and number four, instead of spending your money there, donate it to the poor people.
Are you concerned about the vaccinations with the elderly? That population has generally been vaccinated, but how effective do you think the vaccine is with the elderly population?
It will be on average, it will work as well as it does, but on average, I expect that maybe 10, 15, maybe even 20% of the elderly may not mount a very good immune response. And that's because they're elderly, they're frail, all the other systems have got problems. You've picked up pathologies over your 80 years. So I would say that whilst we don't know for sure, that if I had to think from first principles, then of all the people immunized, I would say people like the elderly, frail, diabetics, immune suppressant drugs, etc., a greater proportion of them may remain under immune or under protected.
I'm seeing there's a lot of people, when we're talking about vaccinations, they say, okay, when they got their second dose, they got really sick, and some people didn't get sick on their second dose. And a lot of the elderly people, they're getting vaccinated and hardly even having a reaction. Is there a correlation between getting that dose, that second dose, and is that a good thing that your immune system's like recognizing it? That means it's working, or what's your take on that?
Yeah, it's an unknown. So some people mount a raging response to it, and we don't half hear about it, right? They talk a lot about it as well. And then there is other people who have no effects. The answer is we don't know. So some people will have the local fever, aching arm, generally feeling unwell for a couple of days. That's normal. And then there is people who have no side effects. That's also normal. Is one making a better immune response compared to the other? No, we don't know.
It's been difficult here because in California, they've had their first dose, but then they hear these stories about how the second dose can have a lot of fever and planned sickness for those couple of days. So a lot of people are not going for that second dose. Now
that's a tragedy. Sorry, I interrupted you, Sheila.
No, that's fine.
That is a tragedy, because look at it like this. First priming dose gives you 50-60% protection. Second boosting dose gives you up to 90% protection. Why, for the sake of being unwell for a couple of days, are you denying yourself the gold standard protection, which could kill you, literally, which could kill you? We heard Dr. Chirag Pandya say, you get infected, you don't know how your lungs are going to respond. And if your lungs respond in an awkward manner, you've had it. You have had it. So it's important that you have your full immunization and your booster when it becomes available to you in your country.
So Dr. Bart, you're seeing a lot of in the media will say, okay, daily here we see, okay, Pfizer 90% effective, Johnson & Johnson gives us a certain 60%, and these numbers are being thrown out. So for the people that aren't vaccinated, there's now like, oh, I should go for this vaccination, or which picked on the efficiency. How effective is that data that's out there? How are we measuring that this vaccine is 90% more effective than another vaccine?
Yeah, look, for the benefit of our viewers and listeners, etc., my answer is, if people speak Swahili, there's a very good Swahili word here which goes sijui. Sijui, said with impact, means a lot more than I don't know, we don't know. But sijui means we don't know, right? And the truth is, there is almost a made up league table of we're good, we're not so good, we're catching up with you. This, come on, it's a vaccine. It does its job. It protects you. Take the first available vaccine, take it, right? And there isn't a league table. And, this is, that thing we call the tortoise and the hare. They both set out to run. And then one is way ahead to begin with, and eventually the tortoise catches up. So what I'm trying to say, that when we have got millions of doses and the passage of time, we will find that actually that one works, and that one works. After all, each one of them is asking your body to make immune memory. It isn't anything more special than that. The vaccine goes into your arm. It instructs the cells in your body to make one thing and one thing only, immune memory. So whether the immune memory was made via Pfizer, via Moderna, via Johnson & Johnson, you will find that the immune memory is immune memory, and they will all work about the same.
I just want to explain on a very basic level for our viewers. When we get sick, like the virus comes in, the human body mounts a response, and it has its own immune system. And then when we take a vaccine, there's a different immune response, right? Can you tell us why can't we rely on our own immune system to fight this COVID?
Yeah, that's a lovely question, and it's very important. So people in the military will understand these things much better, and it's a case of the enemy arrives, and if you allow the enemy to get through your gates and starts ransacking your body, and then you wake up your army and you tell your army, come on, boys, come on, we've got an enemy in our compound, get on with it, right? By the time the boys and girls, by the way, have been woken up and told that we've got the enemy within us, it may be too late. That's exactly what happens with natural infection. So the virus comes in and your body recognizes it as, oh my God, this is alien. And then it starts making antibodies, and then it starts to fight back. But the fight back is delayed, because you had no armamentum to fight it. And that delay allows the virus to take a foothold and to do the damage. And then that damage can be perpetuated. In other words, that damage is increased and increased, and your antibody system is trying to play catch up, and it may never catch up. Okay. On the other hand, if I have immunized you, then your immune system, the moment the virus arrives, it's not like instant milliseconds, but very, very quickly, within a few hours of it arriving, your body's immune system says, I know you from before, and immediately goes into motion of making antibodies, activating the white blood cells and all your body's defense systems. Your temperature goes up, you have a fever, you fight it. So what is the difference between naturally fighting it and immunized and fighting it? Time. You are primed and you're ready to fight it. And because you're primed and ready to fight it, you fight a better fight compared to if it arrives and then you try to make antibodies, you may never catch up. And now then, there's one more thing people need to understand, which even many doctors and healthcare workers and everybody else is not fully understanding. People who are in the field of rheumatology and immunology will understand this much better. So what is happening is the virus is an infection, but it is not necessarily the infection that is killing you. What is killing you is the immune response to the virus. This is really important. Please listen to me carefully. The virus gives you an infection. Unfortunately, the virus causes an immune storm. And if that immune storm goes wrong, it could kill you. So that immune storm affects your blood. You start getting clots. It affects your heart. It affects your lungs. It affects your kidneys. It affects your brain. So that hyperimmune response unfortunately kills you. Therefore, what we do is, if you have a COVID-19 disease, we first allow your body to fight it. When we know that your body is not succeeding in fighting it, i.e. you need oxygen support, you need hospitalization, that sort of thing. In other words, the second half of your infection. At that stage, we also give you steroids to calm your immune response, to slow it down, to soften it, to reduce its over-exuberant response, and hopefully not have multi-organ damage. So COVID-19 is not lung damage only, it is multi-organ damage which kills you. And it is multi-organ damage because it triggers a hyperimmune response. So finally, coming back to your question, Dr. Sheila Dovey, is when I immunize you, I am also buying myself a weapon which is preventing your immune system from overreacting. This is something we don't talk a lot about. We talk about, I am immunized, my body is going to make lovely jubbly antibodies very, very quickly. Good. It is also going to tell your immune system not to get overreactive. Yeah, we learned something.
Well, that was a really amazing explanation, and you're right. I don't think anyone's really explained it as well as you've done that.
Thank you.
Do you feel, now there's restrictions that are that don't sometimes make sense to me. Like when you're dining indoors now, but not so they're allowing more dining indoors. That everyone's going to be without their masks, and they're not that far spread apart. But isn't the virus particle going to still be circulating in the air? Is that something we should be concerned about, or?
Yes, very short answer, yes. And this is another, how do you don't want to criticize WHO and other colleagues, but the truth be told, the WHO has been slow in accepting, and other doctors, in accepting that this virus is aerosol spread. If you don't believe anything, let me explain it to you like this, and then I'll come back to your restaurant issue, Sheila. If this was hand-to-hand spread, in other words, dirty hands and dirty surfaces, we wouldn't see so many cases. It's just not possible to see so many cases because it is hand spread, i.e. droplet spread. You were very close to him, he infected you or she infected you, or you had a dirty hand and this. But we have spent billions and billions of pounds having a one-way system like this, hand sanitizers everywhere, and you know, we just keep on and on and on about hand sanitizers and walking in one-way systems, etc. And you have huge number of cases, and nobody asks, how come? I'll tell you why you've got a huge number of cases. Aerosol spread. Aerosol spread. What aerosol spread means is it is in the air. So I don't have to be in the room. I can be in this room, my room here, release a lot of virus particles, go away. Somebody else enters this room and they say, lovely, room is empty, no problem. They breathe in lungs full of my virus particles, which are floating in the air, and they will remain airborne for a long time, 3 hours, probably more, etc. So you breathe in that invisible cloud and you get infected. It's aerosol spread. We have been asleep not to talk about it, that if you are having so many cases, it has to be another route of transmission, aerosol spread. Okay, so coming back to your question in the restaurant, there is an aerosol. There will be somebody infected and infectious in that room. And if you breathe that air in, you could get infected. How do you reduce your chances of getting infected? Difficult. What can you do? Well, nothing. Don't go inside. Second point, the restaurant, the train. I took a train this morning and I was looking at it and I thought, headache. This is a place waiting to infect you. The train or the restaurant could do very simple things. Dilute the air. In other words, fresh air. Open the windows on both sides of the room. So having opened the windows on both sides of the room, there is air coming from this side and air coming from that side, or air flowing this way or that way, whichever way. But with the flow of the air, so if there are 1 million particles, you reduce it to 10,000 particles by continuously refreshing the air. So you need the air to be continuously refreshed. By that way, you reduce it from millions of particles to a few particles. And if it is a few particles, hopefully fewer will get into your mouth and lungs and infect you. So talking about my train, the train company could easily do this, but they're asleep. Open the windows and keep them open. Wedge them open. Job done. Job done. But they can't be bothered. This is the first time I've taken a train in 14 months. I sat on the train carriage and I thought, this is so easy. Go to the workshop, open the windows and keep them open. They can't be shut. I'm going to write to the train company and tell them, why haven't you done this?
I think you've got a lot of writing to do. Every time I speak to you, you're like, I'm going to do this. I've got to speak to the government. I've got to...
Yeah, I'm on a mission, Sheila.
I know you're on a mission. You've been doing so many of these interviews. Every time I switch on the television or I look online, I see you doing an interview talking about so many different things. And I love these sessions because we actually get a bit of time to kind of communicate, and I get to ask you all the questions that I'm like, wait a minute, what about this? What about this? And what you described as indoor makes complete sense. Now, what about outdoor? Now, if someone's talking and let's say they sneeze, they cough, these viral particles are out there, like how quickly does air move these around? And does it move it around quickly so it's diluted very fast, or is it just suspended around in the air? So if someone's sitting even say like over there, and then the wind comes and then moves these particles away. I mean, how does that work? Can you kind of go into that a little bit?
So outdoors is safe. And as soon as you've had, say, a large sneeze and you released millions of particles or whatever in that air, it's immediately getting diluted by the large volume of air outside. So provided you are not, say, at an outdoor concert, in a crowded outdoor concert, where there's people cheek by jowl all next to you everywhere, front, back, left, right, then that's what you would call a stationary crowd. And that stationary crowd could infect you, right? That just makes biological sense. So a stationary crowd of too many people outdoors, a little bit risky. People outdoors, not risky, but crowds of people and you're in that crowd outdoors, you could get infected. So you want to be outdoors. Yes, certainly it's good for you and it's safer, but avoid crowds even outdoors.
So if you're vaccinated, elderly person out and you're having, let's say, a barbecue, should you be wearing a mask or not?
Yeah, difficult, because we've also got to live our lives. So what I would do is, because you see a lot of people are asymptomatic, meaning they have got no signs and symptoms. So if you've got anyone with any signs and symptoms, pull them out of circulation. Second, you can have endless tests as well. The tests are inaccurate, but at least if the test picks up you're positive, you can pull them out of circulation as well. Then who you mix with is important. So if we're mixing with people who are not mixing with too many other people and they're all immunized, then it is as safe as we can make it. So I would say, well, let's get together. And I have plans of getting together with friends of mine. And we've stipulated that we will all be fully immunized. We will make sure that we are in no symptomatic. And then we may take a test if we want to. But we don't mix extensively with other people. So it's those sort of measured actions that you can take. In other words, keep your network small and tight. So you interact with other people, but make sure that the people you're interacting with are not interacting with too many other people as well. And, you know, just good precautions is, I get immunized, you get immunized, we can make it. That's a good thing, because it is a fact, and I need to share this with you, is that if you are immunized, the positivity of being immunized is twofold. One, it protects you. Two, it makes you less of a secretor of virus particles. So if I am immunized and infected, I'm less infectious. So as I'm less infectious, it's the best place to be. So the reason to get immunized is protect yourself and also protect others by being less of a secretor of virus particles.
Oh, thank you. I love having these conversations because it clarifies so many of these questions that I don't think that people really have taken time to understand it, because the education isn't out there.
Yes.
Is there anything that you feel that is something that's happening that people just are not understanding? I mean, you've mentioned covering the mask with your, making sure the mask covers the nose, the mouth and everything, less indoor stuff. Is there anything that you want to share?
So let's deal with the mask first. I honestly feel that we should buy better quality masks and wear them properly. So that way, your virus particles stay with you, that's fine. But people don't like to be altruistic because they say, I have this mask to wear to protect others. I don't care about others as humans. But if you turn it around and say, look, you're protecting others, but you're also protecting yourself. In other words, it's the same analogy as there is a swarm, a large swarm, large cloud, invisible cloud coming towards your nose and mouth, and you're wearing a mask. So what happens is, as the swarm comes towards your mouth, 70–80% of that swarm will be repelled by the mask, and 5 to 10% will get through. But that 5 to 10% that gets through is not enough of an infecting dose to infect you. That's why you wear a mask. You wear a mask to reduce the chance of that swarm coming towards you to being just a small little trickle. And that small trickle, your body can handle it. That's why you wear a mask.
And that's why the quality of the mask is so important, because it's, if you have a mask that's got a lot of openings, even from the fabric, for example, when you just get the virus particle, that is just going to go through. But if you've got a tightly meshed one, or level 3 surgical, like we use in the healthcare field, it's not going to be able to kind of navigate through. And that's why it's important to always, even if you're vaccinated, out and about, making sure, because like you said, you don't know at what point your immunity is going to start. You don't know what level of immunity you started at, and you don't know at what point you're just not going to be that immune, because we just don't know at this point.
Absolutely. So this is called a game of chess, and you don't want to be checkmate. And checkmate equals you die. When you're dead, you can't come back. You're finished. You leave behind your family, your children, and planet Earth. You're finished. So your game should be, I'm going to live here. I'm going to live, and I'm going to live long enough to hold politicians and other people to account. That's one thing. Second, enjoy being alive, because it's only one life. So your game should be, I want to remain alive. And what you do, as you just said, is you remain in good health, you get immunized, you wear your mask, you keep your circle small, and you wait. This is the game of chess, the wait. The wait is eventually, just believe me, have faith in me, please. Eventually, this pandemic will go away. So in the meantime, play that game of chess, the waiting game. Slowly does it, slowly. It will go. It will definitely go. In the meantime, be careful. That's all.
Thank you for giving me hope, because I have been thinking, like, how is this thing going to disappear?
It will go. It will go.
I guess the wise words, this too shall pass, right?
Yes, indeed, indeed, indeed.
So we've talked about the protective measures that we can do, the mask, the social distancing, being outdoors. Let's shift now to, there's still a majority of the population that aren't vaccinated, even here in the US. Now, people might not be vaccinated for health reasons. They might not be vaccinated from just their belief of the vaccine. Now, there's some people that are concerned it's an mRNA vaccine. This is genetically, might change DNA or anything like that. And if that's your belief system, that's your belief system. It's going to be, we can't expect them to say, okay, look, you need to get vaccinated, because we need to explain what the concerns are and what the long-term potential issues are. And then there's some people that are just scared of the vaccines, this needle phobic. They're worried about taking anything external into the body. Let's address that first bunch, the people that are concerned about the mRNA vaccine. Now, there are different kinds of vaccines, right? There's mRNA vaccine is the newer technology, but there are vaccines out there that are not the mRNA technology, more traditional vaccines, right? So can you discuss that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So the mRNA vaccines, new technology, very rapidly deployed, easy to manufacture, easy to make many millions of doses, and relatively easy to also give. So this is not new, meaning we've used the mRNA technology for many things in the past, for other treatments and other uses, especially like what we call gene therapy type things. It's not new, we don't know. Right? We do know, it's just that we're using it as a vaccine. So the mRNA just does one thing and one thing only. It goes to a little organ inside your cells, the ribosomes, and it tells the ribosomes to make a protein. That is the instructions in the mRNA. And that protein is the spike protein, which is pushed out. Your body's immune system recognizes it and makes immunity against it. And then the mRNA degrades and is got rid of. The mRNA doesn't do anything with your nucleus, doesn't do anything with your DNA, doesn't interfere with your genetic code. It doesn't have anything to do with your genetics. It's not going to make you subfertile. It's not going to make you super anything. It comes, it goes. It does its job, it's gone. So that's the mRNA. It's safe. Then if you still don't want to have the mRNA type vaccines, then there are other things. You just have to wait a little bit longer. So Novavax. Novavax is making a vaccine which will be protein made in the laboratory injected in your arm. So they manufacture the spike protein in the lab and then inject it in your arm. So that's something that will come along. And then there is there's another one. India is making one that you can squirt up your nose. So that is a denatured, attenuated virus, SARS-CoV-2 virus, but it's squirted up the nose. And then China is making one where it is a killed virus. So it's the SARS-CoV-2 virus, they killed it, and then they put it in preservative and then inject you the protein from the killed virus. So there are other vaccines coming along as well. We put them through the trials, we test them out, we see that there are no side effects, we follow them up afterwards, and they start to save lives. And with respect to the blood clots, I mustn't brush that under the carpet. So as a result of systematically watching people after they have been immunized, we found a link between AstraZeneca Oxford vaccines and blood clots. And what I want to say is we found it because we're looking for it. And then we noticed that it is an unusual, unexpected immune response that we couldn't have predicted in the younger age group, but it is very rare. Mark my words, as we go along, we will also find unusual, unexpected, unknown side effects with Pfizer and Moderna. We will. But they will be rare. They will be rare and unusual, but it is only a matter of time when you do. So that's, but if you do the balancing act, the game of chess, then the game of chess, your thought processes should be I get COVID, I could die. I take the vaccine, I'm unlikely to die. I'm more likely to be protected and be alive and enjoy planet Earth. What's the decision? And I would say, take the vaccine. That's the decision.
Long-term effects, you just mentioned. When you mean long-term effects, because I know a lot of people that aren't taking the vaccine are saying, hey, I'm just going to wait. What long-term effects are you concerned about with the vaccines?
None, to be truthful. Because so in the short term, as we noticed with AstraZeneca Oxford, it set up a unusual immune response and people developed some clots in unusual places. Long term, I don't expect any, and my reasons are, the vaccine comes and it goes. It comes, it induces immunity, its job is done, finished. So I don't expect there to be long-term anything, because all it was doing was setting up an immune response, nothing else. Time will tell, but I don't expect anything long-term.
Thank you. And what about the other vaccines that you mentioned? When do you think those are coming out?
Very soon, very soon. So, there is a speeded up experiments and data collection and all that. And very soon, I expect Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, and the other versions to all be licensed. And I want to add, I personally think, and I'm sure I will be proven right, is that mixing the vaccines works. We know that, that's a fact. That's been tried out in Spain. But I personally think that it might even be a better thing to do, which is you have your one and then the other, or going forward, you have the booster from another brand. What I mean by that is a Pfizer booster, if you had the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine, that sort of thing. There is several reasons for it. And I think that will probably also come to pass, that you're immunized with this lot and then you're boosted with another lot.
Are they doing trials with them right now?
Yes.
So we've got a lot to look forward to. I mean, the good news is the world is collaborating, looking at these new vaccines, and information's been clearly, like they're just sharing information. So it's exciting to see where we were a year ago when everything was just, we didn't know anything. We were so scared. I mean, I remember even me going to work was just daunting, to now, okay, we know how to stay safe, precaution measures that we can take. And we're learning a lot. I still feel there's a long way to go as far as education. I feel like we, as a nation, we give information, but it's not risks and benefits and giving a lot of data to support why we're doing things. So then people are kind of left not knowing. And then there's, you go on WhatsApp and there's a lot of misinformation, or Facebook, and you just don't know what to believe, right?
Yes, you're so right. And education is power. And Sheila, when the pandemic is over, I'm not going to say goodbye to you, because I'm going to say to you, you and I have a job to do, which is educate, inform, and bring up people. I think education is power, and we must educate and make people, in charge of themselves. A lot of them are ruled by WhatsApp and Facebook, which is a tragedy, because politicians lie, cheat, and rule us with so many things. And if we had an educated public, they would be able to make their decisions better than being hoodwinked by WhatsApp, Facebook, and politicians.
Absolutely. I mean, even sometimes just basic things like restaurants and how they're not understanding keeping the windows open, or
Yes.
these are basic things that nobody's teaching or explaining like you just did today. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers will agree, putting it in a very basic explanation, like there's dropules, if you open up, they're diluted. It really helps people understand, and then you stay safe, because then you know, wait, this is why I'm wearing a mask indoors. This is why I'm doing that. So I do think, yeah, we do have a lot of work left to be done.
Yeah, not only that, there's a lot of work to be done, but going forward, I feel education is power. And if it is not pandemic, it is exploitation, pollution, unfairness, so many things that if only people were educated, they would see what it is and then fight for the right. For a long time, forever, I think, forever, I think humanity has been exploited by a few humans, and we need to level up, sincerely, not politically speaking. And I think the only way is education is power. And I would love to have some projects with you, Sheila, in empowering people all over the world. We must do that.
Absolutely. I'd be completely honest to do that. I love educating. I'm always learning. I'm just studying a lot. So like you, I think it's important for people that want to be involved to actually get together and educate. I do want to get onto the next topic, which is India. It's very heartbreaking to watch the news and see how many people are suffering. They don't have oxygen. They're not even educated to do the right thing. Like Dr. Chirag mentioned today, the basic thing of if you have COVID, to be sleeping on your stomach. And you
Indeed.
see a lot of these images on the media, and they're not being told to do that. Many people have friends and family in India. Let's spend a little bit of time educating what we can do to help, any advice, and anything that you can share, Doctor.
So multi-layered and multifaceted, and you will be pleased to know that whilst Chirag was talking to you, the subject of proning, i.e., sleeping on your tummy, is better. I was texting India, and my collective of doctors in India and other people who are ill, etc. I'll read it out to you. This is real stuff, isn't it? So just give me a second.
Yeah, healing our earth. This is what we do. It's just real, raw, live.
Yeah.
And we just want to help.
So I said to him, here, this is my text message. I said, have you told them about the proning that I told you a few days ago? The answer was, I have instructed them again, checking. I said, don't instruct them, order them. It is an order. It is a must do. Even if you do it every 4 hours on, 2 hours off, 4 hours on, it is better. So can you please order that you will do it? So that's what I was texting whilst you were having your conversation. So let's go back to India. By the time you need proning, you're already in trouble. So let's go back a little bit more. How to stay out of trouble. I'm going to take you back from being in trouble slowly backwards, okay? So proning, and pray to God by the time you need proning. That's all you can do. Second point, in India, at the slightest drop of concern, there is polypharmacy. So they pile you with hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, zinc, steroids, antibiotics. Please don't do this. Steroids have their use. Steroids are good in the second phase of your infection, when you need oxygen support. Steroids in the first phase of your infection, early days, no, no, no. Please don't take your steroids when you have just got the infection. You take the steroids when you are admitted to hospital needing oxygen support. No and no. No ivermectin, no hydroxychloroquine. No evidence that it works. Put it on one side. Coming back again. Most of you fellow brothers and sisters in India can manage at home. So please save your money. Don't call the doctor unnecessarily. Don't have unnecessary MRI scans. Don't have unnecessary oxygen and cause an oxygen shortage. Calm down. Aste, aste in Gujarati we would say, dhire rakho, which means, go easy. Calm down. Only 6% of the people need a hospital. So 94% of you don't. Indians, fellow Indians, are being exploited by the healthcare system, which is mostly private. You don't need x-rays. You don't need MRI scans. You don't need blood tests. You don't need anything. Stay at home and monitor yourself. And I know you will immediately tell me, I haven't got a pulse oximeter, kya kare, all that. This is over medicalization of a situation in the middle of a crisis in a poor country. Dr. Pandya can tell you, and Sheila, you will tell me, that in the United States, you press a button and the pulse oximeter will be delivered to your house tomorrow. In India, that's possible, not possible. That's possibly not possible, okay? So what do? You watch. So if you are getting short of breath, you can't turn in bed, you can't go to the toilet, you can't walk your 100 meters that you used to walk before. If you're really, out of sorts, yes, you need help. You need to call the doctor, you need assistance. But otherwise, don't start saying, I need my oxygen, I need my hydroxychloroquine, I need my ivermectin, I need my remdesivir. Are Bhagwan, go easy, especially on the steroids. Okay, coming back a little bit more. So that's the people who are infected. Coming back a little bit more. Wear your mask. Wear a good quality mask properly. This is aerosol spread. Busy, crowded places, shouting, singing together, large weddings, large parties, large neighborhoods. No, 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 no. No to all of them, because you're supposed to play the game of chess invented in India. Slowly, slowly, slowly does it remain alive. If you remain alive, you can enjoy all the nice things. If you're dead, you're finished. Okay, coming back a little bit more. Stay at home. Don't interact with other people. Play the long game. Imagine this is a war. Imagine there is an invisible enemy out there to infect you and kill you. Stay at home. Don't interact with other human beings. I know you need to go to work in some cases. If you need to go to work, wear your mask properly. Finally, advice to the government of India, you need a lockdown, and a lockdown will bring down case numbers. Second point, you need field hospitals. Field hospitals gives you economy of scale, so you can treat thousands of people. They've all got the same issue. You can have an army of volunteers proning patients. I know people don't like to sleep on their tummy, but what you have to do is lift them up, put them on their tummy, because they're finished. They can't move. And you can train an army of volunteers in India to do this job. But first, you need a lockdown, you need field hospitals, and at field hospitals, you can manufacture oxygen at scale. And you haven't got enough doctors and nurses, even I know that. stop exporting your nurses to other parts of the world, including the UK, and train your doctors and nurses to train others to do basic things like monitor the oxygen, monitor the patient, and do the proning, etc. This is not an exclusive, only doctors and nurses can do it. This is an emergency. This is a big emergency. We need to find trainable people. India has got many educated people. You train them in the fundamentals, top 10 things, and you tell them, get on with it. This is a Indian emergency. I think I've covered most of the ground. And one more thing, get immunized. Initially, the Indians were saying, all sorted when the case numbers came down. We have special Indian immunity. We have special Indian food. We have special this and that. We don't need vaccines. Don't make that mistake. Please don't make that mistake. And stop listening to people who want to give you desi dawa. Look, I'm not trained in Ayurvedic medicine. I will admit to you, there is no evidence that your Ayurvedic medicine works against SARS-CoV-2. No evidence, zero. So please, there is a time for desi dawa. This is not the time for desi dawa. This is not the time for desi dawa. Don't get infected, don't infect others, and don't rely on saying, I will take this magic potion and it will save my life. It won't.
Thank you. Hopefully the right people are listening to that information in the Indian government.
I hope so. I hope so. And we have openly been lobbying the people who will listen in high places that we are here to help, but you know, there has to be a way to do it rather than a way not to do it.
On a final note, do you feel that the Indian variant is a more aggressive variant, or is it just how it's presented in India?
It isn't more aggressive in that it is more disease causing or it is vaccine bypassing. But one thing is very clear, it is more infectious. So when it is more infectious, you generate more cases. And when you generate more cases, it becomes a numbers game. More people get infected, and some of those people will end up in hospital. And when you are dealing with 1 billion plus people in crowded circumstances, etc., then a more infectious version of the virus will get through the population faster. That's all it is.
Now, usually with variants, I know that you can get a variant as short as 10 hours, right? A variant can just mutate. But are we, historically, variants have just been usually, they change and they become weaker. Is that happening right now, or do we not know yet?
We don't know yet, but when I was telling you that this will also pass, that's exactly what I meant. So I wasn't just lying or making it up, but eventually a variant will arise, which will be the dominant variant. So it will usurp or bypass all the other circulating variants, and it will give you mild illness and happy days. So it will push out all the other variants, and the dominant variant will circulate, but it will be mild disease causing, and then we will forget about it. So that will happen. That will happen 3-4 years.
So you don't think we'll have to keep boostering for the rest of our lives now?
We may have to. That's another webinar. That's another webinar, but let me put it in short to you, and I am concerned. So I feel that the world has not been immunized. So that's 3 years away before people are significantly immunized. That's a tragedy. So in that 3 years, there's plenty of time for the virus to enter the animal kingdom. And if it hasn't already entered, I think it has. It's only a matter of time before they talk about it. So when it is a reservoir amongst animals, we can expect it to keep on coming back, animals to humans, humans to humans. So I expect it to keep on coming back, animals to humans, humans to humans, because I think there already is. I have no evidence. Let me be truthful to you, but I'm talking empirically. So talking empirically, I feel the scale of the infections in humans, it will not surprise me if it is also present amongst the animal population already. And as a result, we expect to have regular vaccines.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bharat. Let's end on a positive note here, because I want to give some light of lightness out there. Can you just give us a last ending of some positivity to share with our viewers?
Yes, there's lots to be positive about. We're alive, and that's very good. Second thing, vaccines, lots of them are coming. So your job is to get immunized, and vaccines protect, and they make your life better. So there is a lot of positivity, which is multitude of vaccines are coming along, and your job is to get immunized. And in the meantime, your job is to play the game of chess and not get checkmate. So that has to be done in many parts of the world. Don't get checkmate. And as soon as the vaccine becomes available, please take it, and that will save your life.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your time. We spent such a great amount of time learning so much and sharing with our viewers. And thank you for all that you do, helping educate the world. It is, I mean, I know you have a global audience of thousands and thousands of interviews. So thank you so much.
My pleasure. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you again soon, Dr. Bharat.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, our time together has ended. On behalf of the producer, the director, Neil Kumar, and the whole Healing Our Earth team, we'd like to say a global thank you to everyone and all our guests and all our speakers and everyone out there that's contributed. Just remember that we are here for you. This is a difficult time, and here on our team, we're all volunteers just trying to make a difference in your lives. Thank you for tuning in. Do visit our website, www.healingourearth. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon. And you can follow me on Instagram at Sheila Dobie. And I